PKA 593. Our guest is the legend Hutch. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by LucyGoat.com and, of course, Lock and Load, the premier orgasm improving, cum increasing supplement brought to you by the three geniuses here. So check that out. Code PKA, 10% off. Hutch, how are you doing, man?
Is that a real thing?
It's a real. It's so real.
What do you mean when you say orgasm increasing? What does that mean?
So it's going to make you come more. And so the volume you are coming is greater, meaning the time you're experiencing that peak orgasm is increased, because it feels best as you're coming. And It makes you come longer. That's why you have to take 9 pills a day, folks. We're not fucking around. You see, someone tweeted at me a couple days ago, like, someone commented over some other bullshit, cum supplement, saying, like, is this something people even want? More cum? And so I master tweeted him, or whatever that's called. Code PKA. Use a real product, Gorilla Mind. So check it out. But yeah, you can. We should send you some cum sups.
We should. That should be like a standard guest thing.
A sample of that, yeah.
Dude,
sure.
And it makes you come farther too, which is what I think is actually the cool part.
Wait, it
really works. It genuinely works. It took us years to get this on the market, but it's a real product.
Does it increase your sperm load too?
No.
It does
not.
It increases your seminal fluid, and we've said before, the perfect world is pearlescence. You'll have a pearlescence to your semen that it previously didn't have.
If you've ever looked at your snotty cum and felt inferior, we can fix it.
Oh, yeah. Be sure, start taking this. Don't tell your fiance about it. And she will bring it up to you after about 3 weeks, guaranteed. She'll be like, what's wrong? We're still coming the same. You're still coming the same amount, but you're busting huge. You need to go to the doctor, is what she'll say.
Well, it's a little concerning that you're egging me on to sin. We're waiting till marriage. So, but when we do start making love, then yeah, I think that we could do that.
That's fair. that feels so archaic.
I'm doing well. Thank you guys for inviting me on. I was a bit surprised, to be honest, but yeah, it's good to.
No, we love you.
Good to catch up with you guys. It's there's something kind of comforting about sort of reconnecting with people that were there in the ground floor when this whole gaming internet thing got started. There's like a camaraderie there. Like, no matter what, like, I have love for people even like Wings and people that still to this day talk shit about me.
Oh, Wings is on the way. He'll be on in a minute.
Oh, come on.
That would have been
You
great.
tease me. I really would love to talk to him, actually.
When's the last time you like spoke? Obviously not face to face. Have you ever met the man? Like face to face?
No. I've never met Wings. No.
It's an experience. I mean, maybe jot that one down, put that on the bucket list. But when's the last time you talked to him, like online, like video, like this?
Like a conversation voice to voice?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
It would have been like 2012.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's a different man.
Ago.
It's a different man.
Well, I heard that isn't he married now, and isn't he like take care of like stepkids too? So I'm glad that he found
dogs
stability. I think that's great.
Well, no, I mean we don't go into the whole Wings thing. I want to talk about you, but more things happen today. His life is very interesting. There's always something.
What was the downvoted thing?
I guess I'll do it. June King is a YouTube channel. He made that part 1 video of Wings that had like 2 million views. Fairly fair. He does his research, and he doesn't seem to have a dog in the fight. And he made part 2 today. We're featured a few times, and but I guess he pulled up. Wings tried to defend himself on Reddit at one point. It was one of those threads when they were calling him maybe a pedophile or something, and he sort of laid it. Which is not, to
be clear.
And he laid it out in like 2 sentences, like, "Hey, trolls do this sort of thing to me. You should know that I've said a lot of stupid things, but I haven't done any awful things like this." But that sort of like sentence type thing. And he's like, "This became one of the most downvoted comments in Reddit history. It is still to this day." And it's like he like pulls up a top 20 list, and like there's Wings like 8,000 and something downvotes like within an hour or something crazy.
What did he say in the comment?
He defended himself. He said, "I'm not a pedophile," basically.
Wait,
Reddit gets it right again.
Was this the PKA subreddit?
No. This is I am a total piece of shit.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So what? So a bunch of trolls successfully convinced the people on that forum that it was real.
Well, this goes back to that stuff where they were posing as him and like going on TikTok and Instagram and like going after people and threatening their kids. Yeah, you know how certain topics are like, that will drive that person to insanity. You tell a veteran that he's not a veteran, he will go insane. Like he'll start pulling out cards and fucking proof and shit. So they did that with like Wings face attached. Like, you're not a vet. I am. I was in World War II. Yeah, I'm a World War II vet. And this
that's
like,
a funny joke. Stealing valor.
From the outside, it kind of is. But then this guy's got like his own. He's like, this guy's the real liar. Here's my fucking number, and here's where I served. And he's like losing his shit. So they're trolling people in Wings' name essentially with everything from like
That's fucked up.
stolen valor to pedophilia, and like making lots of people angry at him. And it was part of that whole thing. No, the video came out today. If anybody's like super curious, it's an hour and a half long. I don't want to do Wings talk. I really want to do Hutch talk. But I was just curious how long, because you mentioned him, and it came to mind. But yeah, it is good it's good to like talk to all the people that are like from way back then. Where's that guy who camps? I haven't heard from that little guy in like 15 years or something.
Dude,
like
he was like one of the biggest guys in like 2010. He was
felt like it.
He was one of the first guys. I remember like hard scoping everyone in the community and being so jealous when people would hit 100,000 subs. And I remember having like 17K or something, and he had like 102, and being like, God, to be a king like that guy. And then he just pieced out. Like it's funny you brought him up. I checked his channel like within the last 6 months. He just like quit. He's uploaded like 5 videos in the last decade. Just not even cashed out. Yeah.
I found out, this is years ago, call it like 2012 or something, like ages ago. He was going to do like this. He'd taken a break. He was going to do a comeback video that was a hit piece on me, just because everyone made hit pieces on me back in 2012. So I called him. I had him on Skype, which we all had at the time. And I was like, hey, I heard about you. What's up? And we talked for like 30 minutes or so. And I just gave him like, I don't know, the actual background to all the things he was going to talk about. And he was like, didn't make a video. It was going to be all wrong. And so,
well, that's good.
But yeah, I still associate that with his name. Like, I'm going to fucking take down Woody. Why? I don't even know you.
No, there was this like, it was by today's standards, it was such a tiny community, but it seemed like it was gigantic back then. Like I'm sure you all remember PJ, and his remember PJ gave you like your first HD capture card, and then you played with him, and then everybody was like, PJ's pretty cool, let's watch him. And PJ's like, yeah, I'll make videos, sure, I can afford a second capture card. and then like you play with PJ.
Watch this gaming stuff for a little bit too. He helped, put the clips together and everything.
Yeah, I remember all that. Yeah, and I remember he was a compulsive masturbator. So you'd be like playing games with him.
Yes.
And he'd be like, yo, I need a break. I got to go jerk one out real quick. And we like,
what?
And that's like a joke that dudes will say when they got to take a shit or something.
Oh no, he would.
But he's like, no, I have to go like masturbate in the other room furiously.
During Call of Duty games are like 8 minutes long.
Like during the break between games, he'd go rub one out.
Yeah,
it was a thing.
I remember I talked to him. So back in the day, there used to be Skype calls that happened all the time. And, there'd be between like 3 and 8 guys on it. I'm on a call. There's like 4 of us. He's one of them. And he's like, all right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go jerk off. And then he comes back and like, I don't know, 10 minutes later. And we're all like, really? Like, you just did that? And he's like, what? Yeah, it's a masculine thing. What's the big deal?
It's a masculine
thing.
that
was his explanation. It's a masculine thing.
We had to leave this lobby full of easily killed retards because you had to beat off Dick.
10 minutes is nothing, though. You guys are acting shocked. Like, you can't in 10 minutes?
Oh, I absolutely can. It's just that, like, I think that if I'm going for some sort of, like, jerk-off session, let's light some candles. All right?
Yeah.
Let's treat ourselves right.
True,
okay?
true.
This is about us.
I don't want to immediately come back to talking to my guy friends right afterward.
Yeah,
I want a refractory period from that as well.
You don't want to come back and be out of breath.
I'll be like, Kyle, sorry I made you guys all wait in Vermintide. I had to beat off. I came 30 seconds ago, man.
You came so recently that you're like, sorry, my pants rubbed. I'm still sensitive.
Does that supplement that you guys plugged help with refractory periods as well, or is it just
no.
it's just the volume of cum?
We
It's the volume and the volume, the like consistency and pearlescence,
Pre-com.
and the
velocity,
which I guess
apparently.
ties into it. And I was about to say that too, like the distance, the velocity. That's
Wow.
We also all do a lot of pull-ups too, so we got strong cores, so that might be part of it too. Like we are flexing that jizz right out of us. At
I could poke a child's eye out.
Pull-ups, the ultimate core.
Your
workout.
children survive.
Up on a Reddit thread, Woody. What are you doing? You're the most downvoted Reddit comment in Reddit history.
Dude, those guys go nuts.
That's too late.
Well, I'm glad you guys brought up the fitness thing because that's one of the reasons why I'm excited to come on is because I've recently begun my own fitness journey, and so I figured I could get some free tips from you guys.
Yeah, man.
But I don't know, like how boring your audience thinks that is, or if they're into it. Or,
Medium.
Medium.
No,
Okay.
I want to talk. I wrote it down because I saw on Twitter months ago you were like talking about your plan, talking about lifting weights and how you were feeling better with it.
Yeah.
Now, and I always like when I see people getting into lifting because it's such a positive thing for everyone. Like you get a lot out of it. It helps you learn how to learn to do something.
You get more mental health out of it than you do physical health as well.
Definitely.
Just being
good for
able
sleep. So I wanted to know, like,
sleep
how's
is
that
so
going
big.
for you? Are you still working out with pretty good consistency?
Yeah. So like the last couple of weeks. So what happened was I had a personal trainer for like 6 months in from like July to January of this January. And I was going a couple days a week. So like it wasn't like a lot, but it was like consistent. So and I did notice an improvement in my life, but I wanted to cut back on some of my expenses in 2022. And just like, I felt like I was being a bit frivolous. And so I thought, I can go to the gym on my own if I want to do that. I feel comfortable with the machines and I feel comfortable sort of, figuring out which muscle groups to focus on each day. And, but then I just kind of stopped going to the gym. And that went on for a few months. And then also like I started to drink a little bit more and I was starting to experience like physical consequences from that. Like I was feeling very sluggish on most days. And because if you drink excessively, it'll fuck with your sleep and it'll fuck with your appetite and your nutrition and
you're just not going to recover from your workouts.
It made workouts really tough, and I felt like I wasn't getting a lot out of them. So I finally decided. I saw this. It's going to sound fucking weird, but I saw this movie that literally changed my life. I'm not even kidding. It's a movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it is it's an A24 film. They're a fantastic studio. They make a lot of really good movies like Hereditary and Midsommar. I mean, they're like one of the most exceptional, I think, movie studios out right now. And it's just this like, not that big of a budget, $25 million, but it is this multiversal story, and I don't want to give away too much because I'd really encourage your audience to check it out because it's re-releasing in IMAX this weekend. But the core message of the film is just to be kind, and I kind of turned that in on myself, like be kind to myself. And I started thinking about like the decisions I was making, the kind of lifestyle I was living, and sort of imagining what my future would look like if I were to continue to do that. And I didn't really like what I was imagining, and so I just really resolved. I'm like, you know what? Let's just focus on the next 30 days. Let's just not drink, and let's just start going to the gym again. And the first week that I went back, I went like 5 times. Like I got really into it, and like the quitting drinking wasn't that difficult because it was like I was feeling physically and mentally like better. Yeah. And then like the last couple of weeks, my body, because I'm 39 years old now, my body was like, you need to like ease into it a little bit more. So I didn't go 5 times the last couple of weeks, but and when I had the personal trainer, I really didn't like going to the gym. It wasn't fun for me. I didn't enjoy it. It felt laborious, and part of the reason is because of the drinking and like not getting enough sleep and all that. And
sure.
And now that I've cut the drinking and I haven't been drinking at all, I started to actually, like, for the first time, enjoy going to the gym and like putting headphones on and just kind of getting like in that sort of like mind muscle sort of connection thing. And I found it rewarding for the first time ever in my life. So
motivation
it's
is
really
exciting.
exciting.
Awesome, man.
I mean, I would say that like one thing I want to ask you guys is about calories because I have to consume a lot of calories right now because I want to get up to 220 and then cut from there.
You want to know how to consume a lot of calories?
Is this a comment?
Oh, you've walked into the lion's den.
No, that's
We
How
have a
many-
subject matter expert on the phone here.
How many calories are you eating right now, and what would you like to do?
so. Well, the goal, if I want to gain a pound a week, I was told by people that like. There's a guy who's like a personal trainer that comes in my Twitch chat sometimes, and then I use this like MyFitnessPal app, and so the goal right now is 2750 calories a day, and for me that is a lot.
So that's that would be a 500 calorie surplus a day though, based on the math that he wants you to get to. So
if you
that's too
factor in
much.
the exercise.
All right, so look, he sounds more qualified than me because all I do is talk to like people who do what he does, right? But the way that we did what I did is I had like 100 calorie surplus a day. We tried to ride that. It's so hard because it's a metabolism, not like a gas tank on a car, but it works on the same principle, I suppose. There's just so many other factors. I tried to stay like a couple 100 calorie surplus because you'll get so fucking fat so fast if you don't over the long course. But yeah, like you've always been so skinny. I mean, if you could choke that amount of calories down, that's how you will build the most amount of muscle, is being at a high calorie surplus and working hard.
But it's tough. Like I'm
Oh, I know.
stuffed, like real stuffed at the end of the night. Like, and especially if I don't eat enough during the day, I got to cram them all in at night. Like the other day, I crammed in 2,500 calories in the last 4 hours of being awake. And I was like, oh my God.
You just feel
And like when I
dog
eat
shit.
that much, especially right before bed, I'm not super hungry when I wake up in the morning. And then you got to like start it all over. That's the thing I'm struggling with most is like,
It seems to me like if you're hitting your protein goals every day and you're getting enough carbs that you're not feeling light-headed at any point, you've always got enough energy to do the work you need to do, then you could fill the rest in with fat. So that would mean like two
Peanut
scoops of peanut butter. Yeah, 2 scoops of
yeah,
peanut butter is
I've been-
400 fucking calories.
Yeah.
is it 400? I
It's
thought it was 100
it's 100
per-
a tablespoon.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So
Yeah.
why'd you say 400 calories?
I use big scoops.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I'll eat peanut butter as a snack, like with a spoon.
Yeah, that's what I did last night.
Classy.
That's
Yeah.
what I did last night. I was trying to like, I need to get like 400 more calories. So I just sat there watching Moon Knight, just, you know.
I did the exact same thing last night. It's that's really funny. I was in the kitchen and I was like, I'm on my phone. I'm like, you're 300 fucking calories short, bitch boy.
Yeah.
And I was like, I grabbed a thing of Jiffy, stood over the sink and watched TV while I like ate spoonfuls of peanut butter.
We had identical evenings last night. Yeah, but I'm drinking a lot of kefir because I was reading that's like a really good source of like good macros. It's like good carbs and good protein and good fats. And do you guys know what kefir is? It's like kind of
Is that
like
like
liquid
kombucha?
yogurt. No. It's like a liquid. It's like liquid yogurt basically. And it's
I've never had
Indian
that, no.
Is it Indian?
I don't know. I don't know. You take
It's
kefir
spelled with a
grain-
K, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
KEFEIR. But you take kefir grains, which I don't even know what those are, and you can make it at home if you want, but I buy it like store bought. But you just drop it in milk and then you leave it in room temperature for a couple days, and boom, you have kefir in it. And I'm lactose intolerant, but it breaks down like most of the lactose in the milk, and so it's actually fine for lactose intolerant people. But yeah, if I drink 2 cups of kefir, it's like 300 calories.
You're
so-
lactose intolerant. Can you do whey protein?
No, I got to do plant-based protein. That's what I'm using right now.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I don't know. As far as the different,
Whey is so much easier.
I've heard varying things
Why?
on the different kinds of protein. Well, whey is the most quickly absorbing
Most
protein.
bioavailable.
That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
What's the benefit of it being quickly absorbed? What do you mean?
After you do damage to your muscles, you're trying to get those amino acids into the muscle fiber as soon as possible, so that you can get the most rebuilding, the most efficient rebuilding of that muscle fiber as possible. That's what a lot of performance enhancing drugs are about. It's that rebuilding process. It's like, oh, time to go to work. I just imagine little dwarves inside my arms with pickaxes and stuff. And the steroids, they got jetpacks and shit. It's like that, what's that galactic game where you're space dwarves now and you're fucking
Yeah.
like that's what my dwarves are like. You've got like those fucking Snow White and the Seven motherfuckers. Like they're
Dude,
hi ho, hi ho.
When you told me like the first time about like the stuff you were on the TRT and everything, you were like, "No, Taylor, you got to do it. See, in your body, you damage all that muscle, and a guy goes in there hung over with the little chisel, and he starts repairing. In my body now, there's a legion of guys, and they're using both hands to repair me. And I remember that phone conversation explicitly because I was like,
I said, we're building a house.
I'm building a house, and now all my guys are allowed to work overtime. We got rid of that pesky union, and now they're slaves, and they have to repair the house.
Yeah. That's the exact like metaphor I used. I was like, it's like we're both building houses, Taylor. Yep. Your guys only have a hammer in each hand. We use hammers. We've got 2 or 3. My guy grew an extra arm.
It is quite remarkable, though, the difference that it makes. That it's made for me in terms of like my emotional and mental and physical health, like all 3 of those things. Yeah. As soon as I cut the drinking and just started like really committing to it, it made a huge difference. Cause I think like all of us have probably had like a tough couple of years for like different reasons, and I just hit this like bottom like a few weeks ago where I was just in this real like negative self-pity place. And it had been a while since I've been in that kind of a place. And, I'm lucky I have this like really supportive fiance where, we both like, we're really good for each other. And she said exactly what I needed to hear, like she recognized the spot that I was in. And then, also, reminded me, you're capable of like getting out of this. And so like, I took that to heart, and then combined with like the movie that I watched, it just sort of inspired me to like try to be a better person. I was like, you know what, let's just fucking do that. And so I've been coasting on that momentum now for a few weeks, and it was like right away, immediately. Like I felt like I could be like a better fiance. I felt like I was more productive with my job. I felt like I could think clearly and like not get clouded by sort of negative emotions that sometimes I have a tendency to get bogged down on. And
sure,
it's made such a huge difference for me. And I'm really hoping that this, like, I know that you plateau sometimes and maybe you backslide. You got to sort of like summon the will to power through when you get like that. Like, I'm not naive to think that it's just always going to be like this, but I'm really hoping that this lasts for a while, because like I've been very motivated, very naturally motivated to continue with it.
That's great, man.
The mental health benefits are a big deal for me. That's actually one of the core reasons that I do it. Part of it is the more longer extended term thing of just feeling good about myself. Like I have a paramotor flying coming up. And I like holding my chin high and knowing that maybe I look better than I did the last time these guys saw me. Like that feels good.
And better than anyone else who's there.
Does
anyone there look as good as you, Woody?
I think there's younger people there.
But are they as fit?
Stop it. So the other part is the more short term, like Hutch mentioned, we have these down moments. I will straight up hit the walk, just put some sneakers on and walk in the sun as like a pill I pop almost, because it picks me up effectively.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal.
I like to staying motivated can be hard. I like to envision like there's like this puzzle on your table, and if the pieces are all laying awry, like it's not that tempting to go sit down and go to work on a puzzle like that.
Yeah.
But if you can get the edges up, at least if you can get the edges of that puzzle up, and I'm talking about how you structure your day and what the things you do in your day are about. If you start laying the edges out, the framework for that puzzle early in the day, and by the time you get to midday, you're like starting to fill in some other stuff. And by the time it's the end of the day and it's time to work out and go and actually do the part that sucks, but there's only like one piece of that puzzle missing, dude. It's so easy to go sit down and finish that shit at the end of the day and go in there and lift hard.
Yeah. And it's good for like, at least for me, there are some days where like shit goes like at work or something, like something stressful or something out of your control happens, and you like, it would be a day where you would feel like when you lay your head on your pillow, like this was a shitty day. This was a loss of a day. But if you get that workout in, you at least have like something positive where you can be like, look back, like, yeah, you know what? This was a shitty day and I got in there and I did it anyway. And you get like a little confidence out of it. Like you're practicing your discipline. Like your discipline's like its own muscle. Like the more times you opt to fuck off with working out, the more easy it is the next time you want to fuck off. Because hey, I've missed 5 in a row. Who gives a fuck? Is a 6th one gonna make or break me? Whereas
diet is like that.
I struggle so much with my diet with that, because I will eat like an absolute asshole all weekend, and then Monday comes around and I've got like pie in the sky dreams about like eating salad, and then like that night comes around, it's like, well, you had pizza 2 days ago and yesterday. Why not have a bunch of Cheez-Its?
For me, when you get into that mental loop, and frankly, I think it's easier for smarter people to get into than dumber people. But I just do to like talk yourself into something, right? If you're smart, the smarter you are, the easier that is. I think. Although you could argue that if you're smarter, yeah. In any case, it's what I choose.
I'm not going to listen to this guy in my head. I know he's not that smart. Yeah.
Well, no, that is I think that is a form of intelligence, and you develop that intelligence a lot better as you get older. That ability to sort of reason within yourself. And I like what you were talking about having like this clear goal. Like even if you have a loss on a day, you have this really simple, clear goal that's always worth pursuing. Like it's never not worth it to pursue like physical health and mental health. And so, like if I get stressed out about, people can get stressed out about anything, like family and relationship stuff and finances and jobs.
Sure.
And like one of the best things that you can do for yourself in any of those spots is to get right with yourself to the point where you can think more clearly and make better decisions. And that's the way that I looked at it. It was like, okay, well, if I'm stressed out about, like all these like different things going on at the same time, the best thing I can, like literally the best thing at the top of the pyramid that I can do is to get my mind right. And so it gives you this really clear goal. It's not always easy to like summon the will. Like some days you just don't want to go, but it is very simple. And I feel like it, for me personally, I'm not speaking like I'm an expert. I've been doing it for like 3 weeks now, but
welcome to the internet.
Right, yeah.
That's all
I made a career out of that. Are you kidding me? But yeah, it's given me a more clarity of purpose, and that's that's valuable. I think that's a very valuable thing.
Do you ever watch any of those motivational videos?
I don't like those.
I love
the most
them.
Part. Yeah.
I love them.
I
have
like
to
what?
be
Like
careful.
saying that you're good?
I look at motivational videos affect me so strongly that I'll think about. I treat them like hard drugs. I'm like, whoa. We wouldn't want to do that every day. That's crazy talk. Who knows what might happen? But like, oh man, I think today I need a motivational video. That's how I treat motivational videos. Do you just
find random ones on YouTube?
No, I've got some favorites. One of my favorites, I pulled it up.
Who are the good ones?
My favorite one. All right, so Arnold's great, talking about his whole journey, right? Like. But there's this guy.
Good, yeah.
There's this. Arnold has like montages of them. They've been like his speeches have been built into motivational videos with like triumphant music built around his speaking points to the point where you're like, you've got like goose pimples or whatever they call them in your land. And but this guy Les Brown, I don't even know what he does other than being a motivational speaker. I really like his. He says, imagine if you will, being on your deathbed and standing around your bed. The ghosts of the ideas, the dreams, the abilities, the talents given to you by life. And that you, for whatever reason, you never acted on those ideas. You never pursued those dreams. You never used those talents. We never saw your leadership. You never used your voice. You never wrote that book. And they're standing around your bed looking at you with large, angry eyes saying, we came to you, and only you could have given us life. Now we must die with you forever.
So you watch demotivational videos? Jesus.
No, the question is, if you die today, what ideas, what dreams, what abilities, what talent, what gifts would die with you? And so
motivation through fear.
Dude, I find, absolutely. Yeah. I like fear and I like accountability. I think that a lot of people today are afraid of accountability. A big part of what I did, I am scared of Derek. Moreover, I'm scared of letting Derek down.
That Kyle's not memeing. He mentioned many times in our texts, like, I don't want to upset Derek. I feel like dog shit, but he told me to add an extra 20 minutes of cardio. And so
is
I'm
Derek
doing
your trainer? Is that who that is?
Derek,
More Plates, More Dates on YouTube.
Derek's a YouTuber. He runs More Plates, More Dates. He was on Rogan recently. He does steroid talk and natty talk. He does a lot of stuff on his YouTube channel, but he's a gigantic human being himself, and he owns a TRT clinic. And I partnered with him to like do my whole like transformation thing. At the end, I was like, yeah, it's fucking Derek's clinic, and Derek's tutelage that allowed me to do all this stuff that I did. So it was so for a long time, like he funded a lot of the stuff that we did. And so that put into me this real sense of like,
that's him on the screen right there.
Yeah, that
is. Yeah.
Fuck.
But I just decided I sort of entered into like a contract with this guy, a verbal contract that like, and I told him, I'm like, I remember exactly what I said. I was like, you tell me what to do and I won't skip a fucking rep. I was like, you don't understand what we're about to do here. And he's like, no, I got you, bro. And then we started that day. And that was sometime in like April of March of like a year or so, or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And then a year later we were done. But there were so many times when it was awful. And like my main motivating thing was the accountability of like, Derek wants to know what we weigh on Monday. And depending on what we weigh on Monday, we are going to either cut some of my few calories out, add more to my cardio, or both. He's already told me that's what's coming.
That was hilarious. He would like dehydrate himself on Sunday night so that he could make weight on Monday to avoid the cardio that would come as a consequence.
Well, I wouldn't dehydrate myself. I just wouldn't have a big drink that night. That's all.
Okay,
I wouldn't just spoil myself with water.
I just stopped drinking.
There were times when
I'm
he
not
was
saying dehydrate.
Woody, do you remember getting the pictures in our WhatsApp where Kyle would send us like a shirtless or like a tank top gym update, and we'd be like, dude, you're looking enormous. Congrats, you're looking great. And then the next message would be like, I showed it to Derek and he said my progress is disappointing. It's like, I have to work harder for Derek.
He never said that, but like, but it would be like, okay, like we're on pace. Like it wasn't until we got to like the end that I got any kind of a compliment from Derek, and it felt so good. I was like I'm like a dog to him, I guess, because it was when he finally patted me on the head. I was like, I really felt like I'd earned it, like, because if you think I'm ripped, that's cool, and I appreciate that. I value your opinion, but if he thinks I'm ripped, that's his job. That's his job, is identifying people on the internet who are ripped. And like, I don't know, I sent him a picture in a group that he and I have with, it's me, him, and some people from the clinic. And he was like, that's like an anatomy book picture.
I remember that.
And like, that might be the best compliment I've ever been given.
This is my favorite compliment. Let me jump in because Kyle's glowing, right? He's so happy. And he says, Derek says my skin is like dick skin.
It was tight.
That's some thin, low body fat skin we're talking. That's you put some fucking fat calipers on my penis and I got none.
Yeah,
awesome.
I fucking love it. I love the intensity. I really like the. I'm not a wishy-washy guy with things. It's hard for me to do like a little diet in 6 months from now we'll have lost that 10 pounds. Like that to me is insanity. Like I would much rather just beat my ass into the ground for a month and knock 10 pounds off in a month, which I can. I mean, I can. It's super easy.
Oh, well, that's not easy.
I average 2 pounds a month for 3.5 months.
But you said 2 pounds a month just now.
2 pounds a week. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You were gaining 2 pounds a week?
At first I went up and then I lost. So I bulked for 8 months and then I cut for about 3 months to do what I did. So for 8 months, I added calories more and more and more. I started at 2,500 and by the end it was 3,500, 3,600 a day. And I'm just eating white rice and beef for the most part and veggies. So like there's no like,
there's like a giant chili pot amount of like bison and
every meal.
Does your stomach gradually expand to the point where you can accommodate that?
A big part.
I imagine thinking that, and I think I would throw up probably.
I hit it from every angle with something like that, right? Like so, my goal is to make sure that my diet is built around being digested quickly, so that I can get to that next meal, right? I'm taking 10-minute walks after every single meal, not only for the cardio effects, but to work on insulin resistance and like hasten that digestion again. White rice goes right through you anyway. And I'm also just like on the verge of vomiting by the time I finish each meal. All of those things are true at the same time. And also gut health, things like the amount of yogurt I'm eating and some of the other stuff that are prebiotic and probiotic in my diet that are all meant, again, to digest things quickly and efficiently so that I can be capable of eating 3,600 calories a day. And then like, that's not crazy. Like a lot of like professional bodybuilders eat 4,000 or 5,000 calories a day.
Yeah. The Rock, didn't he eat like 8,000 or 9,000 calories every day?
That's hard to buy.
Show a picture of his diet.
Frankly, they're not eating the same diet I am. Like there's a lot. I think that they're getting a lot of the calories from places like fats. You would have to, And they're also bigger human beings, right? Like I'm a goat compared to their cow at this point. Like some of those guys are different species. They're trans.
Like Michael Phelps. What was his like? Remember that big thing in like 2008?
That's propaganda. That's propaganda. That's propaganda. When he was working out, look, if you work out hard all day and swim, I'm sure we'd all eat 4,000 or 5,000 calories. The fact that he can tack on 3,000 or 4,000 more isn't that impressive.
Well, the guy who trained, what's his name?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I know.
All these numbers are wrong. These people aren't burning 8,000 calories a day. The thing is, exercise doesn't burn as many calories as you think. Even a guy like Michael Phelps burns an extra, like, what, 1,500 maybe? Like, yeah. And that's a big number. Regular people exercising are burning an extra 250-ish.
Sure.
So these 500-ish.
I have 500 a session.
I believe you. Yeah. But 500 a session doesn't do anything to enable a 6,000 or 8,000 calorie day.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm so dead. For me to burn 500, I have to run a 5K on an elliptical with resistance.
That sucks.
There's a guy. Have you guys heard of the movie? I'm sure you have. The Northman that just came out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Alexander Skarsgård.
Yeah.
So Alex is Alexander Skarsgård. The guy who trained him said that he has a policy with the people that he trains where they only train for 1 hour a day, because he has this philosophy where you're not going to get you're basic. It's like diminishing returns. So anything
that's all I do.
You only do an hour a day as well?
Yeah, it takes me about an hour to get done. If I take a little extra time, it'll be an hour and a half. But I'm not doing 3-hour sessions almost ever. Like 2 hours and 15 minutes if I'm in there just killing myself. Mm-hmm. Alexander does steroids for a lot of his stuff. Like he's one of those guys who's does the chicken and broccoli lie. About
so like all of them?
Yeah, but he's got a physique more akin to yours naturally, like a very lean physique. And like if you look at him from like True Blood until like Tarzan, like it's just real hard for somebody with that type of body type to pack on that muscle. I would imagine without some steroids.
He got ripped for this movie. Holy fuck. He was
What's it called?
The Northman.
The Northman is by a guy named Roger Eggers. He directed The Witch and
I'm very excited for this movie. Yeah.
He's not ripped in these pictures.
He still looks huge. He's pretty ripped in that, but like he's like big now. So
this is Tarzan. And I would call this ripped. Maybe Kyle wouldn't, but I would call this pretty
huge.
Yeah, that guy's ripped.
Pull up an image of him in the Northman.
To me, he just looks good and proportional. Okay.
He's like 6'4".
But to me, I see this as now this is not ripped to me.
Well, focus.
He's covered with like fake blood and stuff.
He's looking pretty yoked. I don't know.
I'll agree with. It was ripped. I took exception to. I think those fucking ties are between his deltoids and bis to create something that wasn't there before.
Dude, I'm getting some of those. I'm gonna
he's definitely.
I want my forearms to like Popeyes.
He's definitely big in that movie.
He does not skip trap day.
No, like, dude, that's
well, the trainer said that was like more like a trick of the camera and the way he flexed himself.
Oh yeah, like the downward angle with the light. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to ask.
If I roll mine forward,
going up higher if you want him to.
I know we don't want to stay on it.
You'll be like one of those guys from that Super Mario movie eventually.
What how did you pick like what weightlifting you're doing? Are you just doing what the personal trainer laid out for you? Or did you go to like bodybuilding.com and just like print out a plan? Like what are you doing?
No, I don't have like a set. Like I could be more organized about it, but like like in my head, I'm like you got like arms and chest, and you got core, you got legs, you got back and shoulders, and so like I just try to focus on like 2 muscle groups every time I go. Like I like to take my time at the gym. I don't like I like to take a lot of time in between the reps. Like I'm not rushed or anything like that.
You're speaking my language.
Yeah, because I'm fucking old as shit. I'm just tired, and so it takes me a while to recover to a point where I can do another set. So like a lot of times I'm only doing like one exercise every 10 minutes. I'm just like I'm really just sitting there and like listening to an audio book or what. And so I'm only doing like 6 or 7 exercises each time I go. So I try to, but I was reading that you're supposed to get between like 12 and 18 reps of a certain muscle set each week if you want to get the most out of the muscle growth.
Yeah. They have like volume recommendations. His name, Jeff Nippard. He has a couple good videos on that about like total volume distribution. Smart and I very, very smart guy. Jacked out of his mind. He's like 5'5", so that helps. But I mean, like you don't go to the gym for 2 weeks and look like that when you're 5'5". It doesn't matter.
He's 5'5", but he found the hottest 5'3" girl on the planet, right? Like
that guy's forearms are like a woman's calf, like a strong woman's calf. He's huge, but like I would tell you definitely do a push pull legs structure. and follow a routine that someone else makes. So that the way that is, all of push day, that's just going to be your chest, your triceps, and your shoulders. All your work will be pushing. The next day is pull. That's back, biceps, and of course shoulders involved
I'll
as
say
well.
that,
then legs is self-explanatory. But it's just it structures it better. And 3 days on, 1 day off. Like you still have 4 days in between, like a push and a push, even though you're getting more total volume. Like
maybe send me a DM on Twitter with a link, and I can check that out because I do.
Sure, I'll send you something, man.
I'd appreciate that. Yeah. But it's hard. I got to tell you, it's difficult for me. Like I'm not a short guy. I'm like 6'3", and so my arms are quite long. Really quite long, and so push-ups for me are real hard. And a bench press, I can do 105 maybe, like 5 reps, and I have to tap out because I talk, my trainer was telling me it's like literally because you have longer arms, you have to, and the same with the push-ups. It's like it's a lot harder for you than like these short guys that can go in the gym and get like a lot more out of their. So
it's definitely true. Just a harder it's a harder thing to do mechanically. My arms aren't as long as yours. We measured them a while back because I was curious how I stacked up against John Jones or something. I think it was like 75. Was it? It doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, it definitely is harder. We're pretty scientific about how we do the workout thing. Like we've got I'm sure we've all in one form or another have a little book somewhere, a notebook where we have each. We do this push-pull leg rotation. It's very fine-tuned. We know what we're going to do on every single day, the amount of reps of each exercise, and exactly how much weight is going to be applied. And it's easier to keep track of that than you would think. Like once you write everything down, then all you've got to do every day is some very simple like additions to that. It's the way to get bigger and stronger the fastest. And like a lot of people would say, yeah, but I'm just trying to get in there to get healthy. But the thing about motivation is if a month goes by and you can't visually see any difference and you can't prove any difference with a piece of paper, then why would you keep going? It's so hard to do something that's hard for a month and see nothing come back your way and then say, I want another month of that. But if you can put a month in and you can be like, all right, that's different.
I'm thinking long game though. I'm not thinking like I don't have any illusions about like significant gains in the first like couple months. I'm really like thinking in terms of years. I'm like trying to imagine what I'll look like in a couple of years.
I'm different than Kyle in this way because like Kyle's like if I go a month and don't see results, then it's not motivating me. I guess I never really expected results. I was just predicting failure. And I just sit there and lift away, and I'm like pleasantly surprised when anything good happens.
Yeah. I felt that as well. I was really more speaking to someone who's a beginner who's trying to like, for the first time, get into that Spartan-ish lifestyle or however deep into that. That's what I like to do. I want
Kyle likes to have gay sex.
Yes.
Like a Spartan.
Forced upon me.
By an older warrior,
by a bigger, more jacked guy. Just as the Spartan, it created the most effective fighting force that this planet has ever fucking seen. Okay?
I doubt that's
We're
true.
talking centuries of battles without a single loss. It's written down.
I think that 12 Marines could take out the entire Spartan army.
I think the Marines have lost a time or two in the last 50 years.
Rome kind of pushed their shit in, right?
Not according to what the movies I've seen.
These are Greeks.
Well,
I know. What? All I meant was
I watched both seasons of Rome, so I'm pretty knowledgeable on this stuff.
I saw 300. They lost that, Kyle.
That show Rome was great. I wish.
The elephants were a problem. I'll admit.
Rome was good. Yeah.
When C-3PO showed up, I was out.
There's so many. We live in the golden fucking era of content because there's so much good shit to watch all the time. Like if you want to watch fucking shit about startups, this is a great time for that. You can watch Super Pumped about the Uber guy. You can watch The Dropout about Elizabeth Holmes. I don't love Jared Leto typically, but he was in this Apple Plus show called We Crashed, and man, he was so good in that. And yeah, so I don't know. Do you guys watch a lot of TV movies?
We watch far too much TV. I watch everything. I'm about to say so. I was on probation of like one kind or another, and then prison and out and everything for so long that I really didn't want to like get any programs illegally from the internet because that just seems stupid to do. But I can't imagine. I'm almost tired of paying for all this stuff. I'm gonna need somebody to talk to me about that Plex thing or something, because like I am just paying so much for so little these days. I'm done with Netflix. I've been a paying customer for so goddamn long. I was getting DVDs from you cocksuckers.
Me too.
All right. But if you're gonna tell me I gotta pay $3 extra a month so that Kitty can keep watching on my Netflix, I'm out. You bitches.
Yeah.
But they do come out with like probably like 6, 7, or 8 like really good shows every year.
I'm waiting on
I would say
Ozark.
the overall quality of their original programming has kind of diminished as of late. But I'm like,
Has it diminished or was it never good?
no. I mean, like they have some terrific shows. Like Maniac is a limited series with
I like Jonah Hill. Yeah, I like
Jonah
that.
Hill.
I
And
don't know Maniac. I know
phenomenal.
Ozark though. That's very
Ozark,
good.
I didn't get into that, but a lot of people really love it. But
Ozark is the best show on Netflix. We love Ozark.
yeah, I got to go back and give it another shot because like I just got kind of bored. Like it starts with this like breakneck pace for the first season. I'm like, fuck, holy this is so stressful, and then it just really slows down by the end. So I thought
We
the pacing
disagree
was a
so
little
much.
weird.
We think season 2 is better than season 1.
Yeah, I think the show keeps getting better.
I'll have to go back and give it another watch.
So
But,
the
like Queen,
the last
Queen's
6
Gambit
episodes,
and Making a Murderer and
Making a Murderer.
The Crown.
How can you
is
think
really
the Tiger
good.
King? How can you forget the Tiger King?
Yeah,
The
That
Tiger
was
King,
funny.
The Tiger King is one of those moments in your life, like Coney 2012,
2012, yeah.
that are just like these stupid fucking like, oh yeah, that thing happened too. Like if you were telling your life story, like if your life flashed before your eyes, there'd be great moments with family and friends, and then there
Tiger
would be
King.
there would be the Tiger King, and be like, yeah, and that happened too.
Did you
Like-
watch
like-
the Peacock show where they had they actually like did like a dramatic reenactment of everything?
I have Peacock, but I didn't watch it.
It's pretty good. It's
Yeah?
pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Queen's
pretty
Gambit
good.
was good.
Queen's Gambit.
If you're
was
talking
great.
about
I mean,
original Netflix stuff, Queen's Gambit was really good.
You know,
that was,
I
like,
liked
in their
that.
top 5. Yeah.
I was watching Queen's Gambit and I enjoyed it. And it was probably like 3/4 of the way through the show where I'm like, I can't believe I never heard about this. And I looked it up
It's
and
fake.
it's a totally fake story.
Dude.
And I
Well,
genuinely
it's
like was
loosely-
less
it's loosely-
interested after I learned that.
It's loosely based on Bobby Fischer, but obviously
Yeah.
they embellished quite a bit. But yeah, the whole Bobby Fischer versus the Russian chess machine at the height of the Cold War is such a fascinating,
I was so into Queen's
insightful
Gambit.
story.
I bought a chess kit. I started like learning a little and playing. I live streamed myself playing chess. Everybody pushed my shit in so hard. I don't think I played again since. Hutch is a real chess player. Like, did you beat the speed guys like in New York? How did you
New
do?
York.
I made
play
up the
in
New
New
York
York.
part, but I think I
Oh.
remember you playing in public against guys who do this all the time.
The park.
Oh no! Well, those guys they're really good at the guys that play a lot of like speed chess, and you got to pay you got to gamble $3 to play. That's how it was in San Francisco when I did it a couple times.
Okay,
But they're really good at, or they're really knowledgeable on particular openings where there's lots of traps, where it's difficult to avoid those traps if you only have a couple minutes or 3 minutes. And I didn't do very well against them, but I cut my teeth learning chess against these like really old conservative guys who I got along with really great. But the banter was wonderful.
conservative
But,
politically or chess wise.
yeah, it was just I was like a fish out of water at this coffee shop that I went to because everybody was like
okay.
55 plus and like pretty conservative.
I thought you meant they like never pushed their pawns too far forward. They played a really scared game.
Very boring to play
Some
against.
of
Very
them.
defensive minded. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Anyway,
Some
yes.
of them were, sure, yeah, but I got really motivated because I wanted to. I hate losing. I can be kind of competitive. If I feel like I can improve at something, then I'll get really motivated to try to be better at it. And I was like that with chess. I just hated losing to these guys because I fucking loathed their politics. But I was like a lot younger and I like a lot more angry about stuff. And so I just kept practicing, kept studying. You know, I familiarized myself with the Queen's Gambit. That's like I play D4 when I play chess white, and you know that's
What does
opening up
D4
with-
mean?
So there's 64 squares on a chessboard, and the center squares are E4, E5, D4, D5. And E4, if you push as white, that typically leads to more open positions that are a lot more aggressive. There's a lot more traps. It's a lot more perilous if you don't know what you're doing. And D4 is a bit more conservative. You can kind of like, lock the pawn structures and play more of a slow long game. And that even though like I'm kind of like too aggressive when I play COD, and that's why I fucking suck at that game. But when I play chess, I'm actually I like slower, kind of more positional games. But it's an infinitely complex game, and you can, if you study it, then you can improve substantially really quickly if you study just a few basic principles. And if you play somebody who doesn't know what those principles are, you're going to win 99% of the time. So that's probably why you had such a tough time in the beginning, is because like you were playing against players that are familiar with things like, occupy the center, king safety, space, time, tempo, all these things. And if you're unfamiliar with them, you're going to have a hard time. But in order to do that, you got to study. That's why like it's easier to do when you're younger. You're more receptive to learning. You have more time. If you get older, it's like you got shit to do. You're tired, whatever. It's much more of a commitment, I think, later on in life. But I was fortunate enough to play in a tournament, a Twitch Rivals tournament, and it was called a Hand and Brain tournament. And so, these people like me would get paired up with some of the best chess players in the world, like the Botez sisters and whatever. And I got paired up with Hikaru Nakamura, who's like literally like one of the best chess players in the world. He's like top 5. And it was such an incredible honor. I mean, really, there's only like 1,200 grandmasters in the entire world. So these people are like wizards, Gandalf status of wisdom. And
well, there was only one Gandalf. Let's get that straight.
True. I played in this tournament with him, and we won. And it was like one of the fucking coolest experiences of my life. It was such an incredible honor to play with him. It was so much fun. Chess is great.
You were playing against the other guy's partners, not against the grandmasters.
Yeah, so it would be like I was the hand, and so the way that it worked was the brain, who was Hikaru, well, that was my partner. He would tell me which piece to move, but he couldn't specify which one. So if he said knight, he couldn't tell me which knight. So if there's 2 knights on the board, I had to kind of figure it out. Yeah. So he would just say knight, and then I would make a move with the knight, and he would say pawn, and that's how it went down. And so yeah, it was.
Were you afraid of disappointing him?
Yeah, I was so nervous. Like one of those chess tournaments that I played in a few. I did pretty well in all of them, but one of them I was in the finals. I made it all the way to the finals, and I won one. I got first in one of them, but I came in second in another one. And the one that I came in second in, I was so incredibly anxious and worried and nervous the morning of that I was like, I couldn't eat breakfast because like if I get nervous, I can't eat. Like some people, it's like the opposite. They like want to eat a lot when they get nervous.
So I am.
But I can't eat. So I can't. And I was like literally dry heaving in the shower, like I was so fucking nervous. It was like, I don't know why though, but yeah, for some reason that just really got under.
It's adrenaline. It's adrenaline.
It was adrenaline. Yeah, that's what it was. And I beat him the first game, and then he beat me the next 2 games. So I was like, oh. And I almost beat him the third game too. But it's a super rewarding game, and it helps with self-esteem too. Because like if you can apply yourself and improve at something, then you're gonna think better of yourself, and that's gonna give you confidence and to do other things too. Like, well, if I can learn that, then I can learn to speak Spanish, or I can learn to cook, whatever.
Weightlifting's like that too.
Yeah,
you can set those goals and do similar things. You were talking about media though, like we really are in a golden age. I feel like there's so much like fan service. Like when I was a kid, like. This stuff was scarce. Like I guess I'm really thinking about like comic books for a second, in particular. But man, it was Saturday morning cartoons. That's when I got my little taste of like Batman and Spider-Man. And I guess I was sort of aware that comic books existed, but in my little town, there was no place to get those. They weren't even at the grocery store. Like I don't know where comic books. They weren't a thing. So
you grew up in North Carolina?
No, Georgia, Northeast Georgia. But like. Now, I mean, I just watched that new Spider-Man movie, and I got 3 Spider-Men that span my like most of my adult lifehood, because Tobey Maguire was Spider-Man when I was in high school, and like I've got 3 Spider-Men flying around the Statue of Liberty, like saving the universe from like all the Spider-Man villains at the same time, and I'm just like, this is so fucking cool. Like I hope that like 12-year-olds who are watching this are like also starry-eyed, like wide-eyed, watching 3 Spider-Men spinning around too, because we didn't get 3 Spider-Men. We just got the one, and he didn't do shit.
When Andrew Garfield Spider-Man saves MJ in this one, I fucking legit got emotional. I was like, oh fuck.
Oh yeah.
Like that made me feel feelings. Holy shit, I couldn't believe it.
I cried. Yeah, I cried when he saved Mary Jane.
Good feelings, bad feelings. When a movie makes me actually feel feelings, I'm impressed.
I'm a pussy when it comes to these movies. I'm really sensitive to those triumphant moments and stuff. Come from behind, or when the good guys come at the last minute, and it's not cliche necessarily. It's like, oh, they're here, yeah. And if the music's done just right, like I'll cry like a fucking baby. I cried a couple times during that Spider-Man movie when they're on the rooftop and they're all talking about how their Uncle Ben's died. I'm over there. There was a part where it was the first part where they said, with great power comes great responsibility. And I did that little thing where you go, I was like, no, don't cry. Don't cry.
It's so weird because I cry a lot in movies too. I really do. I like, and I just want to bring it back to Everything Everywhere All at Once. Let me just make one more pitch for you guys. The movie will make you laugh hysterically for the first hour and 20 minutes because it's absurd. It revels in absurdity as sort of like a comedic device. But for the last 45 minutes straight, I'm saying 45 minutes straight, I saw it twice in theaters and I was sobbing for 45 minutes straight. I had never had a movie do that. Everything Everywhere All at Once. And, I left the theater and I thought to myself, is that the best movie of all time? Like I had that thought. And then, I looked at online and what people were saying, and I'm not alone. Like there are a lot of people that are like, that is the best movie I've ever seen.
I'll look into it for sure. I like A24 and, I really like, I know it's escaping me. And I literally just watched a whole 30-minute video about it. What's the one with the little girl that does the Hereditary?
I
love Hereditary.
Oh,
it's grown on me. At first I hated it. At
Did
first
you see Midsommar?
I liked it less, but it's
really,
it's that man, it's both those movies do this thing where it's sustained uncomfortableness, this uncomfortability or whatever, like you just
tension.
You cannot like sit comfortably in your seat for the duration of the movie because there's always something so odd and yet benign happening you're just oh.
His next movie, he his name's Ari Aster, and he's like quickly becoming one of my favorite filmmakers because he's just so creative and unique. But
really smart guy.
His next project, he described it as a 4-hour comedy horror film, and I was like, yes, pump that shit immediately. And I don't care what that guy does. But what I was gonna say was like, I cry, like I get emotional in movies, especially as I've gotten older. I'm like a little bit more comfortable being like vulnerable, but
okay.
I still have that instinct, that urge to, especially if I'm not by myself, like I'll watch a lot of movies with my fiance. I'll like want to hold those tears back. So
yeah, for sure. I don't want to cry in front of her. It's so
exhausting and stupid. I wish I didn't have that instinct, and I just felt comfortable. I don't know if it's like a macho thing or whatever.
Nah,
like
you're protecting her.
My dad's a real stoic guy, and
if you were to speak with a therapist about that, I bet when you got to the bottom of it, you're protecting her.
I take a different vibe on it.
Mm-hmm.
I blame her. She should make you feel comfortable. She should put you in a place where you can do this, right? Like when I think about the environment I try to create for my girl, it's like she should feel comfortable and reassured and know that like whatever she's doing, it's okay. She needs to give that to you, Hutch. That's part of her role.
No, she's
not taking it. He's not comfortable. It's not like she went, pussy? What the fuck? No, that didn't happen.
She's reassured me so many times. Great. Like afterwards, she's like, I could tell you wanted to cry. Why don't you just cry? I'm like, I don't. It's hard for me to reverse that instinct. It's so
I'm like,
deeply
she needs
ingrained.
to put her head on his chest and give him the it's okay. Like,
she does though, and when she does that, she will come over and like rub my back or whatever. And even then, I'm still.
I didn't like that. Like, get your hands off me! Don't touch me. You know I don't do physical touch. She knows.
You don't do physical touch?
Oh, like how does that work in a relationship?
Jesus Christ. I'm joking. No, I think like I was trying to explain to a girl about Rose Namajunas about her last 3 or 4 fights, and it's really inspirational, and it ends with her taking her belt back and beating this badass motherfucker again. And then like she's doing this like is it self aspirational? Is that what I'm looking for? Stuff before the thing where she's like, I'm the best. Her boyfriend / trainer is like, who's the best? I'm the best. Who's the best? I'm the best.
She's in tears.
And you can tell she means it. Like she's not just repeating words. She means it. And she goes in and fucking kicks this badass bitch in the head in like 30 seconds and knocks her the fuck out. And the whole crowd melts down. All of her loved ones are there. She's crying. Joe Rogan's there. She's like, before the fight, you were saying something over and over. You said you're the best. And she's crying and she goes, I am the best. And it's beautiful.
And she is. She's got 7 pounds of gold around her waist that proves it. I remember when she beat Joanna Jędrzejczyk. That's like
close enough.
90% right.
I know that can't be a name.
Jędrzejczyk. Anyway, she beat her, and then no one could believe it. No one could believe that she beat her because she was the champ. She had so many defenses. Joanna did, and when she knocked her off her throne, it was outrageous. So they gave her an immediate match.
Yeah,
and then she beat her again. And afterwards, she goes, I'm just better. And it was like, you actually are. You are. Go, girl.
And she's this little cute white girl with blue eyes and a shaved head.
She doesn't look like a fighter.
No. And she's the baddest motherfucker in her weight class. She's a little ninja. She's a fucking ninja.
By that woman who
she got dropped on her head, and they were tangled up in like a half-ass submission type hold thing, and the other chick dropped her upside down on her head, and it like knocked her unconscious, and then she had to take a year off.
Was that the woman that with like HGH head? Who is that?
She does have a large head, but this is a much smaller weight division. Her name's Jessica. You're thinking of Cyborg. This is a different Brazilian on steroids called Jessica Andrade.
a different Brazilian on steroids. Yeah. There seem to be a lot of Brazilians on steroids in UFC.
Yeah, they can get away with it down there because USADA doesn't want to make the flight.
Let me tell you. Let me pitch you one more time on Everything Everywhere All at Once. You guys remember the Goonies and
yes,
and
Chunky
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
Oh yeah.
If it's like the Goonies, I'm in.
The little boy that's in both of those films. So he,
the Asian kid.
The Asian kid, yeah.
Dr. Jones, Dr. Jones.
Yeah. So I can't remember his name, but he's in this movie, and this is the first movie that he has been in since the Goonies. And what had happened? No, you laugh, but it's a really beautiful, moving story. And Jamie Lee Curtis is in it as well. I mean, and Michelle Yeoh. It's just such a phenomenal.
Oh, I like the cast. All right, dude, I'm going to watch your movie.
I'll check this out.
So this kid, he was watching all of his peers that were in these like 80s films, I can't remember their names off the top of my head. Woody, maybe you would know more than I would. But
Corey Feldman, maybe Macaulay Culkin.
like that crowd, like that, like the
Drew
famous
Barrymore.
Like kids. He was watching all of his peers get these auditions and get all these roles and become these superstars, but there weren't a lot of roles for like Asian guys back then. And so eventually he just gave up and didn't want to act anymore. And he moved into directing like stage plays, I think, or something like that. And I think or teaching acting. And he had been doing that for like decades, like 2 decades or 3 decades or whatever. And then Crazy Rich Asians came out. And it became this like cultural phenomenon and made, hundreds of millions of dollars. And so he said he got FOMO watching that. He's like, oh, I want to do that. And it made him want to like get back into acting. So he calls this guy and asks him to be his agent. Like, would you represent me and try to get me some roles? And the guy said, sure. And he called him 2 weeks later with this role, and he auditioned for this role and he got it. And this kid, who's like this iconic, he has these iconic lines from these movies, these iconic movies from the 80s. He comes back 30 minutes later and then he makes, he's a part of this project, which I legitimately believe it's like, if it's not the best movie of all time, it's like easily top 5. For me, it's subjective, of course.
I'm going to watch it. I need something to watch for the weekend. So check it out.
Just fucking do it. I'm begging you guys.
No, I'm going to do it.
And it's in theaters now?
Human being.
No, it's out.
It's in theaters. Yeah, it's in theaters now. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm not doing that.
Well, you don't have to do that, but it's coming back to.
When it comes out, I'll grab it though.
I'm gonna steal it
Jesus, what did he really mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to
Steal
get
it
my.
online.
I'm going to pirate this.
Yeah, Kyle, that's a good thing to do. Do the shotgun cocking thing when you say other stuff. I'm gonna steal this movie.
I'm too paranoid. I mean, I think probably all of us had our pirate patches on at one point during the wild west of the internet, but
I pay for
I don't know
Sony
if
Vegas.
it's just me. I'm a naturally paranoid guy, and I just assume the worst is going to happen. So I don't pirate anything anymore. Basically,
Look, I'm a very safe guy. The only sketchy thing I do, I order drugs off the internet. That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
All right,
there's
that's the
nothing
one
wrong
thing.
with that. It's legal.
I wanted to
It's
ask you guys
legal
how
most of the times.
I wanted to ask you guys how you feel about smoking weed before workouts, but I don't know if that's a tough
Yeah. So I
subject,
smoked.
or-
No, not at all.
God.
So I ordered my Delta 8 off the internet. Now it's so funny that like I was at my dad's place and I was like, all that trouble was because I had my friend mail me like 14 grams. I was like, I ordered this off the internet. This is Delta 8. It's 100% legal. It gets me just as high, and it costs like pennies. Like it's so cheap.
Is that like CBD or is it similar to CBD?
No,
What is it?
they've tinkered with the molecule and they've made like all sorts of acronyms. And I barely passed chemistry, so I'm not going to get into any made up nonsense. But I smoke one of the 3 or 4 acronyms that seem to really get you high that they make out of hemp, and and it costs like a couple bucks per gram to like get, and so you can get like 100 grams for like 100, or excuse me, not 100 grams. You can get it for the more you buy, the cheaper it is. So you can buy this stuff very cheap, and then you can just put it in like a vape pen.
Dude,
and,
I love getting high before I work out. I
I do too.
love it. It's like my favorite thing.
I disagree with I love getting high and smoking weed. It's fun, but and I've tried it many times where I'm like, I'm just going to get a little high and then go work out. And it takes me off a little bit. Like
It's
I like
different
to
for
almost
everybody.
save it towards like,
Let me tell you what I do.
I like it as like an end of the night thing. Like when everything I have to do for the day is done, then I'll do it. And it's like, all right, now I'm like enjoying it, feeling relaxed.
I like
But
to
if I do it before I have like something to do, I don't get anything out of it.
So I'm not smoking it to get relaxed, right? Like I kind of want like
I want Magic the Gathering Arena to be more fun. And so
no, I'm talking when I work out lately because not only do I like to smoke, but I'll also take like all my caffeine stuff too and get like all like pinprick like pupils so that I can go in there angry and hungry and do stuff. And then I got my TV playing like the scene where like Iron Man catches the hammer and stuff while I'm doing leg curls. like he breaks his arm and he cinches it back together and I'm like, I could do one more. So like I try to go all out and try to motivate myself as much as possible. And part of that's being a little dopey, I guess, so I don't get distracted by something else.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just up to the person.
Everybody's body is different. Like weed doesn't necessarily relax me. So, like for me, the experience is like I feel like I'm more in tune with like what we were talking about before with like the mind muscle connection thing. Like I can feel I can feel more specifically which muscles are being pushed to the limit, and it helps me focus. But some people, if they smoke weed, they're going to want to get lazy and they don't want to like do anything. And so it's not going to work for them. But yeah.
Do you take TRT yet? Have you done that?
No, I don't think I will. I mean, I'm not judgmental of it, but I'm just, never say never. I don't know. But like, it's not something that I'm thinking about right now.
Fair. Have you ever gotten your testosterone tested?
No.
It's, I think it's, what I would say is it's not healthy to have low testosterone. That's the only thing I know for sure. I don't know. I feel really good. Here's two
I'm not
different
trying to
case
bald
studies.
anymore though. Like we were talking about.
I told you about the finasteride.
We were talking about the thing before, but I have like a little bit of a horseshoe situation here, but it's kind of leveled off. And I'm afraid if I introduce more testosterone into the situation that it's just going to be.
It absolutely
like
probably.
But if you go like
Normandy on
really Mr. Clean level bald, it'll be motivation to get really jacked because bald jacked guys look tremendous.
Especially if they can grow like good beards too.
And you can. So you're in the mix if that were to happen.
No, that would be a concern. Like I said, I would take the finasteride as well. I do take the finasteride.
Is that a pill or a cream or something?
Pill. You got to start on the finasteride. You'll keep your hair forever. It doesn't have any negative side effects. It's so cheap. It's a little
I'm
pill.
gonna let myself get like 2/3 into a Costanza and then start taking
God
it.
damn it!
I'm gonna
It's so
stop
hard.
it there.
Your hair's
You know that's
fine,
a terrible
though. Look at
idea.
you.
Oh, I know. I don't.
You're doing
hopefully-
great.
My dad has a bunch of hair.
His
My
hair's
grandpa
fine
does, so I think
now.
I'm good.
The point is keeping what we have now and never taking us. We're like the fucking Space Marines. Never a step backwards. God damn it! All right,
No yielded ground.
we're here. We're here. All the follicles up there. They're with me right now. They're all going. We're here. Like
But you don't want like too aggressive of a hairline. Who was it? Paul Ryan. There was some
Yeah,
politician
it's
who
too
had the
much.
hairline of like a 7-year-old boy, because like young boys, their hairline comes down
Oh,
so
yeah.
low, and
It
there
looked like he
maybe
was-
it was Paul Ryan, maybe it was someone else, but they had the
Ronald
Paul
Reagan had a
Paul
good
Ryan
hairline
had a
like that, too.
Had a healthy head of hair. That guy.
Remember that
Did you say
picture of
Ron-
him like
Paul
curling
Ryan.
13 pounds?
Yeah, Paul Ryan
That's
has.
so funny.
Ronald
Yeah.
Reagan is usually the guy I call out as having like a just amazingly good hairline.
for his age, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, he had great hair.
For any age.
His hair outlasted his
It could
brain.
have
Can
been
we
a
get a-
wig.
See if it's as good as I think it is. Zach, a Ronald Reagan picture, please.
It definitely colored that shit. Let's not.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
he
sure.
colored it. Yeah,
He was
yeah.
strong. He had a strong hairline for sure.
Yeah.
Solid hair.
There's who's the alpha male guy on YouTube? We've had him as a guest before. He might be
Oh.
alpha male, right?
I don't remember. He talks about like the hair stuff and exercise, right?
Look at that hairline.
Wow, that
Oh,
is
powerful
okay.
hair.
Guy's like 77 years old in that picture.
77 years old, out of his mind. But look at that hair.
Yeah, but he's got the hairline of a high school kid. It's
Yeah.
solid.
He's like, there's like an unfinished Lego set right off screen.
Oh, come on. That man won the Cold War.
Single-handedly.
By himself with that hairline.
It's called Reaganomics. We're not going to get into this. You
Yeah.
fucking commie.
It's called
Bro, you brought up politics.
Dude, it's gonna start trickling down any minute.
Please, no. I'll surrender. I'll surrender.
Taylor's right. We're
No, it's
man, just
the-
another 30, 40 years. We'll trickle down.
It'll get to us eventually. It's
it's interesting you
It's
bring it
been
up because
trickling.
I'm at like an interesting time in my life because obviously like I was really plugged in with politics stuff for like the Trump era and it was
Right.
tied to what I did for work. So even though like when I reflect and I look back on that time, I think about all the wasted time because I spent a lot of time consumed with things that were outside of my ability to influence or control. And I really started thinking about that more and more. Like, am I helping anything in any
Yeah.
meaningful sense by spending this amount of time thinking about it or upset about it or worried about it? And I finally, it's a process. Everybody goes through their own process of like figuring out whatever lessons they need to figure out. And so this year for me, over like the last 7 or 8 or 9 months, I've started to come to a place where like I'm still interested. I still try to be informed, and I still talk about it sometimes and tweet about it sometimes. But I'm moving to a point where I'm really starting to think about the concept of time more. And
I've had a
It just-
similar journey, but not quite about the time. I used to be, I still watch politics. I still stay informed. I try to do my thing. During the Trump era, I would try to convince other people. I feel like nationally, everybody was, right? Whether they be red or blue, everyone was trying to get other guys to see the error of their ways. And I would do it. The thing is, when you're the fact check guy, you spend 10 times as much effort as the bullshit guy did. Right? The bullshit guy just throws crap on his Facebook page, maybe some photoshopped image, and then you have to find the real image, find out what happened, and break all this down.
Mhm.
So that's what I would do. And then they would still not change their minds. They'd be like, okay, I'll admit this one thing about for example, the Trump said, I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan to some extent. I don't follow closely,
Go
but he's
Birds.
like, I don't like a football team that kneels. And it's like literally no one kneels from the Philadelphia Eagles. 0 people have ever fucking kneeled on the Philadelphia Eagles. So Trump implied they did. That's bullshit. And then he's like, well, you know what? Staying in the locker room during the national anthem isn't any better. Why did you say that? They've never done that either. You're implying they did that. Now I have
God,
to
he's
go.
good. God,
Right.
he's good. Did he do that?
Yeah,
Because that
these are
shows-
true things. He's
All right,
a
so you
fucking
can't say
lying
he's-
sack of shit. He's a fucking like for all the things
He's a
Trump has
master.
done well and
That
not
proves how
well.
smart he is.
He's a liar. He's a master liar. If you want me to come to your side, okay. But it's so untrue. All the time, everything he says is lies and untruths. He's about to release his healthcare plan. I know it's 2 weeks away, right? It's coming any day now. He'll release his healthcare plan.
Oh, they're coming.
So-
NFL players are at it again, taking a knee. Oh my god!
Get ready, man. He's coming back.
Oh, well, that's irrelevant. That's
Well, where I was headed
That's-
with all
that's
this
not
was
relevant.
I would sit there and like fact check and disprove the bullshit that
Yeah.
would come from his side, which takes so much more time than just saying, "Hey, waiting in the locker room's not any better."
Yeah.
And I never changed a mind.
Yeah.
Never,
And it's
not
like a
once.
game of
Wow.
whack-a-mole.
Can I say this? Can I jump in? Like the thing about it is, some of the minds that you were trying to change knew that it was all silly. Like that's a big part of like the Trump movement is that a lot of people like Trump because he stirs people up, and a lot of the people that are getting stirred up are people they don't necessarily jive with. It's like,
You're giving them too much credit. You're giving my Facebook feed too much credit. These idiots.
Oh, well, that's a different story. I'm thinking of Twitter.
believed
I
all
thought of
this
Twitter.
shit. Well, maybe Twitter, and certainly, like you said, like you know, there are people who enjoy the meta.
But you
game
can't
of all
change
this.
anyone's mind about
You
virtually
can't.
anything.
Yeah,
You
not
can
on
change
mine.
you've changed my mind many times because I'm very open to having my mind changed. And I'm sure we've all changed each other's minds.
I got in shape because of you.
I'm sorry. What? How?
No, I got in shape
I got
because of
in
you.
shape.
Oh.
Yeah, fitness.
I thought
was
he said
inspired.
I got in shit at first too, and I'm like, no,
Oh.
that can't be right because that doesn't make any sense.
No. I was
I'm
just
like,
trying
I'm-
to.
I'm sorry,
One
what
of the
did I do?
areas in which you've influenced me was fitness.
And you
Fair.
guys collectively were like one of the inspiration. Like there's a lot of people that got in shit, but you guys are collectively one of the, especially you, Woody. I saw somebody came in my chat, and fucking posted a topless picture of you. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ! And so like that was one of the things
I get
that
graded on
that
a scale. I love it.
that I drew from. I was like, God damn. Okay, well, you know what? Like this is something that's attainable. I started thinking about it differently. I was like, oh, I think I can actually do this. But yeah, you guys
Woody does like the same workout program that I do. That and Taylor also does it. Woody's diet very close to my diet. Like I'm sure he's got his chicken and pork because he doesn't want to go insane eating ground bison for a year. But like, you know, you don't have to go insane like that. Who fucking cares about your micronutrients if you're insane at some point? I do,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But no, that's a year of him grinding, and he like went from somewhere where he was just like, nah, I'm not too happy with this. This isn't really cutting the mustard. To like, God damn, like in a year. It's really impressive.
But going back to what you said a minute ago, it's also like a game of whack-a-mole too. Because even if you do manage to change like one person's mind, and it happened very infrequently, but sometimes in the many ludicrous amount of Twitter arguments that I would spend my time doing, and I still like do it sometimes. Like nobody's perfect, but like for the most part, I don't really do it too much anymore compared. But even in the rare occurrence that you can change someone's mind, it's like there's 10 more people just waiting in the wings, just
Yeah.
to repeat something that is like
I didn't
blatantly
and a lot
how
of
I
them-
can prove them
a lot
wrong,
of them
but
don't
not
care
change their
either.
mind. If you prove them wrong and don't change their mind, that seems unfair to me. You know, like, oh, okay, so that wasn't true, but things like that are still true. It's like, well, shucks, how do I beat that?
It's like my favorite line from "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?" We're not one at a time in it here. We're mass communicating. That's how you should treat like ideas and like thoughts like this. You should do like what we're doing right now. If there was an audience out there screaming back at us, this just wouldn't fucking work. Like you just have to listen to what we say, evaluate it, and if you care enough to have your mind changed, you'll go and do your own research, and maybe it will. Maybe you'll even see that we're idiots, and you'll get that down too. You'll be like, oh, good thing I didn't take them at face value.
I've changed my
But
mind.
that's on
about-
you.
I've changed my mind about a few things that really in the last couple of years, and it's not easy. Like when your ego and your personality, the way you see yourself, is tied to, I don't want to say an ideology, but like sort of like a social media like political identity. It's really hard to. It's really hard to make that be like a malleable thing. Like
That's not a malleable
it's like
thing.
It's like a really rigid thing, and like that doesn't mean like I still have like principles that I believe in. So I don't think I've like buckled too much on like what my priorities and goals are, but certain certain things, certain like specific facts, I've been scratching my head over the last couple of years, like, was I thinking about that in like a way that wasn't really correct, maybe? And like, and that it's difficult to challenge yourself and do that. Like, your ego steps in and doesn't want to, because then that means that all that time that you spent before defending that position that was possibly wrong was a total fucking waste of time. And nobody wants to think that way. I think that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to get people to change their minds when they're really digging their heels in on a certain thing. And even if you present them with counter data or evidence or whatever that blatantly contradicts what they have to say, it's still difficult to break
cut
out
through
of that.
You can cut through that sometimes if you present someone with like real clear ideas and then ask them what they think about those ideas or those notions. But if it's ever got the brand name of a particular side attached to it, or it's one of those bills that they've given some trendy name that makes it sound like more palatable, or God forbid the opposite, it's been given a name like the death tax or something like that, for example. Although it is a death tax, fuck you. Don't take my money.
I don't know anything about that.
No, I don't either. It just depends. I don't know.
Yeah. And I mean, like, it's also important to remember, like, online, or I guess not even online, face to face, and like sitting in person in particular, and you're having a conversation, it's much easier to reconcile with someone because you're like, this is a real individual sitting there. This is a person with thoughts and ideas and feelings. Like, okay, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe I disagree, but okay, we'll leave it there. Now we'll talk about something fun. Whereas the internet, especially text-based, you're so removed from the reality of the individual on the other side that you just can be an absolute merciless cunt and then just be like, whatever, who cares? Everybody else is a retard. Or like, you know, and sometimes I think of it like, because I know this has happened to me where like someone will tell me like the universal healthcare was a good example. Like 7 years ago or whatever, even more recently than that, I was like, you know, just had in my head like, oh, that's bad. That's a bad thing. Why? I don't really know. It'll cost too much money or something. And then like it was over time, just like reading more about it, that like it wasn't a one day thing. It was just over time. Like, yeah, these arguments don't really make sense. We're already paying for the healthcare. That like, what do you talk? A bunch of people are going to get it for free, and it just kind of evolved over time into a different belief system. You know, maybe that's a bad example.
Plus, you just got to have a hospital, and you saw how well the current system works, right?
Well, I mean, it worked well because you know I was sitting there with an arm laceration.
Terrible service, terrible. Like the waiting room sucked. Like the doctor,
Okay, that's fair. The doctor did suck. Yeah, I took the stitches out. I've got Mederma all over it right now, so you can't really see much. It's all covered in white.
Mederma?
Scars.
It's like a scar cream, and so I'm putting this all over it because
it's the COVID shot.
It's gonna look gross.
Moderna.
Wait, what?
Moderna is the COVID thing. Mederma, like dermatology, is what you use to get rid of like scars.
Woody, gun to your head. Woody, gun to your head. Which is which? Which is which?
The ma is the scar one. Wait, I wasn't wrong? I was right?
Yeah, you're right.
No, I've never. Hopefully, this shit works because yeah, Kyle. Now that you said that, Kyle, yeah, you're right. They did fuck me over. I didn't mind being triaged in the waiting room because like there were old people dying and shit. But like, fuck, they did. I'm gonna have a nasty ass scar now because of how bad they stitched me together.
No, the way it looks, it's gonna be fine. I have a pretty gnarly one, like here on my finger, because I got some substandard care when I was like 12 or 13, and I just remember my mom when I got home was like, "Hey, what? Who did that to you?" Like she was so indignant. She's like, "That's the hand you'll have your wedding ring on." Even at 12, I was like, "We'll see about that."
Yeah, right. But tomorrow's the first day I can work out again. I'm excited.
But then like I have a huge like incision right here that they covered up super well. It's just a line. It's like a hairline now, you know. So there's a big difference in someone who knows what they're doing and someone who doesn't. Like my doctor was a plastic surgeon before he did what he was doing. So he's like, "Oh, I don't even need to bring anyone in." It's like, "You're not gonna have a scar." And he was just like,
the person who sewed me up was practicing on a corpse 45 seconds before they were in the room. That's like they did such a bad job.
If you care about your scar, get plastics. So Jackie, she likes her collarbone, and she didn't want like a big scar on it. And like you mentioned, this guy had done plastics before he did ortho.
Yeah.
And we trusted him for. He did a good job.
Nice.
But yeah, bring in a plastic surgeon. It probably won't even cost you more. You're probably hitting your deductible on this anyway. If you care about your scar, ask plastics to sew it up.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. And like, I think Americans get a bad rap for being rude, but like, I think in that setting, when I'm at a hospital, I'm trying to be polite to them, even though I'm paying them like $200 an hour right now. No more.
Yeah.
Like if you could envision the money literally leaving my pocket, it would be a steady stream of fivers. I
was cutting,
so I should ask for what I want.
I was cleaning a knife, and I was cleaning it in a stupid way, and I like lost my grip, and the knife just went like right, kind of just sliced. I still have a scar right here, sliced right into my finger. It was a deep cut. And I didn't have health insurance at the time, so but I knew, I'm like, I don't know the last time I had a tetanus shot. This definitely looks like it needs stitches or something. And so I went to the emergency room, and all they did was clean the wound and put super glue, like whatever the hospital super glue that they use, and and then it healed pretty quickly. And then I got a bill in the mail for $3,000.
Whoa!
For some super glue.
Just for some super glue and just cleaning the wound. It took maybe 20 minutes for them to do that.
That's wild.
And
Is that
I signed
LA?
up for health insurance the next day, actually.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully now it sucks when you're like, self-employed creator, because it's like you can't join a pool of, like an insurance pool. And
maybe that's the next business, right? Do we need an insurance program for creators?
Well, Twitch recently, like there was a Bloomberg article that came out where they're talking about like proposed rev share changes, but one of the things that they've been talking about it for like, I don't know, 8 years, but there's some people at the company that have been pushing the company to have some kind of health insurance program which would be huge. Like there's so many services that I think independent creators could benefit from if there was just some kind of catalyst that would like push people to do it.
I want so much coverage that like a hot tub streaming girl can slip and fall, injure herself, and now she can't get it. Now she can't get her tits out anymore, so they have to. Now she's getting paid for during her time for recovery and her hospital bills. I want that. Every American deserves that.
Do you guys get pissed about that? I fucking respect the hustle. Like
about the titty streamers.
Yeah.
No, I guess like I mean, I don't have kids, so I'm not really worried about my kids stumbling upon Twitch, but I bet there's some. The only thing that's a little bit weird is like, are there parents who think Twitch is like a video game site for children that they can just turn them loose on, and then the kids find that weird avenue to like girls licking ears and stuff? Like, I guess that's a concern, but I don't have any kids, so I don't give a shit. And plus, I would know to lock the thing down. Although
like
the kid's got a phone, there's probably like kids Twitch.
Yeah, is that like Netflix where you can click like kids and it doesn't show any sexual
I mean, if they got a
stuff?
phone, they're getting in though, dude. Like you can get anything you want through a phone.
Yeah.
I don't
give
know.
any thought to the titty streamers.
But yeah, I guess I appreciate the hustle.
There are people that are very angry with them. Like a lot of like, I don't want to generalize too much, but it sure seems like the incel crowd just does not like.
Yeah.
It's just so
they don't
bizarre.
steal any.
Now,
nobody who watches my streams is watching those, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah. That's the weirdest thing. It's like I'd have 500 more viewers if the fucking titty streamers weren't here.
Now,
they'd be beating off to me.
well, that
shirtless Woody streams coming.
Exactly, that wouldn't happen. But
I'm gonna do a stream where they donate to clothe me.
Please put it on.
$35 for the scarf.
Article of clothing.
Yeah, no shirt.
Like Augustus Gloop by the end of it.
Just tweaking your nipples.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it does cut into. Maybe somehow it does cut into their money. Like I know that like when I was making videos, there was this reply girl who would like make this quick video of her with her like cleavage out, like if my video was called like watermelon explosion, hers would be called watermelon explosion, and she'd copy my description and my tags, and so she'd get to be in the related videos. Now, why do I care? I don't care that she's making some money. Like do your thing. I didn't like that she got that related video slot because if she's not there, it's my shit. She's literally like came in and like she's manipulating the algorithm in a way that takes that spot from me. And the reason the algorithm works that way is in case that like she was like a relevant reply, or maybe I was like replying somebody, so the algorithm's going to make us sticky. But I always felt like she was taking a little bit of something that I would have earned.
This is why I actually think it's a horrible idea to open source Twitter's algorithm like Elon has been suggesting, because once you open source that algorithm and you tell people exactly what to do, then all the content, it's going to be like, you guys remember YouTube back in the day where it was like people figured out how to like really game that system, and then
Those people,
pets and animals,
content just got worse and worse and worse. And if everybody knows how to game the algorithm, then it's just I feel like the same thing is going to happen there. There is like an interesting philosophical discussion to have about like how much power these social media companies should have, and like, you know, like how much should we empower them to essentially manipulate their users. But I think like making it open source is I don't know. What do you guys think about the Elon thing? Are you guys?
I was going to ask you. Let me lay it out and ask you this question this way.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Twitter has got some of their censorship wrong. Two quick ones I pull on a lot. There was a time where you get banned for saying cloth masks don't work, and now that's generally accepted as cloth masks aren't the move. There was a time when you could get banned for saying COVID originated in a lab, and now that's generally accepted as an opinion that a smart person might have too, right? I'm not saying which is which, but it's definitely not outrageous to say COVID came from a lab. But Twitter was banning for it, right? Twitter was censoring opinions and thoughts that turned out to be right because they were outside
ideologically opposed to it.
Now were they banning people for saying cloth masks aren't as effective, or were they banning people for saying cloth masks do not work? Period.
I don't know.
Either way, you shouldn't be banning people.
They were banning people. In these two instances for opinions that turned out to be on target in the long run, I think. So that tells me that maybe Twitter was too aggressive with some of their censorship. Having said that, a lot of the people who don't like Twitter censorship like online bullying. They like misinformation in a really big way, misinformation that's dangerous to the social health.
Do you want to let Twitter decide what is and isn't misinformation? Because I think that's tricky. A terrible thing to do. Like the social media companies should not be doing that. Like they have their own ideological
I can get on board
interests.
with that thought process, right? Since it's impossible to do it perfectly, should they try it all? You know, there's kind of a nirvana fallacy in that, you know, like, hey, they got a thing wrong, so don't do it at all. Just let fucking morons tell their lies, and suddenly QAnon is the predominant opinion on Twitter.
I think that like you could just have a reasonable terms of service where it's like, yeah, you can't like dox people, you can't promote violence against people, but yeah, if you have a wild take about a conspiracy, whatever. Like that's what it more should be.
I think in the case of Twitter, they took the steps to increase moderation and restrict more posts or topics when they felt that the real world harm was significant enough. Now that's like a subjective thing, you know, like if you ask people what's going to be more harmful, like different people are going to have different answers. But if you look at like you know, I'm not trying to get like deep in the weeds in like political stuff, but like when you look at like election 2020, and I mean, I think probably everybody in this call would agree that there were a lot of lies that were being spread, and a lot of those lies, maybe I'm assuming too much, but a lot of those lies, you can draw a direct line between those lies and the events of January 6th, which a lot of people like try to minimize, but you know, that was a significant thing that happened. Huge. And it could have been much worse.
Literally, the president tried to stage a coup to stay in power when he lost, and they overthrew the government kind of temporarily to prevent them from certifying the next president. They took over the building and spread shit on the walls, and the right. Yeah.
I didn't hear about the poop.
No, it's literally a true thing. And, you know, we've got guys putting their feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk, which I guess is just disrespect, but it's also like
they were shitting in the halls of Congress. They were pissing on the walls and shit on the walls. And I mean, it was crazy. Like,
it's a serious America's government, well, very temporarily, has kind of been fucking toppled. And it doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good.
That's ridiculous.
They took over the
government
building
had been toppled by a bunch of boomers.
They were trying to pass a law, and they kicked them out of the building, took it over, and prevented it from happening for, I don't know, 10 hours. I made that up, but it's
I think saying like the American government was toppled, I think is maybe like
a
slight
ridiculous.
but Well, I mean, like it was a significant thing that happened, and like, and part of the reason why is because, but like someone, Zach is saying in the chat here, there is a possibility of overcorrection, like the Hunter Biden laptop thing. That was a clear example of overcorrecting. At the same time, I'm, and this might be a reflection of my own biases, but I'm sympathetic to them being very vigilant about that kind of thing leading up to the 2020 election, because they got so much shit along with Facebook in 2016 for not taking what many people thought were sufficient steps to address troll farms that were like thriving on spreading lies and confusing people and fucking up the discourse. So I don't know if I'm I don't think that no moderation is going to lead to anything, or like the way that Elon described it is he envisions Twitter's terms of service to be a reflection of the United States Constitution, the First Amendment, which is like kind of nonsensical for a couple of reasons. But like, if you were to do that and restrict moderation to, is it legal? Okay, you can say it. I don't know how that's not going to turn into 4chan in like 2 months flat. I
don't think it would. I don't think it would turn into 4chan in 2 months. I think that it would. I don't think it would be as dramatic a change as people think. I think that more people would just feel comfortable tweeting. It would probably make the platform bigger. It is the smallest, most insignificant of the major platforms as far as big tech. I don't think it would be as big a change as people are saying. I don't know what he's going to do with the terms.
Here's what I hope happens.
I'm just very averse to censorship. Like,
but you don't think that you would see like the N-word, for example? You don't think that would become prolific?
You can still find that on there. Yeah, it might be. It might be more
everywhere.
Prolific.
It's their moderation team. I mean, it's not perfect. There's a lot of users, but it is. Yeah. They do a lot better job now of clamping down on that kind of speech, and I just don't understand the social utility. How does it benefit us as a society to like tolerate?
I don't think it's up to Twitter to decide what benefits us and what doesn't.
Well, I mean, sure it is. I mean, and if Elon can, if the purchase goes through, it'll be up to him, and that's just an undeniable.
We trust
reality.
Elon.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe he'll run it into the ground. Maybe it will be an unusable shithole. Who knows?
No.
Or maybe it won't.
Now people are speculating that it's not going to happen because, like, he put up a significant amount of collateral in the form of Tesla stock, and there was in like $20 billion of financing that he got, outside financing. There's a clause where if Tesla stock drops below 40%, then they can collect, which would drive Tesla stock down even more. So like, this is like a very significantly risky move. And the fact that he spent the last couple of days like very, very openly just like shitting on many people that work at the highest levels of Twitter.
I'm liking that.
I do like that.
Now people are speculating that it might not actually go through. I don't know if that.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope that he comes in.
I want to bring Trump back.
I hope he brings Trump back. That's step one. Then verified accounts, and then paid accounts.
Do you really think that Trump would come back though? Because I don't think that he wants to be under the thumb of anyone. I don't think Trump likes the idea of anyone having any power over him whatsoever. So
I agree with that.
It's possible that he could come back, but I feel like his ego is so big.
So he has his own thing.
He wouldn't allow that.
He has
his own thing sucks.
He has that Truth Media thing or whatever he does, his own Twitter competitor that doesn't
Social,
work.
Yeah,
that's
not real.
My prediction is that Elon Musk will. Wait, that happened, or is that a joke?
He just posted that on Truth today. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't give a shit about that.
Is he photoshopped in? That doesn't look. That looks so
Man, Trump's grass is so green.
Pretty sure.
He has a shadow between his feet, but nowhere else. I think he might be photoshopped in, boys.
He'd be standing right underneath the sun.
Underneath the sun. He's like high noon here at Mar-a-Lago.
Specifically,
Mr. President, get 2 steps to the left, get you directly under that sun.
So that's Truth Network he's posted on. That's it. It looks like Twitter.
It's called Truth Social.
Truth Social. Yeah.
I like that.
And it's funny because the way that they calculate a follower count is they do their own, like, so if you have like 500 Truth followers or whatever on that platform and you have 300,000 on Twitter, then they give you 300,500 followers. They incorporate Twitter follower account within. So when you go to their site and look at the follower count, it makes it look like that platform is way more
bigger.
active than it actually is.
Yeah.
So
That's hilarious. You can't just steal your. Like, can you imagine that? Like, you just you write YouTube. Like, I wanted to see if you could change my sub count. Go ahead and add my Twitch in there. Add my Twitter in there. I'm really trying to make waves this year. Like, that's ridiculous. I mean, it has to look silly though, because then someone who has 1,030,000 followers is going to be getting zero engagement, right?
If I were Elon Musk, I would, and the Twitter thing went through, I would at the same time buy Donald Trump's thing from him. That and in that way, you have paid Donald Trump to come back to Twitter and do his thing some more. That would be like the thing I do right after I
That's a clever idea. It'd be expensive, but how much is Trump worth? Is Trump worth $1 billion?
No, you negotiate it with Trump behind the scenes and be like, we'll say it's this much, but really it's that much, and you'll get this much because he doesn't care about dollars as much as he cares about
image.
Image is what's important.
Him and Trump don't get along. They don't
if Elon bought like Truth I don't even know the name of it. That's how silly it is. If he bought that thing for $50 million or $100 million, and that Donald Trump would look like the genius, and he'd be getting paid to come back to. It'd be great.
He's not going to have to do anything to get him to come back.
Trump and Elon don't get along, but I don't feel like I'm making this up, but I don't think it's a deep-seated dislike that can't be resolved. Trump hasn't gotten along with a lot of people, and as soon as they go pro-Trump, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think you're gonna have to coax him back to Twitter at all. Like, he's first and foremost, Donald Trump loves Donald Trump. He's a narcissist, and so like, you give him the ability to go back and immediately be once again the biggest social media account on earth. Like, he's going to take it. He likes the attention.
Is that good for Republicans?
Oh, yes. I'm just saying what I think he will do. I don't know.
You think it's good for? I think probably more than half of the Republican Conference in Congress was thrilled when Donald Trump was banned because it made their jobs so much easier. Do you have any idea how much time they had to spend answering media questions about like how do you feel about this tweet?
Did they not like they didn't like their free media coverage? Getting to talk about core issues.
But he would do stuff like it would be like a Republican running for a small seat in Connecticut, and they'd be like, I don't like Trump, and then he's like subtweeting them to 200 million people, like, well, you suck, and I don't like you, and you're going to lose, and like, which is funny. But
I think
it's also
and McCarthy are both thrilled that Donald Trump is banned. And
McCarthy too.
Nervous. McCarthy and Trump. I mean, it's a tepid alliance between those two. Like, it's a strategic alliance, but McCarthy doesn't have a high opinion of him, according to.
I've got Trump winning the presidency again. I think it's definitely going to happen.
You think he's going to win it?
He's going to win it all. No, he's going to win it all. He's taking it home.
He's going to get Grover Cleveland off that high horse. It's
going to be the first
2 terms over 3.
I mean, one was stolen from him. He's going to count that. That'll be his thing.
He's going to count it the same way Truth Social counts followers.
Yeah.
To say he's won 3 times. He totally will.
Yeah.
But he's never won a popular vote. But
I'm not convinced he's going to run again. I mean, that might be copium, but I'm not convinced he's going to run again. I mean, like, put yourself in his shoes.
Okay.
Like, do you really think that he I don't think he liked the job of the presidency. I think he liked the authority and the respect that he thought it commanded him. And if you look at what his role is right now, what is he? He's a kingmaker. There's no risk. Like, what's the risk? He endorses someone and they lose. Who gives a fuck? Well, they weren't as good. He will just find a way to rationalize why they lost anyways. It has nothing to do with him. So if you're in his shoes, he just has so much, like, he will be the leader of the Republican Party until he dies, probably. And if he tries to run again, I don't know if he can stomach the idea of a loss again.
He won't have to.
Here's what I think. I think, one, people are going to be surprised how much he aged in the 4 years he was gone. Right? They're just going to, holy smokes, look at him walk now. Look at him move. Look at him talk. I think there's going to be a difference.
Oh, boy.
Maybe long COVID, but I'm really just thinking that, but when did he end his term? Was
he's
he
old and he's fat. Yeah.
Yeah. Is he going to 74 to 78? Is that going to be the get?
He was 76 when he ended his term.
Dude, next to Joe Biden, he looks like an Olympian.
He's spry.
It's not even true.
It's true.
I don't know.
Joe Biden's got Mr. Burn hands.
Joe Biden does look bad if you look at the curated clips of him at his worst. If you look at the curated clips of him at his best, like riding a mountain bike around campus.
When's the last time he rode a bike? Hang on.
It was real recent, Hutch.
I mean,
he was riding a bike like weeks ago.
How many wheels did it have?
I don't want to talk about how many wheels it has. It's funny though. But anyway, when Trump comes back at 80, I'll make that up and pretend it's about right. He is not going to look like we remember.
What's the point of this picture you pulled up? There's no way this is a recent photo of either of them.
I don't know. I bet
know
that's
what they look
debate
like.
night.
Yeah, we know. Wait, who's that guy on the left?
But I think Trump's going to look
Like
worse
great
than people remember him. Hutch brought up a neat point about him being the kingmaker and really only having positives now. I was looking at it as, does he really want to spend the money he's gathered? I think he's looked at all that campaign cash he's collected.
Oh man, he has
and
so much cash now. It's
he
like
views it as
$250 million war chest.
I think he likes to think it's just his. Now, technically, you're not allowed to spend that on anything you want, but in practical terms, I think Trump is gonna.
Y'all are wrong. So Donald Trump loves going on tour. He's like a Beatle. I bet he has said that privately.
I bet he said it publicly.
I'm like a Beatle. Yeah.
He's like, it's like the Beatles have come back. I fly from town to town, and they line up and scream my name.
But just imagine though, like a campaign trail for the midterms, he can do that. He can travel to all and support candidates in all 50 states in local races and state.
It's not as big though.
He can attract a crowd wherever he wants. Like that's his.
They're smaller. They're smaller, and he's not in the fight. It's somebody else's fight. He likes that, I think. And moreover, and this is something.
Maybe.
And think about this one, because he might need that ability to pardon one more time. He might need to get in there and be able to sling a few pardons left and right.
Statute of limitations are. I mean, clock is running. He's
you know, there may be people who are like, Donald, I might have to talk, and he's like, I'm going to be president again. Don't say a fucking word. Give me my time. Like that could be on the table somewhere, like in a back room, right? Like I think
he's
not
being investigated for anything criminal anymore because there is a new New York Attorney General that came.
I've got a bet for that too.
I don't know. I don't think he's. I think he's been in Georgia. They're investigating him for like that call to Brian Kemp when he was like, I need 11,487 votes.
Jesus, you need to find 11,000. Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't even entertain the idea of him being incarcerated at any point.
It's not happening.
That's not going to happen.
It's a tease.
Yep. I got $100 that bet already out there with a little mitt says no charges will ever go through on Trump. It maybe a slap on the wrist, like they fine him, but then he won't really pay the fine. They was like, Donald Trump still hasn't paid his $100,000 fine. You ever hear that on the news and you're like, so when I get fines, they come and get me if I don't pay them.
No, they play by a different set of rules.
Zach posted it. He currently is getting $10,000 per day of fines. I think he's supposed to show up with documents that he's just.
He's supposed to give a deposition. He's supposed to give testimony, I think.
Roger that. So Zach says it's tax forms, a deposition. Okay. In any case, he's supposed to comply. He's supposed to help the court by giving information about himself in one way or another. And now it's $10,000 a day fines. And he's just like, I reject your offer. Like you could do that. You can't do that. I just am baffled by what he gets away with, and he seems to prefer to pay attorneys than anything else.
Americans love a winner, and you're getting one. And Donald Trump, 2024. You got stamped it right here. What year is this?
You're just skipping over. You're skipping over 2022. Are you guys ready for the shit show that's going to be like this time next year? Fauci will be testifying in front of the 11th GOP-led subcommittee in both the House and the Senate. We will be in the middle of Joe Biden impeachment hearings.
We're going to get to the bottom of all that shit. We're draining the swamp again. All right, because we're going to find out while Joe Biden hasn't been protecting the southern border of this country, not keeping his oath. We're going to get to the bottom of that, and then we're going to find out who Fauci really works for, all right?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. Shit is about to get fucking crazy.
If it were fact-based, if it were reality, I'd be for it. But they're going to be like, why is Fauci funding the Wuhan labs to make COVID happen, to secretly take out America? Labs, why does Fauci
Why did you
America?
Ask that factual question?
Why did you choose such a question that we all actually want to know the answer to?
You're skipping over 2 years of spicy political content.
Wait, why would Biden get impeached?
But I just said.
Doesn't matter.
Revenge.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, I guess
Revenge.
it doesn't really matter. They can just do it for any reason.
Do you
They'll
know
figure it
that?
out,
It's
whatever.
like a fuck you.
No, it's what I just said. He's not defending the southern border. That's the basis that they're going to use.
I think it'll be Afghanistan. I think they'll say you fucked up Afghanistan. You're derelict.
they've already said
Okay,
southern
I'm gonna make it
border.
right. We'll restart the war again.
Yeah.
Another 22 years and we can win.
Brought to you by
How many
Raytheon.
people are still talking about Afghanistan? All these people, like, and it's not just people on the right. It's like everybody that was up in arms about the Afghanistan withdrawal. Like nobody's talking about it anymore. So like,
That was my favorite thing that he did.
Well,
far.
Ukraine came out, and I've been watching that.
Yeah, the new season of Ukraine versus Russia came out, and everybody's been following that.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting to see how this murder hornet thing ends.
Yeah, that's the true threat.
You're really tapping into the well on that one.
How embarrassing would that be? Is if we like everybody gets on board with like whatever the big climate change, and it's like we were wrong, the icebergs were fine. It was the murder hornets the whole time. They enjoy the slightly cooler. Yeah, Kyle and I have talked about this. Like, murder hornets were a huge problem in the late 90s, early 2000s. I remember watching CNN. Killer bees. Yeah, killer bees, they said. And I was so fucking scared of killer bees when I was like 9, 10. Because they showed the graphics of these Africanized bees flying over the ocean to get
They're coming through the bathroom
coast.
vents. What defense do we have for that? My bathroom has vents.
They made that movie Killer Bee Nightmare, and they were just always the news media didn't have anything to talk about. It must have been like 1995 or something. So like I don't think we'd bombed Kosovo yet, or like maybe Clinton hadn't like
Bill was getting his dick sucked in peace.
That hadn't happened. That hadn't come out yet. That was like 97 maybe. But like it was a dead year for the news, and killer bees put a fear into me as a kid.
Oh yeah,
They're scary.
That was a cultural phenomenon at the time. Yeah.
They were.
Well, that's the murder hornet.
Jesus Christ,
They're still scary. Look at that thing.
they're horrifying.
Look at that. I'm looking at my own hand and imagine a bug that goes across those 3 fingers.
I'd rather deal with a home invasion than,
What if
than one of those.
What if they used a midget's hand? Like what if that's a normal? See, that's what I do with dick pics. I hire a little person to hold my penis.
Oh,
And,
Forced perspective.
Forced perspective.
Pretend
I
you're
learned-
holding
Person,
the penis.
is that what they
but put
call
the
children
penis
now,
much
Kyle?
closer to
Yeah,
the
no,
camera.
I bring Peter Jackson in on this. Don't pull me into that. Don't pull me into that. I expertly navigated my way around it to make my dick joke, and you just trying to steer us right into that. No, thank you, sir.
How optimistic are you guys about the Lord of the Rings Amazon series?
Not at all.
Not at all since I read.
I've
more
already
articles.
written the letter that I'm going to send them.
I've already sent. Yeah, I've pre-written my letters of outright. No, I was excited for it because I love Lord of the Rings, but then like someone sent me an article and I was reading and it was like Amazon didn't buy the rights to the Silmarillion and all of that stuff in there. They only bought the rights to the Lord of the Rings, and so like they're just going to make up their own story within the world.
They bought the characters,
and so
yes, that was a part of the deal.
Yeah, it's very disappointing.
It all has to be like an expansion of the lore. And
I don't want that. There's a million existing charers in the Silmarillion we can
the
explore.
big characters are going to be there. We're going to see Dumbledore. We're going to see like the big scary monsters.
What the fuck?
It's going to be the Lord of the Rings that you hope to see.
Darth Maul.
No, it's going to be
double sword thing.
I'm not. I guarantee watching it will bother me because I'll be like, that person's not even a character. Like you couldn't have.
Taylor doesn't even bite on this shit anymore, but Hutch did.
It's like with the Hobbit. Remember the Hobbit when they added in Legolas and Legolas's girlfriend for no reason. Yeah. For no reason. It didn't add anything to the story. They were just like, oh, this is fun. Let's have him jump on rocks as they're falling, which is the most awful scene I've ever seen in my life. That's edged out by the dwarves in the barrels going down the river, singing that was brutal. I remember watching the Hobbit movies pissed me off.
Who's the guy who dude, he used to date Ivanka Trump actually, but like he played Venom in Spider-Man 3. What's his name?
I haven't seen any of the Spider.
Oh yeah. Is it the guy from 70s Show?
Is it Topher Grace?
Yeah, Topher Grace. Yeah.
He said so. He was in a movie called Black Klansman, which is really good. But he played David Duke, like the Grand Wizard or whatever the fuck his name was. And he said that playing that role was really difficult for him. And one of the ways that he sort of came down from playing that role was he went into an editing lab and took the Hobbit films and condensed them into one film.
Yes.
I would love to see that because
that exists. You can
made him into a better movie.
No, I read about this. You can download that somewhere.
Really?
I saw links to it on some like 4chan board.
Interesting.
It put some weird shit
recent-
on my computer, but it was a great film.
Somebody recently combined Prometheus and Alien Covenant into one movie, and I love certain aspects of both of those films, but they're both like Prometheus
Different planet though. See,
but I love like the engineer stuff. All that shit was so cool, and I still got to go back and watch that. But yeah.
So those are different planets though. So combining them, while it does make like a cool experience, like it's not even like paying attention to the lore, right?
Well, no, it's time jumps. They do time jumps. So they're not.
Well,
they're not,
yeah. So they're not insinuating that the craft that crashes in Prometheus and falls over is the same one that they get the face hugger in the first. Okay, cool. And that sounds fun.
Yeah,
Braveheart is another fan edit that's really good. You ever seen the Braveheart edit that doesn't make you feel like shit?
No.
Oh, do they stabilize the combat
version?
So they do not stabilize the combat. It was the 90s and it's amazing. Get over it.
The combat?
It's shaky cam and
it's so shaky.
We're spoiled by like modern stuff when like you've got sword experts actually having a goddamn sword fight, Yeah. But what they do is the first scene of the movie is the William Wallace torture scene. And so we start on a low. But it's not as low as you think, because if it's your first viewing, you're like, oh no, they're killing Mel Gibson. But then, like, as the movie builds, you get to see the love story and the triumphant battles and the revenge and all that. And like,
how do they sew in like the fact that like that first scene is him being disemboweled?
Well, you begin with that, and then it's like 4 years later or something.
So we
like
believe
that.
he gets better.
No,
right, 4 years before, I think.
4 years before.
You knew that.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I know. You can't.
Dude, it broke my heart when I learned that Braveheart wasn't like entirely true. Because like when I saw it as a kid, I was like, "This happened. This is incredible." And then like when I was an adult, I found out that's mostly bullshit. And I was like,
"Can I just say that
I can't watch it anymore?"
I don't like it when our heroes get taken away from us posthumously like that. Like for something, like look, if it comes out that he was some monster, it's a different story. But I'm just talking about like, it turned out that Paul Bunyan actually wasn't that big. Did you hear? It's like,
yeah,
dude, I've kind of built my life around the idea that Paul Bunyan's way up.
Big.
Paul Bunyan, a real guy?
That's how I've guided my life. Is that
See, you're doing it now. See, Hutch is doing it to me now. Is Paul Bunyan a real guy? No, of course he wasn't. But there's some poor fan out there right now who was like, I've been living my life by the Paul Bunyan code since '83, and now I find out he didn't even exist. He was a fable.
Yeah,
I'm very gullible. So if you
John Henry, he wasn't real. He never.
He was a steel driving man
machine, and that was sad because he died at the end, which is like it doesn't. That's a total loss to the machine. Even as a kid, I remember reading it.
No. The machine blew up first, and then John Henry finished the work, and then his heart exploded.
The heart exploded. Yes.
Machine.
No, the machine takes a little tweak or a little more gas in it, and it's boring holes decades after John Henry foolishly died because he didn't take a break.
The lack of medical science in John Henry's time is not his fault, okay? And you can't judge him for that.
When was John Henry?
Intuitive not to work himself.
When was he? Well, when was he? If he'd been a real person, I would imagine.
When did they invent mining machines?
Sometime in the 1800s, you'd think, right?
Probably around
definitely like 1850. I'm gonna call it. Just stick it right in the middle.
I feel like they got that cotton gin down, and then they started firing out.
Oh, that had to be like, when did Eli Whitney do that? Because way before 1861 or so. I'd say.
Probably like early 1800s, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it was 1800s.
Yeah, I like 19th century inventions. Can we do a show about that?
We could do
19th century medicine. Because so here's what I'm thinking, right? If women got depressed in the 1800s, they got heroin and vibrators, right? What would happen if I got depressed? What would they do for me?
Heroin and vibrators.
They'd jack you off, probably. I don't know. Like that seemed to be something doctors did back then. It's just like, oh, you're taking care of 9 kids by yourself and you're feeling stressed. I'm gonna finger blast you until you leave. You're hysterical.
I'm on board. Like, fuck. What do they do now? Make you talk about your feelings?
You know how?
And that's never helped anyone.
Lame.
So as men, like going to the proctologist, I'm guessing will be an awkward thing when that finally happens and it's time for me to get like a prostate exam. But like
you can opt in way before 40.
I go every week. But I don't remember the last time a doctor like messed with my junk at all. I don't think I've ever done that as like an adult man. But
why did they do that to me so much as a child?
They don't do
as
it
a child. They check you as a child because you're developing.
They would check me in a child in gym class. They grab my junk through my tidy whities and make sure that I didn't have
Hernias.
Hernias. Yeah. They'd hernia check me as a succulent 9-year-old constantly, but now no one's interested in my hernias.
They didn't touch my dick when I went and got a physical recently. I hadn't been to the doctor in years. I was preparing for it mentally. I was like, oh fuck, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about
Hutch, this is motivation. I need you to eat right and exercise all year and see if the doctor treats you better next time you go for a physical.
I gotta give him something to watch.
I think instead of that, I think they can check for the hernia. Really, I know what he did with me is he like put his hand on like my abs and like lower abs and had me cough and was like, does any of this hurt? Because I think that's where maybe a hernia would be. Like he's detecting it that way. Mm-hmm. I think that's an equally effective and less invasive method than just grabbing my. I don't know how hernias work. It's your intestines like coming out of your like abdominal sleeve or something, right?
Yeah,
like
it sounds terrible.
Tear? Isn't it like a little tear in your?
And then the intestine comes through that. Yeah. Sounds dreadful. There's a lot of those little maladies that sound awful that I've never had. I've never had that. I've never had a kidney stone or a urinary tract infection or any of that shit.
I had a UTI that when I was like 7. About like some like I was like fucking around on the beach for a whole vacation and there was so much like sand in my swim trunks. I think like it gave me a penis infection. And I remember like being like 7, 8, 9, whatever, and like sitting there at home, like having to pee so goddamn bad and not wanting to go and having to like hype myself up. Like, okay, it's time to pee. It's time to pee.
What I did, we got like a little plastic container and filled it with warm water. And I sat in that and then I peed in that.
Yeah.
UTIs are awful. Like,
really?
So, did you guys see the Green Mile? It's
yes.
Like
yeah.
It's kind of like that. It's awful.
Did you piss blood, Taylor?
No, it stung and hurt.
I've only had blood come out of my dick once, and it was like maybe a week after I discovered how to masturbate. Just went too hard in the paint.
Shit.
But I've never had. That was like 2012, I think. That was rough.
Hemorrhoids. You've never had one of those. We talked about Woody's horrible hemorrhoid issue. When you were younger.
Thank God, no hemorrhoids or anything. And I worry about that when I squat and stuff. I'm like. That mind muscle connection. Like I'm always thinking about my butthole. I'm like, don't blow out back there, little man.
Those aren't that bad.
Yeah, but I had this like
spots.
Woody had like a severe one. He had to have like a big hemorrhoidectomy. They cored him like an apple. Yeah.
I was 26. It was a long time ago.
Shit.
But it's called a complete hemorrhoidectomy. It's one of the most painful recoveries in all of medicine. Oh my God. I didn't like it.
Can I just say I appreciate that you always say that because it's important that it be fucking said. Important that it be fucking said.
Yeah.
That it is one of the most. Yeah. What you'll have to imagine here, because Woody is too much of a gentleman to acknowledge it, but he had to poop out of there for several weeks, as you do as a living being, and he's
like broken glass.
And there's no way. Like I'm just imagining. Like I wish they'd like. Put some kind of a splint in your asshole, like a valve. Because I'm just imagining like taking a hard shit across a cored out asshole, and it just because I imagine
it would have to be soft shit.
You know, an apple core, how you just like jab it in, twist twice, and it pulls the core out. That's how I picture your surgery.
Yeah, you're not far off. And it was absolutely terrible. Removing the bandage was terrible. It was just it took me probably an hour. Just in a hot bathtub removing the bandage, but you gotta go. It was an absolutely dreadful experience. I didn't like it, and 0 out of 10 would not do it again.
0 out of 10 would not repeat.
Do you think things like that make you mentally tougher? And what I mean is like do you think that maybe not that particular instance because it sounds just so horrific, but do you think whenever things are tough for you, maybe it's tough like, man, I can't get this couch lifted, or maybe it's tough like today was a bad day.
Now, even if you go to prison, they can't do anything to your ass that you're not ready for.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, what are you, raping me? I'm
going to do shit to your ass you can't even imagine. Bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on.
But like, is that, do you ever think, like, I got through that, I'll be okay?
Yeah, there's a couple that I'm proud of. As far as, there's a long duration one. I went to school at night. So for like 12 years, I had to be disciplined. And I had to have good time management, and that impacted me in the long term. A really short one, when I had those 2 reserve throws, like there was a little piece of me that wanted help, like this is going wrong. I'm headed towards my death. I'm plummeting from the sky. And like, is there anyone? No, This is a 100% you issue, Woody. You're here by yourself. Fucking work the problem. There's no time for anything else. And those are some of the moments that like shape me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I didn't get that. I don't have your experience with a large hemorrhoid, but I get that with when I look back on like deep depressive episodes and getting through that and recognizing the resilience that it takes to go from, you know, literally praying for death to, oh shit, you know, like I like life and I want to live. And like when you go through those experiences and then you come out the other side, that reinforce this idea like, well, maybe I am a little bit resilient. So
yeah, we're good at that. Like our bodies and our minds are very resilient things, especially the human body. When you see like, I don't know, some of the injuries people come back to. The worst thing I've ever seen someone like semi-recover from, you know, the guy who had the bear like tear his face off. Like there's a picture of him and his face looks like a curtain of flesh. Like
I've seen that. Yeah, that's horrible.
And then he recovers to look like a person who wouldn't frighten children. Let's just leave it at that. That's how good they got it. You know, one of his eyes is still all good. You know, like he came out looking like, oh, that guy had a rough day one time, but not like
the chimp woman. The chimp woman. Oh, that guy was day one of plastics. Like he did a terrible job putting her back together.
Yeah, I kill myself if a chimp gets a hold of me.
But then I found out with that chimp story that she was like, I think she was giving the monkey opiate pills and getting it drunk.
Dude, she was fucking that monkey for sure, right?
That's a weird thing to do. Maybe she was, but the monkey didn't care for it, I guess, and ripped her face off.
No, I think she'd been fucking the one girl, and then the other girl came over, and the monkey got jelly.
It could be. Like, monkeys do get jealous.
They do. Mm-hmm. Jelly.
Coco used to get jealous of people's attention. Coco, the talking gorilla. Except don't look too far into that, because then you find out it was mostly made up, and then there was not a gorilla.
What? Look, you're doing it now. Yes. Taylor is one of those people who kills our heroes. God damn it! I was just talking about people going after Paul Bunyan and shit. Here he is. He took Helen Keller from me, my inspiration, and now here he is. Here he is taking out Coco the monkey.
You need to bring in Twitter's team to clamp down on PKA misinformation.
Taylor information.
No, Coco was real. You're banned.
Mute him, Zach. Mute him.
I don't. Yeah. Is Coco not real? Don't mute him. Don't mute him.
He was going to do it for a second.
Yeah, I knew he would. It was Coco really not real? That fucking monkey didn't know sign language? Because I've seen the monkey do it.
Yeah. I thought it was much realer than it was, and
have you seen the documentary about where they take the monkey back to the Congo? You're muted.
You're talking about Into the Mist or whatever?
Wait, he shouldn't be muted.
He was for a moment.
No, I haven't seen. Is that the Jane Goodall one?
No. This is
I haven't seen.
Based on a Michael Crichton novel, I believe. It's called Congo.
Oh, it's a movie. I thought you were talking about a documentary.
Oh, it's a documentary. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't seen.
There's a monkey named Amy, I think, and she's got this sort of gauntlet she wears, and it's got like a pad on it and stuff, and it interprets her sign language into verbal commands with like a girl's voice because she's, you know, Amy, and she'd be like, "Oh, Amy, good gorilla, Amy, good gorilla."
Whoa.
And you know, yeah, it's pretty cool. And she kept painting these paintings of like these temples that I guess exist in the jungle in the Congo, and that's how they knew she wanted to go home. She was having memories of her childhood because she was from the Congo region, and she'd been. I think they were at Berkeley. I think that's where they're doing all this stuff. It was fascinating.
The movie's terrible, but the book is incredible.
I agree.
All those old Michael Crichton books, the Andromeda Strain, Sphere.
Sphere is great.
Congo. He was so good, dude.
I gotta say that movie is a guilty pleasure for me because like growing up, there's like unless your parents were into film, I guess like. There was just a handful of VHSs or DVDs that occasionally got bought sporadically. And but we had Congo, goddammit, on VHS. And I love that shit. My sister always loved it. There's a scene where like the guy with his like African accent is like, "Stop eating my sesame cake." And like we would just say that and everybody crack up laughing my whole childhood. Like, and they bit out a fucking space laser and kill a bunch of monkeys there at the end. And that's just cool.
What'd you guys think of Dune, the movie?
I loved it.
Didn't like it.
I loved it so much.
Kept my attention. I thought it was
good. I'm a big fan of like, look, I like the original, the cheesy one that everybody shits on. I like that. I like anything with a lot of like deep lore that like hey, are you gonna watch that movie? Oh, you should read these. Like I like shit like that. I'm into Warhammer 40K right now.
The original was bad.
It's a bad movie, but it's a great story. I'll say that. I think.
Okay.
I love this new one. I think the casting was so on the money. I think that the special effects are finally there to like show a sandworm, to show I can't remember the name of their ships, those big ships that they move intergalactically with, but like they have a special name, like to actually show that on screen. It can be done now. And I even like the kid they've got playing Paul Atreides. His name always gets away from me.
Too much
Timothy
showing on
Chalamet.
screen. Like I didn't want to watch some college kid's CGI project as they like put together this spaceship in this room and this and this that. And I forget which guest it was. I think it might have been Matt Farah, who said like what they're doing is they're teaching you about the universe. When they show you this magnificent room, they're trying to imply like the power that this family has. When they show you this whatever giant sand car thing, they're trying to give you a scale and a sense of like what this environment is like. Like I get it. I that makes sense. When I saw it, I just viewed it through the lens of they're showing me pretty pictures that I don't give a fuck about. But there was a lot of pretty pictures that I don't give a fuck about.
I watched with childlike wonder.
Same, me too.
Every time a big thing came on the screen, I was like, I'm not going to be a jaded like adult here. We're watching Dune tonight, and I was like, spaceship is big. Yeah,
it really was.
And I love
familiar with the books at all? Did you read any of the books?
I haven't read the books because I know how they end.
The internet.
You don't want to know. The internet's shitty with spoilers, man. Like it's, you wouldn't think that a book series that's probably 180,000 words can be spoiled, but for me, it kind of happened that way a little bit. And also, it'd be quite the undertaking. And I've got the Stormlight Archive piled up on my end table that I occasionally pick up and look at. And then, like, there's a bunch of other stuff that I'm supposed to read. And I do like audiobooks, though. So it's the Warhammer 40K has so many audiobooks that I get into those because the stories don't even have to connect. They're just a moment in that big universe in time somewhere. And you can really like enjoy those. So.
Are you finally reading Stormlight Archive?
No, I was kidding.
Damn it.
Just wanted to see your eyes light up.
I was excited.
I'm plowing through the Dune books right now. I'm on the fourth one.
Shit.
All audiobooks too. So
that's the way to do it.
Yeah, you can do other shit while you're doing it. But it's if you like the first film, it is gonna pop the fuck off in the second film. And it's like even just so much crazier than you could possibly imagine by the time the fourth book comes. Like people are turning into worms. It's like that level of crazy. And but I love it personally. I mean, I would recommend reading it. I mean, if you like sci-fi, I'm having a great time with it.
Right now, like I believe you, and I think it might be the better story. But God, have you ever gotten into Warhammer 40K?
No, but hell of people have told me to get into it. Yeah,
I would. You could like.
What are you reading from it?
I don't even know. Nothing right now. What I'm doing right now is I'm going through this new YouTuber I found's entire catalog because it's like a audiobook with a biography mixed in, sort of. Because he'll quote from a book or a source material, and then he'll speak from his own with his own words and explain for 45 minutes sometimes a really complicated piece of that history. It is fascinating. The cool thing about it is I'm not going to go like too deep into it, but their god is an atheist. Like the emperor of mankind is a god. There's no question of it. And his thing was no religions. And like one of his sons, and keep in mind his sons are like demigods, they were reclaiming the universe now that he's in control. And his son is like, yeah, dad's a god. I've met him. He's a god. So when he goes to a planet, he's like, hey, I know you haven't known humanity for a long time. We're your ancestors. We've come to reclaim your planet, bring you back into the fold. By the way, my dad's a god. You will worship him or burn. And so the emperor noticed that like one of his sons wasn't reclaiming worlds at the same rate as the others because he sent out 20 sons or whatever. And he's like, hey, why are you so slow about getting these worlds together? And he's like, oh, well, when we go to a world, we tell them to worship you like a god or we burn them. And it takes a little longer. And he goes, you know that I forbid that. And he destroys all of those planets and everyone on them. because he will not be worshipped as a god.
Because
and
he
then
is righteous. Yeah.
because
That sounds fucking cool.
it's that there's so much cool lore. If you like something where they go on and on about just how powerful or amazing or incredible this thing is for an hour, and then at the end of it they go, and he was but 1,000th the power of the emperor, and you're like, what? You went on for an hour about how strong this guy was. Like, that's how everything is in that universe. It's fun. And I found a YouTuber who's got a voice like an audible, like a book narrator. So it's fun. I don't know. It's a bunch of nerdy shit though.
No, that kind of stuff is
check
fun.
out Dune though. Get those audiobooks. I think you'll dig them. People warned me how crazy they got, and I was a little trepidatious. Is that the word? I was a little reticent. And but once I started devouring the books, I was like, this is fucking cool. I really like the story, and I'm very curious to see how Denis Villeneuve translates it in the sequel, because
everyone likes the Chosen One story. You know, you like that.
This one is so subversive, though. This one is like so. It's like it plays on that trope of like the savior kind of situation, and then it just flips it right on its head in some really interesting ways.
Okay.
So yeah,
I wasn't aware of that. Okay,
Yeah.
I might actually get into it. I'm due for a rereading of 11/22/63. I haven't read that since jail, but I like Stephen King a lot. I read a bunch of that when I was locked up. And
do Stormlight Archive next. You'll like it. You love that kind
Woody
of
already
world
gave
building.
up on it.
Because
You
a lot
gave
of
up
Woody's-
on it.
No, I didn't. I'm just taking a
Oh.
break. I got one more book to do, and I love it. Hutch, if you like sci-fi, this is not sci-fi, more fantasy. Have you heard of Stormlight Archive?
No.
That book series? It's really, really good. It's who is it by? What the fuck is that guy's name? Brandon Sanderson. It's the most in-depth. What he does is he builds a wonderful world the way like J.R.R. Tolkien did with Lord of the Rings, except something that Tolkien did, and I still love those books because the world is so good, is he would focus on minutia that didn't need to be discussed because he was autistic about Middle Earth, and like he would breeze past a battle because he wanted to talk about the artwork from the dwarves that was done or whatever the hell. This is like that, except he focuses in on the combat, on the powers, and like one of his like quotes in his interviews is like, you know, how do you keep characters so interesting? He's like, I just always remind myself that drawbacks and weaknesses are much more interesting than powers and abilities, and so he makes sure to balance that in a way where nobody's OP or anything. And it's just I'm talking about Stormlight Archive. I know Woody will disagree, but I think that he spends a ton of time in all the right areas. The battles are awesome and intense. The explanation of the battles is awesome and intense. It's not so-and-so stabbed so-and-so. It's a huge drawn out epic. Like, it's just, he's such a wonderful writer. And Woody, I'm waiting for you to.
Such a wonderful writer. How many years have we waited for the next book?
Brandon Sanderson? Not long at all. This guy's.
Oh, maybe I'm mistaken then. All right, I'm mixing him up with a different.
With George R.R. Martin. Yeah, this guy is such a good, like, prolific author. Brandon Sanderson. On his website, he has every week updates on what he's spending his time writing and a new percentage of what is done. So he'll say, I'm 71% through with this. I got 3 chapters done this week. I need to wrap up the last 19 chapters. I've got most of the storyline out, but it's not complete. And he'll all the time updates like that, which is like, that's awesome. Like, I just really like the guy. I think he's
all right. That does sound pretty interesting. I don't know. Those big books are so thick, man. Like every time I've got them in my cupboard, and like with the rest of my books, I don't have enough books to really have them anywhere. But when I go to that shelf, I'm like, ooh, because I've got them stacked in their own stack, and they're so thick. If you ever want them back, I'll send them back to you. But
no, read them.
I may.
Those are a gift.
Oh, hell, thank you. I know I got to send you something. Shit.
Do you guys fuck with No Man's Sky? Have you heard of this game?
I've heard of it. I thought it got like universally panned, but that was years ago. I don't know anything about it.
Tell the story.
It launched in 2016, and they overpromised when they hyped up the game, and the launch was real bad. Like, the game was not optimized very well, and it was a mess, and everybody panned it. I mean, but it's had one of the coolest redemption arcs of like any game, because they've just been consistently updating it patiently over the last 6 years. And now it's like, if you like Minecraft and you like sci-fi, I can't recommend it enough. It's especially if you get high. Like if you smoke a little bit of weed, I'm playing a permadeath mode right now. So it's like if you die, you die. And I'm like 25 hours in.
Oh shit!
And it's got a storyline, and it does a pretty good job of like holding your hand and like telling you where the story is actually really interesting.
That game flopped, right? That game was panned. Everyone hated it, and they're like, no, we're going to keep working on it. Like no one does that. No one keeps investing into a shit game
Super rare for that
everyone hated.
Yeah.
I can't think of another example of a game that came out, sucked, and they're like, I'm going to keep working this problem until it gets good. But they did.
Really good. If you're a fan of sci-fi and you're like that kind of nerdy shit, and if you like to get high, oh my god, I'm so.
Is it like Skyrim?
No.
In that, like, are there a lot of missions? It's just like you're fucking around.
You have a main quest, and I'm on the main quest right now, and it's like you spawn on this planet, and it's a different planet each time, and there's like 16 quadrillion planets in the game or whatever, and you don't have any memory of who you are or how you got there, and then you just start like putting these clues together, and at first you got to gather sodium to like fix your suit, and then you got to find your ship, and then you got to find parts to get your ship working again, and then you get into space and you go to a space station, and so like you can do the story, or you can just do Minecraft stuff and just like build bases on different planets or whatever. But it is thoroughly satisfying as an experience. I would check it out.
Is it like offline, or is everybody in there together?
You can do offline or you can do online. It's up to you. But like the odds of you like running into people are quite small. Like really, because there's literally like 16 quadrillion planets. It's just this massive world. And
is there enough to do? Like some games like that, I lose interest. But or I guess, does it tell you how to do stuff? Like go here to get the sodium. It's not just like good luck.
Yeah, no, like you go into your spaceship and you scan planets, and if you scan a planet, it'll tell you like which resources are abundant on that planet. And so, you might need to craft a cadmium drive so you can beam yourself to a system that's super far away, because you need to go talk to this like powerful AI that people think is a god because they have information about this thing. But in order to craft this cadmium drive, you need this resource, you need this, you need to learn the recipe. And so it does a really good job of giving you shit to do. Like I'm not like Minecraft, like I don't have fun just like I'm gonna build a house or whatever. Like I need a story. And it does a good job of pushing you towards like learning the game.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been like, I jumped back into Skyrim like less than a week ago. I hadn't played in like 10 years. And I like already it was a huge mistake, because I'm like in my like when I'm supposed to be working on other stuff, I'm like, I could probably get my stealth up. I could get my sneak higher tonight after this. I'm going to have to, I could go do this, or I can't wait to go join the Thieves Guild. And like, I do like doing shit like that. And I was going to ask you like what you would recommend for something like that. And I guess maybe No Man's Sky.
Red
give
Dead
that a
2.
go.
Red Dead
I've
2.
done that. Yeah, Red Dead 2 is a ton of fun. I like Skyrim more because I like the fantasy and the magic more than the Wild West kind of aesthetic, but they're both great. I wish they would fucking come out with a new Skyrim after when did it come out? 2011?
It came out in 2011, yep. And at the end of 2011. And they teased the next Elder Scrolls like 2 years ago. I don't know why they did it. They just did like a quick shot of like that world, and that was it. It was just like mist coming over the mountains and like beautiful music playing. But that motherfucking game is not going to come out until like 2025. So I don't know why they did that. But we have Starfield coming out later this year, which is
I haven't heard of that.
It's like an RPG in space from Bethesda. So hopefully that's good enough to tide us over in the meantime. But it's easy to lose 12 hours playing Skyrim in a day. I started a new game on Switch like it last year just to fuck around with it, and then 100 hours went by. I'm like, oh god, I got so much shit to do. What am I doing?
Yeah,
such a fantastic game. But no Man's Sky, I would highly recommend jumping into that world. It's very relaxing and satisfying.
I'll check that one out then, and I'll check the Starfield out too. If it's the same people who did Skyrim.
Yeah, it doesn't come out till the end of the year though. So.
The number one, people also ask, will Starfield be like Skyrim? Please tell me yes.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on Darktide. I want that game really bad. I love Vermintide, and Darktide has been delayed for an entire year now, but it's supposed to come out in September, and I'm very excited. It's based in that 40K universe. It's a 4-player co-op. You make your way through a level, hordes and hordes of varied enemies. It's a lot like Left 4 Dead, but infinitely better with class-based. There's like a tank character, and there'll be like a fast little ninja character, and everybody has to really work together. You need that tank, and you need that ninja to like get through the hardest of levels.
Mm-hmm.
It's hundreds and hundreds.
Right. I don't know if I like the class-based stuff. Because I want to be the elf. Because everyone wants to be the elf. The elf is clearly the most fun. The elf wins the stats at the end of every fucking round. She's slayed the most. Whatever she wants to fucking do the most, she does. Do you want to be a monster-focused build? Then you've done the most DPM and the fucking big guy when he came around. Do you want to kill every fucking weak-ass mouse that you run into? Then the elf can do that. Everyone else is a piece of shit except for the elf, who just rocks the house in this game. Do you want to be fucking invisible, go behind the next guy and stealth play? The elf does that too. Elf does fucking everything. But no, you play jackass with a giant sword that swings so goddamn slow,
Skyrim?
You'll never meet a bad guy.
Vermintide.
Vermintide.
It's such a fun
you
game.
Play Left 4 Dead, it's just a skin, right? You can be the chick, you can be the black guy, you can be the old guy or the other guy, the motorcycle guy, I guess. But it doesn't really matter, right? You all move the same speed, you all have the same hitbox, everything is the same. But with Vermintide, one person gets the good character, everybody else can go suck that character's dick. And class-based, is it good?
I don't think it's quite that extreme of a skill difference because the elf character needs the tank character out front.
It depends which elf build you use. When people go to solo that game, they use the elf or possibly the dwarf because there are these combos that can get them to run extra fast. But it's basically the elf. No one solos that game with fucking Balrog or whatever the goddamn mace guy's name is. No one solos that game with anything but the elf or possibly the dwarf. And when they do dwarf, they just run.
I get your point. The elf, I'll say this. I don't know if I agree with all that, but elf is really fun to play, which is why
Kyle always got elf.
That's like Kyle claimed.
The reason why Kyle always got elf is because Kyle spent hours every day. So he had a level 50 elf. And it was like, well, I've got a level 50 elf. And everybody else was like, well, I've got a level 3 elf. And I'm like, well, I kind of want to play my level 50, since I
Did it go up to 50 or stop at 30?
Whatever the highest was I have.
Yeah. In any case, I think I had a level 30 fucking witch hunter or something like that.
Well, I'll tell you
I never wanted to be him.
When you figure out what the elf of the new game is, and that's you, buddy.
You're too kind.
I think your producer's prodding you there in the
ads. We're like 24 minutes late.
Yeah,
that's okay. Well,
I think we artificially set that time when we do the ads, by the way. But
well, I guess I wasn't paying much attention, having too much fun talking. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, or pomegranate. Cinnamon is the way to go. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine in cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great. And it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the gym, or on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes direct to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co and use promo code PKA at checkout for 20% off all products. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA for 20% off all products in your first order. So check them out below. This episode of PKA also brought to you by GOAT.com. If you're buying sneakers online, there's a good chance that the shoe you're looking at is fake. How can you be sure it's real? Well, GOAT.com is the safest way to buy and sell authentic sneakers online. They're the largest marketplace in the world for authentic Yeezys, Jordans, and over 600,000 sneaker listings. They've made the whole process frictionless and trustworthy. They do this by only accepting sellers with the best reputation and by verifying all sneakers to ensure their authenticity for buyers. Every single detail is inspected from the stitching and color to the size and weight. GOAT certifies that every single pair of sneakers on their site matches exact factory specifications. With over 500,000 sneakers on the platform and 10 million users, you're not going to find better prices for verified 100% authentic sneakers anywhere else. Find the perfect 100% authentic sneaker at goat.com/PKA. That's goat.com/PKA. Plus, you'll also be supporting our show. But you've got to go right now before the sneakers you want are gone. When you go to goat.com/PKA, spelled GOAT.com/PKA. All right, you guys got that out there? GOAT. GOAT. So check that out. Code PKA. Get yourself some real sneakers. And as always, this episode of PKA brought to you by the premium load supplement that everyone's chatting about. You probably can't walk into the local grocery store without people talking your ear off about this product. Start coming like a man. Start busting like a champion. Absolutely paint your partner with cum. It's a tremendous product. You're going to enjoy it. She's going to enjoy it. You're going to bust, and she's going to go, I'm the greatest sexual partner on earth. I'm the best. It's going to help her confidence, going to help your confidence. You're going to feel better, and you're going to come more. So check that out. Code PKA for 10% off that or anything else on Gorilla Mode. So I would say get the Gorilla Mode Nitric pre-workout. So check that out. And that's all the ads.
All right, then.
Yeah. That's the end.
Have you guys played, because we were talking about games, have you guys played fucking God of War 2018?
I've never played a God of War game.
Oh, my God.
So I didn't have a PlayStation.
I didn't love, you can play it on PC now, by the way, but I didn't love the genre of like action adventure kind of games. So like the original God of War trilogy on the like old PlayStations never really appealed to me.
Same.
And that's why I didn't play 2018, because I thought it was going to be more of that. And my chat kept on bugging me to play this game for like years, bugging me to play this game. And so finally I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And it ended up being probably like my favorite is Red Dead 2, and this is probably number 2. Like I was expecting the original God of War stuff, and it ended up being kind of more like Last of Us, which is just so not what I expected. Okay. But yeah, if anybody listening to this episode hasn't played it because they were assuming it was going to be like the older games, dude, hop in. It's on PC now. Check that game out. It is incredible. It is just such an incredibly good narrative story, and then the gameplay and the RPG aspect of it, like how you progress and like the pace at which you level up and unlock new abilities is just, I mean, it is a mind-blowingly good game. So
the last thing I played was Tarkov. I put a good bit of time into this most recent wipe, but I haven't played anything since then, really. So I might pick something up like that. I'm thinking about getting a console too. I've thought about getting a PlayStation 5 just to, I don't know, sit down and pop in
now.
games.
The new consoles now are just incredibly beefy. So,
yeah, I might actually do that. But what I really want to do is go back and play Bioshock or something like that again with like next gen graphics, like these games that they keep remastering. I think they're doing it to Dead Space as well. I like that stuff.
They just announced 2K or Take-Two just announced that within the next 2 years we're going to get Bioshock 4 and GTA 6. So that was a big announcement that happened today. So I'm very excited. I mean, like I know it's not Ken Levine's original team because he's the guy that did Bioshock 1 and Infinite. Okay. So it's a new team working on the fourth one, but I just love that universe so much. So as long as it's put in the hands of capable devs and capable storytellers, then I have faith it can be a really
yeah, we were just saying earlier in this week, like I really wish they'd make like an Amazon miniseries out of like the building of what was the city under the water called? What's it called?
Rapture.
Rapture. Like I'd like to see like from the beginning of Rapture and then to its height, and then
they're making a prequel series on Netflix.
Oh shit!
That got
really?
announced. Yeah.
Did it get announced since Tuesday when I said I wanted it?
I like to choose that. I believe that's cause and effect.
Yeah.
It got announced like 4 or 5 months ago. There was originally a movie in development hell for like 10 years, and it just never got made. And it was supposed to be Gore Verbinski was going to direct it. And I heard the script was horrible from somebody who had read the script. But so thankfully it didn't get made if it was horrible. But yeah, they announced a Netflix prequel series. It might be a movie.
Do you know who's making it now?
I don't know, but it's in the it's in the thing. It's not a series. It's a prequel film about like the origins of Andrew Ryan and
Sounds
Rapture and all that.
Sure. Yeah. At this point, like I don't know if you're gonna tell like a long story or something like that. I always want a series over a movie.
Same, yeah.
Like something like this Halo series. I haven't caught up on it. I'm only 2 episodes in, but what I've seen, I've liked. I know a lot of people had a meltdown because Master Chief took his helmet off, but I haven't given a shit about what they do to Master Chief since they made Halo. Anything after Halo 3, really. I don't know. I like that self-contained trilogy of the first 3 games, and I haven't touched Halo since then. So I don't even know what they've done.
Infinite was a fun game. The single player was fun. It was like the first time they did open world stuff. So it was kind of more like the Far Cry kind of a. Far Cry gets a little repetitive though. This is thankfully a little bit better than that. But yeah, if you haven't played the new one, Infinite is good.
I have not. No, I haven't played since Halo 3. Like I said, I really like the storyline. I don't know. I always thought that would make a really good movie. But I like that they've made the TV show. It's nice that they made something. But I don't know. I want to see like the story of the Halo 1, 2, and 3. Like that story of getting the Halo rings and the Arbiter and all of that stuff. Gears 2. I remember like 12 years ago, them talking about that. Maybe they were just making a joke on the internet about how they would cast a Gears of War movie.
Batista, right?
And maybe Bautista would look really good at it. But I remember back then they had John Travolta as Marcus Phoenix.
What? Yeah, Batista has come out and said he really wants to play him. So,
yeah, he's got a big fucking melon, and that's what you need to play that role.
He said he wants to play Bane too, which would be. I think he's actually pretty fucking decent as an actor.
I do too.
So,
what's his name as well from Peacekeeper?
John Cena, yeah.
Big fan of John. That guy can act as well.
That show kind of blew me away. I was so surprised. Like I wasn't really like I was like, oh, whatever, but it ended up being like surprisingly heartfelt.
I only watched it because Kyle sold it, and it was really good. I actually liked how dirty it was. Like I don't know. I guess I pictured John Cena as squeaky clean, and I think of DC as generally pretty clean too. And by the second episode, he's picking up some chick in a bar and fucking her doggy style over the bathroom sink. Yeah. And, it was like, oh, not squeaky clean.
Yeah. Yeah. That scene where he's in his like whitey tighties and he's singing that Choir Boys song.
Into a vibrator?
Into a Hitachi wand. Yeah. Like, that's an amazing scene. I've shown that show to so many people and every one of them has gone on to be like, yeah, everybody at my work watches it now. Like anytime somebody gets exposed to it, they generally react positively because it's just fun.
HBO really Max, fun. I think, of all the streaming services, has the best original content. They just crush it like every time.
Something about this project in particular, because on the surface, like if I just heard what it was, I'd been like, oh, okay. So like one of the main characters is in the superhero show is an obese black lady. Why? Oh, okay. So she's the daughter of that. Okay. But like that character who's like a lesbian, obese person of color stuck right in the middle of this thing. I think on the surface, I might have looked at that like, they're being real woke here. Okay. This is going to be just like that Watchmen series they made. But I watched it and she became one of my, oh, that was trash. But I just want to say she became one of my favorite characters in the show. I liked her a lot. She became she's funny. She's like a great actress, and I dug it a lot. And they didn't have a moment where like she used her like angry black woman strength to win the day, because I feel like that's a trope that we're subjected to now, that like angry black women are extra strong or something. But like I know that like Loki,
I don't watch superhero movies, so I haven't been hit with that. I don't know.
It turns out that Loki, the god of mischief, his kryptonite, angry black woman, can't deal with it.
He should be
in person or whatever. Or
they have to be overweight though.
He should be impossible to trick. Loki, isn't he the trickster?
He is the god of tricksters, mischief.
He'd be impossible to out mischief.
No, she puts this like slave collar on him and like kicks him in the ass and like down the hallway and stuff, and generally beats up on him with like a club.
Loki is great.
Does she have powers?
No, but she's got that collar.
Is it
Loki? Loki was great. They that's how they introduced the multiverse into the MCU. Like
that and WandaVision. Yeah, I love Loki. I like it a lot. I'm mostly teasing about that, but no, I couldn't get down with the Watchmen show. And I really like
what. Like you didn't like Jeremy Irons as Adrian Veidt?
I didn't like that they took Jeremy Irons as Adrian Veidt / Adamandius or whatever. Like the smartest man who's ever existed but he's been fooled and he's been stuck on this planet. And they use him like he is the old white man. He's the
They didn't, no,
he'd been there for 30 years like a bitch.
He chose that, and the whole point was like he got bored of his own create. I don't want to spoil it for people.
That's fair.
But they didn't trick him to be on that. And like that, the soundtrack.
You know, when they brought him back, like even he was tricked, right? She froze him into that statue thing.
That wasn't a trick. That was I feel like you need to rewatch it because I don't think you got your facts straight, Kyle.
I might, but it seemed to me that like he went through that overly complicated mode of getting off that like moon or whatever. And
he did that to preserve his body. It was like the carbonite. It was like they didn't trick him. That was just so to keep his body intact as he made the trip back from Titan or whatever.
But the only way that he could signal that he wanted to come back was with all those bodies and that like really complicated thing to send the SOS. But then she wasn't going to come pick him up because of that, because she doesn't care about him. She went to get him to like frame him up for the whole global like evil she was doing, right?
No,
that's how I remember it.
No, go read this.
No, there was a lot of rap music. It was hard to pay attention.
Fucking what's his name? Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross did the soundtrack to that one. And it was fantastic soundtrack too. Oh, okay.
I'm teasing about the soundtrack.
Right. I told you I was gullible. I fucking told you.
I don't remember it that way. I just remember him being like, she froze him into that statue thing. He didn't want that, did he? He didn't want to be like frozen into carbonite.
They were transporting him.
But he thought they were going to thaw him out when they got there, and he was going to be like in charge. Instead, she's like right at the last minute, she thaws him out, and he's able to foil her plans, right?
No, Kyle, he's right. Now that he's saying this, the show makes more sense.
Because thank you, I appreciate that.
I've never seen it.
I thought it was great. It was Damon Lindelof. He's written a bunch of stuff that I really did. He did The Leftovers, which is like one of my favorite shows of all time.
Weren't the villains like the Klan?
They were kind of like like a Neo version of the Klan, and they idolized Rorschach, who in the book or in the graphic novel, Rorschach is not supposed to be like a hero. He's like a full-on fascist, but in the Zack Snyder movie, he ended up being kind of like a hero. Like one of the sympathetic characters, but the show is a little bit more faithful, I think, to the source material. But yeah,
I don't know. It's just that I felt like it was too woke for me. I think maybe I'm just overly sensitive to that, but I couldn't enjoy it because of that. I watched it all though. I thought the special effects were great.
I don't have the woke allergy, I guess. Like
you'll get there.
But,
I like the way you phrase that because I'm kind of with you. Like I'm usually the guy that defends that one freaking scene in Endgame where all the girls are together. It was 15 seconds.
I fucking hate that scene personally.
Look,
I didn't let that scene ruin my movie.
She didn't need their help. Like they show up and they're like, "Oh, she's not alone. Like we'll help her." And you got all these like the woman characters like fighting, and then Captain Marvel just does her Superman charge and just plows through all all of Thanos' henchmen. Like she
could have flown over the top of them. She could have burrowed through the earth to where she wanted to go.
But
like
the spirit of that scene was good. I mean, like it like if you take a little girl to go see that movie, I'm sure that would have meant something. So I mean,
why would I do that?
That scene wasn't for me, but I realized that I wasn't the intended audience for it.
Some people like flipped out about that scene, and I'm like, meh. Whatever, it's fine. It's just one scene. I'm not going to get all bent out of shape over it.
I don't get bent out of shape on it, but it did. I was just like, oh, they did a thing there instead of like, this was not the most direct route to like complete the narrative in the perfect way. They went around, they made a little detour here to please a group.
Well, they kind of did that with the introduction of all the people coming back from the snap. They kind of did that. And
we needed them.
We needed them, but we didn't need them all to line up and hit superhero poses. Like they didn't go straight into battle or anything.
It was pure just fan service. Like the last hour was just pure fan service, but it was
sure.
Great. It was fan service, really well done. But
I agree, and I loved it. But so maybe if I was the audience that saw the girls all line up, and I'd think, yeah, that's cool too.
Gwyneth Paltrow. If you remove Gwyneth Paltrow, I'm fine with the rest. How about that?
Gwyneth Paltrow kill like 13% of all the major villains?
She killed that. She killed 2 out of like 9 of the villains in the whole Marvel universe because she killed the guy in Iron. This is going. We may be going into nerdy territory.
Maybe so, but I'm saying people are acting like Iron Man's wife doesn't belong there. When in reality, Pepper Potts. She's killed more people than Thor. Maybe.
I'll allow it. Probably right. Probably not though. Thor seems pretty bloodthirsty. He's my favorite.
I'm looking. No one else, I think.
Love and
I
Thunder
saw-
looks incredible. The trailer for that looked incredible.
Yes,
I'm a
it
big
does.
Taika Waititi fan too, so I mean, I think Ragnarok is in like my top 5 MCU films.
I didn't even know I liked that director, and I still can't pronounce his name until Ragnarok. And then I'm like, oh, he saved it. I see how he turned it around. I see how he turned Thor from one of those meh kind of series to perhaps the premier one.
My
Check
friends from New
out,
Zealand hate him.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah. I think a lot of like, depending on which side you're on, might love him or hate him, because I think there's some sort of like Maori independence thing there, or whatever, like whatever that the group of people there that are on the island there, and Taiki Watiki or whatever is like, he's one of them, and so I think he puts like a lot of little like hints in his movies and stuff to like.
Oh, yeah.
And like I think he like painted some ship the colors of the Maori Independence League of Justice or whatever they're called, and like in America that doesn't mean shit to me. I don't give a fuck. Maybe it's their version of flying a Confederate flag. I don't know, but so some people in New Zealand, my Kiwi friends, seem to act like it is. But I don't give a shit. I did like that movie a lot.
If you liked Ragnarok, Woody, check out some of his older movies. Eagle versus Shark is really good. Hunt for the Wilder People. Jojo Rabbit was more recent. That was like
Jojo Rabbit's wild. He
These
plays
are
Hitler.
terrible titles. I know nothing, but I mean, if you say they're good, I'll try.
And Jojo Rabbit, the Taiki whatever the fuck, plays
Taika
Hitler.
Waititi
He plays Adolf Hitler, and it's very funny.
It's good because it's like I really like it when movies blend absurdity and humor with like genuinely hard.
Did you like the death of Stalin?
I thought that was a little boring personally. I mean, but like maybe I'm not smart enough to appreciate it.
I'm sure you're plenty smart enough to appreciate it, but I think that it is boring. You just have to really enjoy like maybe those particular actors. Like I'm a big Steve Buscemi fan, and just watching him do his thing, I can just sit there and be like, yeah, keep acting. I like it.
Well,
even if the source
with
material is kind of weak.
With movies, like I would go back and watch the same movie like 5 times because it's my experience that sometimes when you watch a movie, your experience with it is going to be totally different on one day than it is another day. So maybe I might have been in a bad mood that day, or I might have been distracted with something else. So
it's an absurdist take on the day Stalin died, and all of the key holders are like trying to figure out what he's I'm telling the audience and everybody like he dies and is like laying in a puddle of his own piss, and everybody's afraid to help him because that would mean like intruding on Stalin,
making him look weak or whatever. Yeah.
They're like they're like, oh, I'm sure he'll hop up any minute. And he's like, it's almost like that Monty Python scheme. He is a deceased dictator. Like nobody wants to admit it. It's a fun little movie though.
Well, I got to get going here pretty soon because I got to make food for my for me and my girl. But
thanks for hanging out so long, man.
I didn't think I would stay this long, and I had a good time having a conversation with you guys.
Yeah, of course.
It was good catching up with you, man. I'm gonna send you that PPL routine.
Yeah. Please do. I was gonna say try to DM me on Twitter, and I'll see that from you.
Okay.
Do you guys mind if I plug something real quick before I
do
talk?
it? No, we wanted to.
Yeah. So my buddy Hector, you guys know Hex. He started this weed company recently with Pine Park. And I am doing a weekly series for Pine Park on their channel now, where I think you guys might dig it too if you like weed and movies. Where it's basically just
we all like that.
The first episode was 5 movies you must watch while you're high. The next episode's going up tomorrow, and it's my favorite directors to watch while you're high. The next one after that is going to be worst movies to watch while you're high. But it's like the intersection of like TV, media, and film, and I worked really fucking hard on it. It was like first time I like wrote a script out and used a teleprompter, and I was fucking nervous, but I worked hard and I was like super happy with the end result. And so
that's
having
great.
a ton of fun with that. But yeah, we're trying to build up the Pine Park channel to get people interested in that. And obviously I'm super proud of my buddy for starting this project. And that's like one thing that it's weird because I've been doing this for like 13 years now, and there's a lot of things that I'm proud of, but I'm so proud to be a part of this thing because marijuana has been very beneficial to me in my life. And he makes like Pine Park has really quality buds too. So if you guys are interested and you live in California and you're 21 plus, it's delivery.pineparkhq.com. And you can check out some of their products. I have an affiliate code, Hutch, all capital letters, and it's really exciting. So that's my plug.
Cool.
End of it.
Awesome.
Yeah, everybody check that out. That's awesome, man. Hope it continues to go well.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
right.
I'm gonna go now.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Take care.
All right, take care, guys.
Nice to see Hutch.
Discord's nice. Yeah.
I wanted to ask him more about like what he's up to, how Twitter's going, stuff like that.
How Twitch?
I meant to say Twitch. My mistake.
Yeah.
How's Twitter going? Well, I'm still making no money. Like, well, there's no way to do anything there. Is there a way to make money on Twitter?
Yeah. But
is there a way outside of like selling an account or tweeting ads? I guess you technically make money on Twitter if you make money on YouTube. I don't know what Twitter Blue is.
Me neither, but how Drifter makes money. Oh, okay. I wonder how much is into it. Like, what can you get? It seems like some of these platforms, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, they're really about being opportunity magnets, and they aren't in themselves opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Who was it we were talking to about TikTok's monetization? Like, and how bad the CPM was? We were talking to someone about that.
Yeah, I don't recall who it was. It could have been Drifter
or Overt Flow. I think that's who it was actually.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, but it was like a 2-cent CPM, something ridiculous. I don't have a TikTok, but like every once in a while, like someone will tweet out their TikTok and like you click and you check it, and it's like, how does someone with 22,000 Twitter followers have 510 million TikTok views? Like, is there somebody in the view counter kind of putting their finger on the scale? Like, what's going on here? But
yeah, that's I don't know how that works. It's so viral. Stuff goes so big on there. It's so easily shareable, I guess. And there are those little quick clips. Like, I don't have a TikTok, but I see so many wild ass clips with TikTok. The logo before and after or whatever. I just watched some Ukrainian sniper shoot a Russian with a thermal scope. He's like yeah. Well, I get it, and on normal old people internet. And then, but it's got the TikTok logo at the end.
Oh, okay.
But no, it's like fucking thermal reticle on a glowing white guy, and he's kind of shaky, and then poof, and the white guy falls over, and you're like, oh my god, it looks just like a video game. I don't know what I expected. I've shot thermals in real life, but it's still to see a person getting shot at with one on the internet is like a whole different thing. I shot milk jugs.
A super long shot?
No, maybe 150 meters at the most. Like you could tell. You could see the man shape very clearly.
Oh, okay.
I wonder is it hard to spot the sniper, or can he get one shot off and then just be safe if he doesn't shoot again or just walks down the stairs of the building? Like, I wonder.
I guess it would depend on the situation, right? But if he's got a suppressor, they're not going to be able to tell really where he is at all.
Oh, I forgot about the suppressor. We know how effective suppressors are on the small caliber stuff, right? Like it turns a 22 into like a Walmart BB gun, not even like a pellet. What is the airsoft gun, right? The spring loaded airsoft gun almost.
Yes.
But when you're shooting whatever this thing is, supersonic, I presume. Wow.
It'll sound like a 22. He's probably shooting something 30 caliber, let's just say for like common sake, but like it sounds like a 22. It's just a pow. And it's also like the directionality is much more difficult to pin down. It makes the sound very muffled, and it's hard to be like, yeah, right there. It's like you're like, I don't know, in that field of distance. And if he only shoots once anyway, like that's at night clearly too.
You can't see shit in this video.
Yeah, just the guy getting popped.
Oh, maybe mine was loaded bad. It just after the shot, it just kind of like was so fuzzy. I don't know. Did you guys see that video I sent before the show in our group chat of OnlyUseMeBlade on the RV?
With Andy Dick.
With Andy Dick. With the real Andy Dick.
How far has Andy Dick's star fallen? I know he got Me Too'd a while back, and he was always known as like a creep and a D-list celebrity. But now he has fallen into OnlyUseMeBlade's RV. like next week, they'll be fucking busting a can of spray paint up against his head or something.
I watched like there were like a couple like 1 minute clips on YouTube of like OnlyUseMeBlade interacting with Andy Dick, and honestly, it's the first clips I've seen of Blade where he's not the drunkest guy in the room.
Yeah,
like Andy Dick is more fucked up, and like there was one clip where like Blade is clearly trying to like make conversation, like endear himself to Andy Dick, and Andy Dick is like fucked up, not making eye contact, and he's like, Blade, you're fat. And he's like, Blade's like making a Jaeger drink. He's like, yeah, I actually used to be even bigger than this. And Andy Dick with like drunk eyes is like, how could you be bigger than that? And he said, how could you be bigger than that? You're lucky to be alive. And just
wow.
like a pot meat kettle.
So I saw Blade in that video and thought he got bigger. Excuse me. Because I was like impressed with his weight loss at one point, and you guys both educated me and said, "No, Woody, you're not supposed to be impressed by that kind of weight loss. This is a person who's not taking care of himself. This is like
that's like my grandmother at the end of her life. Man, she is shredded.
Oh, dude,
she's shredded.
It's funny you say
She's
that.
so yellow.
Wow. I mentioned it before. We cared for my mother-in-law at the end of her life, and I used to always be like, "Babe, look at you cutting weight. You're ready for bikini season."
I felt like when you told that story last week, I was laughing, and I wasn't laughing at what you were saying. I was still laughing about like some other stuff. Like my brain was in two places. I didn't say anything then because I want to break the train of thought or whatever. But I certainly, you were like, you're laughing, and I'm talking about my mother-in-law dying, and I felt bad instantly because I was like, you are talking about your mother-in-law dying.
That actually really hurt my feelings. I was talking about that today with a friend of mine in real life. I was like, I must have missed.
You did
whatever you were talking about.
It wasn't only that, but like I was still on the other thing. And like when you said that, like my brain caught up and it's like, oh, that is what we're talking about now.
I thought you were laughing like an inappropriate story. In my head, this is the connection that I made. It was probably false, but I was like, did I miss something? Did I change the topic in a way that I wasn't supposed to? Like he's laughing at how out of touch I am. And I don't know why I'm so out of touch. Like I'm very confused by this whole thing. But I didn't know what happened there.
I honestly don't remember exactly what happened, but I know for sure that I wasn't laughing about your mother-in-law situation. It was like I was either laughing at the previous thing. I might have been laughing at my own personal joke. But when you said that, I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh shit, I am laughing. And he is talking about that. But those things have nothing to do with one another.
It was one of the carryover jokes things where someone probably made a joke and then you're still laughing about that. And then someone else starts something. It's like if I do a funny Trump impression, then I'm like, I remember back to when my mom died. And Kyle's like, ha, 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 ha. I'd be like, you cunt.
Yeah. I think we were talking about this concept of like a death doula and how I was like, Taylor, I want to be your bad day doula, right? I'll be the guy that like make sure you get medical care. I'll get you back there a little faster, see the doctor. This is the shit I'm good at. I'm gonna be like, this guy with the gut arm. I'm seeing shortness of breath. I think you need to get him back there. Do you have a respirator available? And
his cholesterol is clearly out of control.
Right?
Look at him. He brought salted meats into the waiting room.
Dude, I did that for my kids once. Like they were just not being seen, and she was suffering badly. And I'm like, she's not breathing well anymore. And get her to the front of the line. I'm your bad day doula. And then that shifted to how I would help my mother-in-law. And then somewhere along the way we got disconnected, I guess.
Yeah, no, I thought about that after the show too, and I meant to say something about it on PKA or even after the show, but it just slipped my mind. That happens a lot, where like I feel like we like bump into each other a little bit, and maybe maybe I say something that like seems like it's meaner than it is, and it's generally not meant to.
Well, thank
you. Don't worry, I'll laugh at my own jokes. So like usually, so those are the guys.
Jokes. This is important. I don't want us to ever go to bed angry. I want to text when you.
No, because sometimes I'll say something, and after the show, I'll be like, oh, "Why didn't I remember that?" Oh shit! I said that right after the other thing. Now it seems like they're.
You need my gift, Kyle. I don't remember anything we talked about. And I am just so socially unaware that I don't have these second thoughts that you do.
No, I think about it at the show. I'm like,
not always true.
I'm like, that's not how far the Earth is from the sun. What are you thinking? You didn't know, right? Like little things like that bother me. Like sometimes, and then sometimes my brain just jumps completely off the tracks, and I can't remember simple things. But I think some of this Delta 8 might have something to do with that.
I mean, that the dosages you're taking. Yeah, you got your reminder notebook.
Can we go over edible doses? What you guys like? I think I memorized it incorrectly. Kyle, if you wanted to watch TV using an edible to enhance the experience,
if I did, or if you do,
because I know my dose.
Okay,
it's
300.
Taylor?
I could do 300 of Delta 8 and I would not freak out. I would be fine, but I would be higher than I wanted to be. Like if I take like 100, I'm feeling it. Like probably 150, honestly. Like, and I'm good for most of the night, like pretty much the whole night.
That's what. Oh wow.
But that's Delta 8. So keep in mind, if I was in Denver, I would be using like it'd be like 40 milligrams.
Mine's strong. Let me get my numbers while we're talking about it. Mm-hmm. If I want a relaxed high, 8. If I want to get pretty high, 16. That's where I am.
You know what I did accidentally? I drugged myself on accident this past week. It was the first night I played Skyrim, so it worked out drugging myself. But I got these new edibles from the store, and every edible I've been getting online has been 25 milligrams from all the companies that sell those. They all do 25. And these, I didn't realize they were 50s. Like I just looked at the total amount on the front where it said like 500 or whatever the total thing is. And I went home imagining they were 25 and I ate what I thought was like 150. It was 300. And I was like in Whiterun, barely able to find Jarl Balgruuf to even start the missions. Like, all right, what are we doing?
Oh, he's
here?
In the longhouse.
Oh, he's in the longhouse. Okay. Ooh. Oh, this guy from the companions is talking to me. I wish he'd go away. Like it was, but it wasn't like fear or panicky. It was just like once I realized I fucked up and I looked at the package, I was like, oh, this is my night. I'm gonna be like this level of fucking ripped for hours and hours and hours.
I also use either THCO or HHC. I'm mostly using HHC now. Don't ask me what that is, but 100 milligrams of HHC is very, very strong. And the concentrate is very, very strong, and it lasts for a long time. It's I think it's stronger than just marijuana. It might be. It seems like it is. It's real strong. It's
I wonder if I'm not using normal marijuana. Maybe I'm using THC 0 or something.
Where are you buying it? Like a gas station or something?
No, it's like a pot shop. Like it's even their own brand.
Oh yeah, it's almost certainly Delta 8. That my guess is that's the cheapest one to make. I don't know if they're charging based on demand, artificial scarcity, or what. But the Delta 8 is the cheapest end of like it seems like the hemp derivatives, I'll call them. Whereas like there's some stuff that's like more expensive than just marijuana. It'll be like $90 a gram, $100 a gram, which is a tiny little amount. But then like the Delta 8 will be like $2 a gram.
I don't do it very often. Like we're recording this. It's the 28th right now. I might not have done it in April. Like, so I'm not doing very much. But it lasts forever for me. And I like the gummies. Sometimes when I camp, I want to sleep well, and it can be a sleep aid for me. Yeah. So I like to travel with it, and that means chocolate sucks or brownies.
Oh yeah,
and stuff like that. But gummies travel really well. So
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it helps me sleep really well.
Gummies are better than the vaping. Like, I like the edibles so much more than vaping. But if like the vaping has its own thing, where like if let's say it's 5 hours before I have to be somewhere, and it's like a Saturday, I can hit that vape, and by the time I have to go do that thing, I've been sober for hours. Like it's, but if I did like edibles, like I'm going to feel that all day. And it's like, edibles are like if you don't have anything to do, or like if you're safe just being at home the rest of the night, that's my preference.
I've almost worn out a vape pen. So that's my vape experience, one pen. And I have not developed the knack for really hitting it right. I either hit it too hard and get that coughing that's really unpleasant and doesn't go away quickly enough, or I'm like, did I even do it right? You know, did I just put it in my mouth and blow it away and not inhale?
I think if you're coughing, you've done it right. I cough.
That's too much. Oh, you do?
Oh yeah, like I mute my mic, you know, but like I'm sitting, I've coughed a couple times through the show. Like sometimes it just makes you cough, and I have no reason for that, because sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, and it doesn't matter if it's not a bigger hit or a smaller hit. Sometimes it's just like, whoa, that one really hit hard. That one feels.
Yeah. I always try and take like 5 mini hits Like I'll try and take the hit as big as I can take up to the point that I think I might cough. But instead of just taking one giant rip and hacking a lung out, like I'd rather just do like 6 of those.
So my fear is like take that and exaggerate it to where you take a really mini hit. Did it even get into your lungs? Did it do anything? It has to, right? That like it should, I should say. Like
Probably.
You could take a hit so small and blow it back out that the hit didn't get into you. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just inject it now. That way I know I'm getting it.
Yeah. I hate the pen for all this like insecurity I have around it. Like, did I do it right? Oh my God. This was either unpleasant or this didn't work. You know, I'm doing 6 mini hits and I'm like, how much of this shit am I wasting? You know?
I mean, I
wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about wasting it. Like if you ever want like another pen of some strong stuff, like I'll send you the website and you could get like a pre-made pen like this that's got like THCO in it or the HHC stuff in it, and you can go ooh, and you'll be high. Like you don't have to fuss around and be like, oh, did I cough enough? Like you'll just be fucking high. That shit is
maybe
strong.
that'd be right. My use case though, it really lends to gummies. It's like at night, maybe watch some TV and go to sleep. And then wake up sober. Like,
and I probably don't know what I'm talking about here, but all of the like when I'm in Colorado or California, the pins and the oil that I bought there it's not flavored. It just has whatever flavors. It's like, yeah, that's marijuana flavor. But like the THCO and stuff, like it'll come in like blueberry sundae flavor and like vanilla surprise or some shit. Like
I haven't even seen that.
Oh yeah,
I almost
you can get your own
like
terpenes and add them.
You know why I don't like it? I'm afraid it'll go the way of vapes. Suddenly, some congressman is going to be like, "Oh, blueberry fluff! You're marketing this to 6-year-olds."
Oh, they're coming for it. They're coming. They're either going to. Some places will try to ban the Delta 8 stuff, and the others will try to bring it into the fold with the rest of the marijuana stuff. But both is going to happen everywhere, rather than it just being this wild child thing out there. Like that cannot remain.
Yeah.
So they will want their piece.
I mean, I'm glad the way it's going so far. Seems like they're here to stay. A new store pops up every time I, drive to the city or drive further away. There's a ton of them.
Yeah,
they're all over the fucking place.
And you should don't buy from a store though. Buy online. I can.
Why do you say that?
It's infinitely cheaper. I've never seen anything where online it's $1 and at a store it's $30. But that's literally what we're talking about. It's like
it's ridiculous.
You can buy it. What's $1 online with free shipping, like 2-3 day shipping, is $30 in a store that you walk into. So it's a massive ripoff at the store.
I feel like the pens I bought at a gas station weren't anywhere near that. Maybe I don't remember it correctly.
They're about $24 or $25 for a pen. I think if you're buying it at a store, because they're usually like I don't know. They usually have a gram in them. But
I'm talking about. I did it one time last year. I could just be wrong.
I don't know. Prices change all the time too. It depends what you're getting because there are so many products. But yeah, I hope it stays out there. And so people get high.
Can I change the topic?
Yeah.
It appears that Ukraine's doing well in the East, which I heard they wouldn't. For people who haven't been following this at all, previously Russia kind of went deep into Ukraine and tried to take over some major cities. Apparently that's really hard to do. Their supply lines were all fouled up. Plus, the Ukraine's had this home court advantage that's particularly useful in like suburban and metropolitan areas. And they just kept freaking bashing tanks and etc. The Russians lost so many. The Ukraine's gained tanks. Like they lost like 54 tanks and gained like 94 from the Russians for a net gain of 40 more tanks than they started the war with. That's outrageous. So Russia changed its strategy, stopped attacking these cities deep into Ukraine, and now they're attacking the east, which is mostly farmland and, of course, close to Russia. And all the reports I was reading was saying, this is a new test. This is rough. They won't be able to just pop up out of their rabbit holes, shoot them, and duck down anymore when the battle takes place in fields. And the Russians won't be stabbing their own gas tanks and abandoning tanks when they're so close to their own supply lines. But it's been a week and a half, 2 weeks now, and it appears that the Ukrainians are still doing well.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that too?
Yeah, for sure. I saw a video where a drone dropped what looked to me like a goddamn pipe bomb onto a car full of Russians. And it's hard to tell, but I think that motherfucker dropped it through the sunroof. And it exploded. and like the Russian like jumps out of the car. They all die. Long story short, and the drone zooms in on the guy dying in the field, and it's pretty gruesome. But no, everything I've seen is that the Ukrainians have been doing quite well. I've seen they lost some villages today. I saw that. So it's not like they're pushing the Russians off the map or anything. But I also saw those strikes within Russia that seem like they haven't been specifically.
Were there recent new ones? I missed it.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 warehouses that the Russians have been staging out of. One of them was a couple hundred kilometers into Russia, so like 120 miles or whatever that comes to, which is pretty wild. They didn't explain whether these were air strikes, missile strikes, or sabotage, which is what I would imagine that they were, that some guy went there and like burnt the place down or blew it up or something. They didn't explain that. I hate when they do that, when they're vague.
You know why they sometimes do that, to be vague? They don't give away the tactic, right? So they can use it again next time. Yeah.
And this was also like, I think very recently was the first time that the Ukrainians, when asked about strikes within Russia, have been like, actions have consequences. And
the Russians, I heard them say that they were going to bomb Kiev. I hope I pronounced it right. If they attack inside Russia's borders. And if I'm Ukraine, I'm not sure how to respond to that. It's like, on one hand, they have long-range missiles, I think, that could attack Kiev, so it's not an empty threat. On the other hand, we're at war. You don't get to say no face punches. Like, we're fighting, bitch. Like you came in my borders. You think I can't go to yours? You think you get to define rules like that? Yeah. You know, I don't know. I can see it's tricky.
Oh, I think they're well within their rights, and it's fun that they're taking the war to the Russians. I hope it continues. That's what I was talking about weeks ago, that I wanted to see like railway crossings and stuff. Like,
I'm not saying they're not within their rights. I just wonder. It's a provocation. They're provoking Russia even more by attacking. Is it smart? Is it the right call?
I think there's probably some like old grandma in a burnt out village who's like, it can get worse. It gets worse. Fuck them. Blow their factories up. You know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Russia could nuke their capital.
Well, that wouldn't go well for them.
No. Wouldn't go well for anyone.
I mean, the wind blows fucking east for one thing.
True. That's a good point. But Russia is holding back. So
that's just to say, that's like saying Donald Cerrone's holding back because he didn't bring a gun. like as far as the rules of like the conventional warfare, they're not holding back at all. They're executing, torturing civilians. Every woman I see dead in the street has blood coming out of her vagina. Like, these guys are fighting a pretty brutal war. They just haven't used nuclear war weapons yet.
Do they have conventional long-range missiles too? That they could use?
They
might not be using them because they're so expensive.
Like, they've been using them. The cruise missiles that they're shooting all the time, right? Those are the long-range, like,
Okay, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and you're right. I do remember some hypersonic stuff and whatever that maybe they don't want to use really expensive, really accurate, really high-end missiles on fucking, I don't know,
Toyota. They don't have targets, I think, is the problem. I don't think they have targets for them.
Do you really take out part of an apartment building with that? Like, why?
They use weird weapons too. Like I saw them shoot some kind of a thing the other day that was had a long rope of explosive behind it. So it's like a 200-meter rope of explosives that just landed. And I thought it was going to land on the ground to like make a big area of effect, but they just shot a fucking building with it. Like, I don't know. It's been interesting to watch on the internet. I don't know anything about war, but it seems like the Russians don't either, so it's okay.
It's a proxy war with America, which is tough.
Oh, I love those. We're winning too, like hand over foot. Like,
I wonder if
like just killing it.
During Vietnam, did we also feel like that?
The Russians felt like that because they won the proxy war in Vietnam.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And we felt like that in Afghanistan because we were the ones giving the Afghanis those Stinger missiles that were knocking down those Russian helicopters.
Wow. It really helps to be the proxyer.
It's cheaper because a missile costs $100,000 and a tank costs $30 million.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sure we can find it. We're America, Kyle. We'll make it more expensive.
We'll
use $30 million.
The shipping was $12 million to get the $100,000 rocket to Ukraine.
Probably was.
Yeah. It's been
probably true.
I don't know how the whole thing's going to end. The Amber Heard trial has been like my guilty little pleasure that I peek in on the other every day. Really,
she seems monstrous.
Oh, the Johnny Depp.
Yeah, the defamation suit. Man, I don't know if I'm qualified to like bring you up to date, but it just seems every time that I catch a clip, it's Johnny Depp looking like a saint, and Amber Heard looking like she's acting and like being fake pouty and trying to be too pretty to find guilty, and she's almost doing it, by the way. Like it's a good thing I'm not the judge. I'd side with her every time. She's just so good looking. She's hard to like look at.
That is how you determine guilt.
It is. Unfortunately for her, the judge is a woman, I think, in this case. That or a very odd looking man. I'm not sure. And but no, it's gone Johnny's way. Like all these witnesses that come forward, like make Johnny Depp seem they're supposed to, granted, but they're not making up the stories they're telling. Like that guy who was like, I was selling art on eBay for $100, $200, and Johnny saw some of my art and I thought he wanted to buy some when he got back in touch with me, but he said, no, I want to put you in an art studio that you can live and do nothing but make art until you have enough to have an art gallery show. And then we're going to have that. And I'm going to throw it. And I'm going to invite all my Hollywood movie friends. And they're going to buy your art. And I don't want anything except for you to succeed in life as an artist. And they're like, and what did you say? He's like, I said yes.
Yeah.
He's like, don't imagine a crappy apartment. This is like an Art Deco building, 15 stories. It's a multi-million-dollar place I'm in right now. I don't do anything but what I love. Mr. Depp did that for me. Like, it's like, and every witness they bring up is like, yeah, Johnny's just such a good guy. And she's sitting over there shitting in people's beds. It doesn't look good.
Even the bad stuff. They're like, after she cut your finger off, did you want cocaine? He's like, yes, I did. Yeah, well, it sounded pretty reasonable, really. I don't know how fun coke is.
He deserves a little bit of cocaine after all that.
Yeah.
She should have bought him some.
It doesn't look. It's like it didn't. They say cut off, but it got smushed real bad at the end, and it's all mangled up, and it didn't heal right, or there wasn't enough to like put on right. There's a picture somewhere of it kind of mangled. I don't even know if we should show it. It's pretty gory.
I've seen it, but it's a real deal fucking injury. Like it's a go to the hospital level.
There is audio of her saying, "No one will believe you because you're a man."
I mean, she was right up until indisputable
until they
evidence
played the audio of her saying, "No one will believe you because you're a man." And
no one believed him because he was the man until the audio of that. Exactly.
People still don't believe him, even though she's there saying, "No one will believe you because you're a man." And they're like, "That's right, we won't." But you understand that she said, "Yeah, she said it. She's a man." Like, there are people who still won't believe, but man, it's I really hope he wins. I hope he bankrupts her, and I wish that they would take that movie away from her and give it to literally anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, she seems like a real bitch.
Yeah, I don't like Pirates of the Caribbean, but I feel bad that the dude doesn't get to like cash in on those stupid movies anymore and make his 10-20 million.
I think he doesn't want to.
I
heard him say he absolutely refused to make any more.
Because they turned their back on him when she came out against him and fired him from the movie. He's like, they can't get me back now.
Oh,
it's that kind of thing.
I didn't understand that kind of thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that changes things. Yeah, well, it seems like he's doing okay for money.
Oh, he'll be okay. But he lost a lot of money in that because of what she did to him.
Is there a difference between having 50 million and 100 million?
Yeah, 50 million.
Yeah. About $50 million.
Well, no, like there's a big difference between having 1 million and 5. There's a big difference between having 5 and 10. We start to get into areas that I can hardly like imagine. Like 50 million, you won't run out, right?
Johnny would probably say, "But think of all the good I could do with 100 million." He seems like a fucking philanthropist. It's not like he's sitting around like buying another jet ski. Like I don't know why I went.
That's what I would be doing.
Yeah, like an extravagant $8,000 purchase. He's not doing things like that.
At 50 million,
yeah, that was
all the jet skis you want.
I think I went to that.
Johnny Depp's out there buying ping pong tables
with good paddles.
And Lacoste shirts. Yeah. He's out there ordering prime rib like a king.
I think I went to that because I think of a jet ski as a huge waste of money.
I would never own one, but I have never had more fun on the lake than when I was like 12 and like my dad's friend let me drive a jet ski around. It was a blast.
Question: were you by yourself?
Yes. Yeah, it was awesome.
Didn't expect that. No, so I think a jet ski is the ultimate in super fun for you and your buddy to rip around. I had a jet ski in high school, and I just
That's so
always
awesome.
I would push that thing out in the ocean before school and just jump waves and shit. And but it's really only fun with a friend. Doing it solo gets old so fast.
Did you have the kind where you stand up?
Yes.
Thought so.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like you stand the whole time. It's not.
Some of them are like little boats where you sit down and steer.
Oh, I've only done the standing kind.
Oh yeah, wow, that's
I want like it seems like I want one that looks like a crotch rocket essentially, but for the seas.
That's the one I had, except the seat was so uncomfortable that you just stood the whole time.
That sounds awful. I wonder if you can rent one that's like legitimately fast, because I've never done that. I've putted around like 30 miles per hour, maybe, which is fast as fuck on the water, mind you.
Unbelievably quick, yeah.
I'll never forget the time that like I was what were we doing? I think I was shopping for a jet ski. I was jet ski shopping.
Bezos.
and like I was buying a used one.
This is what mine was like.
Okay.
It's old and it's out of date by today's standards, but that's what I had in high school.
That looks sweet. I love the aesthetic of that.
Can you show us what
I'm not being ironic. I'm not joking.
Show us the 2022.
Awesome.
Show us the 2022 Kawasaki jet ski.
I bet it's way less cool than that. That looks sick.
It's no fuck. I bet the new one looks like a fucking spaceship. I bet you're in a bubble by now. You're not even on something. You're in it.
So, Woody, how old were you when you got the jet ski? Like that seems like a huge thing to trust a kid with.
Wow, that's a jet ski now. The little boats with 3 seats. Jesus Christ!
Holy shit!
So when I first got my jet ski, I couldn't drive. I was probably like 13 or 14. And you have to understand there were no traces of puberty in me. So I wasn't strong enough really to carry it across we had this little, it was like a trailer, but it was held in the middle. And to drag it across the soft sand in the beach was a Herculean feat for me. I would just pull and pull and pull. It would take me like 20 minutes to get it the 100 yards, but I was determined. And when I finally floated that thing, I'd just go and rip on it.
That sounds fun. I would want something fast. My when I was looking at the jet skis, my dad's friend pulled up along the shore. Like, weird coincidence. We're on the lake. It's not right next to where I live or anything. And he recognized me and he came over. And he had this little boat. I don't know how to describe it because it only had 2 seats, and it had either 1 or 2 gigantic engines on it. And I don't know what its purpose was, but it went so goddamn fast that you couldn't see where you were going. You like got the lay of the land at 1 speed, and then when he hit the accelerator, the front of the boat went up to the point where we couldn't see where we were going.
Shit.
But we could see to the left and right of where we were going, so we knew nothing had like gotten in front of us. And it was like
third most important directions when you're
in my memory, we went 80. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I envision is 80 miles per hour on his little speed
on a lake.
That's what I remember.
That's horrifying.
I could be wrong, but he not like this. His thing was not nearly this slick. It was like a flat top and open, and like there was like room to like the seats were in the middle of a larger craft, and there were 2 enormous engines on it. Anyway,
maybe you were flying
something like no. That looks silly. What is that?
What am I looking at? Zoom in, Zach. Don't make it so small.
Yeah, I don't understand what this is.
This is like the cheapest.
I wanna have fun, but not too much fun.
Look at that old guy. Look at the old guy in the background with his young.
I like his attitude. He might be old, but he's ripping across the water in a freaking. I don't know.
After this, he's gonna pop a Viagra, and then they can take a bath in separate tubs, and then fuck.
When we get back to the lodge, I'm gonna ruin your box.
I'm gonna ruin your box. Yeah, that classic term. Box is that an old term for vagina?
Yeah.
Like it's used now as like an ironic joke.
No. It's just that was a pussy, a box. You've never heard like the whole joke about like the plane went down and all they found was the black box.
I haven't heard that. A 9/11 joke about pussy. I like that.
No, it's about black pussy. But anyway, yeah, box.
I went to 9/11.
Yeah, I don't know why you went there. But yeah, box is supposed to gash. What others do you have?
I've heard slit.
Oh,
axe wound.
Axe wound.
I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
That's gross to me.
All the others were so classy.
Oh, I remember. This is funny. I remember
No
having
one.
this conversation.
Zach over here coming in with a jizz junkyard. No one calls it that.
Comes
no
down
one
to
calls
refers to the entire woman.
That's the individual.
yeah.
Yeah.
Clam. A
Clam.
cunt. You know a good one that criminally underused, cooter.
Cooter. Oh, I was
No
going to
one
ask you
says
this
cooter
earlier
anymore.
because we were talking about you had the
Bring it
UTI when you were 7. I was going to
Yeah.
ask you when you were like a child, what did you call your dick? Like if you were like, you're going to tell a parent that something's wrong with your dick, what would you call it?
Penis.
Really?
Yeah.
Woody?
Yeah.
Also penis, but I wish I had something better. Did you
I had-
have like a foo-foo or something?
I did. I had a goober.
You called the penis your goober?
Yeah.
Nice.
What would you say? Oh, Mom, the dog was licking my goober and I liked
Oh
it.
God. No, that's not what I would say. I would say, I fell and I hurt my goober or whatever. I don't know.
I showed the neighbor girl my goober. Kyle, you're 36 years old.
What's your point?
What's your
The problem is she was 12.
The neighbor boy's jealous. I have a bigger goober. He's
just
7. Yeah. Yeah, goober. That's hilarious. No, my mom was like, I remember her being like, just say penis. That's the correct word. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And then day 1 of kindergarten, I was like, I was joking around or something, and I said penis loud enough for the teacher to hear it. And she took me into the hall and said, we don't use that kind of language here. And I was like, okay, day 1 kindergarten. I've got the coolest shirt I ever owned. It was a bug shirt. It had buttons on it, and there were actual bugs that you could button onto the different parts because I was obsessed with bugs and I wanted to make friends. And I also had a lunchbox that was a big fish's mouth. Man, I in my head, I was the belle of the ball.
Did you
on
have
the
LA
way.
lights on too?
Did I what?
You have your LA lights on too?
I had my light up sneakers.
That's what I mean. There
Oh,
was
is
a
that
brand-
LA lights?
They were the original LA lights. I watched the whole video the other
I
day.
had the
for some
Payless
reason.
shoes version.
LA lights might have been the Payless shoes version. I don't know, but that's what I had as a kid when I was 5, 6, maybe first grade. I remember we all had them, and like we were walking, single file to the bathroom. Maybe you go in shifts, and like I just remember everybody was like flashing in the hallway as we walked because all the cool
Those were
kids
so
had 'em.
cool. I remember I have like a memory so vivid of being like 5, leaving a friend's birthday party at the skating rink, and it was dark by the time we left, and I could see my own light up shoes as I was walking, and like having that thought of like, I am so tight. Like, I am awesome. Look at these kicks. Like, and granted, every other 5-year-old at the party had these shitty Payless light up shoes too. But I remember thinking, oh no, they had a dinosaur on the side. They had a dinosaur on the side, and that like made mine cooler. It was either a dinosaur or a bug. Yeah. LA Lights from Sears, is that it?
Yeah. I went. No, the shoes were definitely the thing, but they definitely went out of vogue, I guess. I haven't seen them in a long time until like the other day I was watching MasterChef, and one of the contestants inexplicably had light up sneakers on.
Kids have them now.
It's
don't they?
hilarious.
I'm
Do
pretty
they?
sure. Little kids,
I don't-
light up.
I don't
shoes.
really see too many kids in my day-to-day life.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, no, they're still popular and they're still badass.
They play them.
they should push them for the elderly.
Keep
Like,
up with them.
Just like making sure that people know, like when they're crossing the street slowly or causing a problem. That'd be
They
good.
should wear hats that do that too.
hats.
A little beacon on their head.
Like
a
string a
little-
bunch of Christmas lights around the old.
Can you get light up shoes in my size?
Of
Oh,
course
you
can.
absolutely can. It comes with a helmet. Yeah.
Oh shit! They've got light up shoes that light up the tops, not just the bottoms.
A leash.
What?
It comes with a helmet and a leash and a
Fuck
bunch
yeah.
of just a random bin of assorted buttons.
Dude, you have no idea how cool these shoes were in 1991.
Check the ones that Zach, zoom in on those. Check out how badass. that is.
Damn.
I would be
Wow.
the belle of the ball with shoes like that.
I
I
swear.
like that.
Hang on. Wait. What's the company? Optic sneakers. Is that what I'm looking for?
Yeah, this is
It
Hex's
says
next project.
brightledshoes.com.
You have to charge your shoes.
You're goddamn right, I do.
These are
Wait,
cool.
lights last over 5 hours. That's not long enough.
How long do you walk?
Well, I mean, if I'm going out to dinner, I want people to. If I'm disrupting a movie, by putting my feet on the
What movie are you watching? 5 hours should get it done.
No, I was reading like,
So-
what if I go out to dinner, then I have to go to a movie, and I want everyone who sits behind me to see my shoes?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So every pair, I believe, has 7 different colors it can do in 4 different flashing modes.
Oh, those aren't the same pair. Those,
I think no, that's what I'm saying. I think the one
I
pair
said
will
it
do all
backwards.
those things. Yeah.
I thought these were different choices I had to make. Instead,
This is an investment.
This is look
Right,
how
it's-
cool that she is. Are
Okay.
these- that's a
Okay. Dude, did you scroll down and see them like in action? The video?
dude.
Dude, it's
No,
blinding. These will give you a fucking seizure.
I want to see what happened. Ooh.
look at the apartment they're charging them in.
Well, look past that.
Oh,
Sometimes
wow.
you've got rent or you've got shoes.
But wait, they're not
So-
lighting up the tops. They're lighting up the soles in the video. Am I looking at the wrong video?
I think they only do the soles.
That can't be right because they just showed a million pictures of the whole thing.
Yeah,
I think they're using a
that-
black light to achieve that, maybe. I don't know. I'm looking at it here. I see the whole top glowing like mad. I see
that
what you're
video
talking
doesn't
about.
match the shoe.
See, these
Are-
ones suck. I don't want these.
I feel like this is a business expense, and I should check these out for the show.
I
I'm-
think we should all be able to write this off on our taxes.
it says it's a great gift for family and friends.
Okay. Want to gift each other shoes?
I mean,
The
I
three
wear
of
a,
us?
I wear a 12 if you just want to run this through the PKA account.
I wear 13. Same thing. Send me.
Do they accept PayPal?
Put it in the PKA account. Just ship
They
it.
take PayPal. Should we all get it? 'Cause
I'll buy
I think
them.
I'm the
I'm
only one
gonna-
who's not
I-
joking.
No, I'm going to work out in these shoes now.
Oh,
I like
love
wear
it.
these to the bank.
I'm gonna tell somebody that like they measure my power level. that
So I wear a size 11. You guys wear a 12. Oh, I can't. They'd all ship.
11, 12, 13. Yeah, you'd need 3 different shipping addresses too. So you couldn't do one bulk order. You'd have to do 3 individual orders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so hard to do.
Yeah, that could take
An incalculable amount of time. No, but first you'd have to know where we live. And
No, I'm probably gonna buy the sneakers later. I really did.
I'm in if it actually does light up those white fibers over the top. If it's just the sole, that's not even worth a joke. That one's not very good.
If you scroll down, there's different styles too. Like there's like I don't know, there's like
High-heeled.
black high top. There's all sorts of different styles on there.
I wish that Velcro shoes were more accepted outside of mental institutions.
I don't know why you'd want a style other than not very cool nurse.
No, I think Velcro makes everything better. I don't know why bras aren't Velcro. Like, can anyone explain that to me? Why bras aren't Velcro?
Only
Yeah.
one guess. Velcro doesn't do laundry very well. If you wash Velcro a lot, it picks up fuzzies and stuff.
I bet we have the technology
That's
to
true.
make
Or a
counterpoint.
better Velcro.
Counterpoint. You hand wash bras. You don't machine wash brassieres.
That's not true.
Your wife
I
just throws
only
them in the
machine wash my clothes.
What your bras?
Yeah, my brassieres, I only machine.
First of all, it's a man's.
Manzia.
I will say that my fishnet stockings sometimes break in the wash, but
Oh,
my
just turn into a
bras hold
goddamn knot.
up.
Yeah, I've got to run in my pantyhose.
Zach links some new shoes too.
Ooh, this is perfect. Maybe you can go to goat.com/PKA and find your own 100% authentic light up shoes.
I'm sure there's some light up shoes on there. Could probably get some OG LA gears on there,
I'm
or LA
actually
lights, or whatever they were.
I imagine goat.com tries to cater to a cool audience that isn't buying light up shoes.
They buy it's retro shoes. It's like all sorts of throwback Jordans and stuff that I think look like everyone should buy them.
They look so tight.
Yeah.
Everyone's
maybe-
going to be talking about you as you walk in the room.
I mean, on my I'm too white to wear some of those sneakers. I mean, and I just can't appreciate them, I'm sure. But I'm definitely gonna buy these light up sneakers. That's happening. Like,
You know who's a sneakerhead? OnlyUseMeBlade. Honest to goodness, he is a sneaker collection he was proud of.
Is that a drug he does? A sneakerhead?
No, that's the term for people who are into collecting sneakers like I do, Leathermans.
Oh, I heard only use me blade and draw. Okay.
Yeah.
No, now Blade's moving up in the world, hanging out with Andy Dick.
Mm-hmm. What other celebrities do you think he'd hang out with? Chris Hansen in a few years.
He already has. He already has.
Oh, that's true. Chris Hansen a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. That one. I don't know. I don't know who else is in his sphere, but it is mind blowing to see Andy Dick in an RV with Blade sitting there like talking drunk.
Here's one.
Like,
Here's one for
so
you. Let's talk different trajectories. I'm almost positive Andy Dick worked side by side with Joe Rogan on news radio back in the day.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm positive. Also.
And from there, they took two different paths.
Largest broadcaster on earth, RV with Blade. Like
they're both podcasting, but
I wonder what IcePoseidon's up to nowadays. He invented the RV concept.
Yeah, I think he got in trouble because he did that pump and dump.
What are you talking about? I need to get in touch with him about that money I sent him for our crypto.
I sent him 13 grand and he said I was going to double it. Yeah, that's so he's probably, I don't know, mitigating that, trying to balance it out with starting streaming again. I can't imagine his community is going to be like cool with him ever again because we watched that clip of him talking about it, right? Like we all did, where they were like, so let me help me understand, Ice. What you did is you pushed it, and then when it hit a mass that you could make money, you pulled the funding stock out, and that was it, and you made your money. And he's like, that's correct. Like, and it's like,
yes.
So you pumped it and then you dumped it. And he's like, strictly speaking, that is correct.
Yeah.
I don't really like how you're like phrasing it exactly the way it happened.
But legally speaking, yes, it is a pump and dump.
It was called rugging it. He pulled the rug out. Remember that?
Yeah.
And yeah, Mel, you're like, I can't imagine his community will ever be cool with him again. Dude, his community has come back to him a couple times already. Like, I guess they hated his girlfriend, so he just pretended to dump her and continued to date her along like for months.
Such a
I
big
thought
deal
she was-
compared
I
to
thought-
this. This is like robbing people, knowingly telling someone to invest in something that you know will lose them every penny that they put into it. Knowingly doing that to someone is beyond shitty.
It's just like getting donations.
Not at all. Fuck him.
No way. No, it's like getting donations to start a company but don't worry, you're all going to get like the profits when the company gets off the ground. Like they invested.
He said that the people who bought these things knew how to lose money already. That they were all
as all investors do.
Mm-hmm.
As all investors do.
I don't know. Like I'm genuinely interested in the psychology behind it because I feel like this is almost an acceptable relationship with his subs. Like, yeah, I am here to make money off of you people, and I do it any way that I can. I will tell lies. I will run scams. Welcome to the show. Is that not the show?
No, I don't watch him, but like, it's definitely different. Like, he didn't. There's no way he went into that thinking this is going to be a great opportunity. This is going to be its own currency. Lots of people are going to make money. A rising tide raises all ships. We're all going to make out like bandits. Like, no, he clearly didn't do that. He went into it. And there's video of him talking about this too. Like some other guy, like Sam Pepper, did the same thing. And they like were talking about it in like a way of adulation. Like, man, what do you think he's doing now? He got his 2 million or so and he's out, man. They're like, wow, I wish someday I could rob people or scam them. Mm-hmm. It's not robbing. I wish I could scam people the way he did. Whoa, that guy was the scammer for the ages.
Because apparently I scam for like, if my number's not perfect, it's close, like 350,000, 400,000, something like that.
Yeah.
But Sam Pepper scammed for a couple of million, and they were just really admiring how effective that scam was.
Yeah. So he just copied what someone else did after explicitly spelling out that he wanted to do something similar, and then he did it. I don't like how people are talking about what I did in exactly the terms and way that I did it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, no, that shit is so fucked up. I don't know. That gets in like raw. I don't like that. Like tricking people that have been supporting you, you know, like they're the reason that he's not working at Subway. 100%. They're the reason he's not making sandwiches at Subway.
LA Fitness, but yeah.
LA Fitness, whatever. But and then to like turn around and just full-throatedly say, fuck you. Like, I'm going to take your money and I'm going to dump it and pull the rug. And then
I think that there's this like, I think there's this like, I don't want to call it a false narrative. There's this perception that everyone who got involved were his core group of guys who normally watch him and operate a robot with a knife on it. And they know who IcePoseidon is, and they know his alter ego, and they knew his ex-girlfriend, and they knew the shit he's done in the past. Of course, there are those. But then there are like levels that extend out from beyond that with less and less familiarity with him and his product and his persona and the show. And those people certainly, plenty of them got swooped up in like the mania that may have been artificially created by him. And look, from what I've been told, he made restitution to quite a few people. Like, he sent money back. Did he send it all back? I haven't heard that, but I was told he sent amounts of money back that would have been difficult for anyone to send back, tens of thousands of dollars. And that to me demonstrates that like, there's something there, because if you're doing this as a villain who's like, I got it all and I'm heading for the hills, you don't give a penny back.
Yeah.
His most recent video was in September of 21. So he's not uploading videos. Is he on the internet anymore?
No,
I don't know. Let's see. Let's take a look. So that would seem as though he's doing exactly what a lot of people said, which is cutting and running. Let's see what he's up to. Hasn't tweeted since February 1st. Oh, and that was a response to being like called out for ripping people off.
Did that end his career?
It looks as though it did.
The best part is we talked about pumping and dumping right here with him.
Yeah.
And he
on the show and explained it, and
he was excited about the prospect of it. And
it was like that Sopranos episode where like the cousin Brian is joking around about the HUD scheme, and then a month later Tony's like, "Yeah, little gift for you for the good ideas you gave me." He's like, "You did that?"
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of like that. Like, we were all goofing around. Like, yeah, hypothetically, we'd rip everybody off and pump it up, ha ha ha. And he's like, "Fuck yeah!"
It wasn't a good investment if that's how it worked out. Like, so let's say that he gave back a substantial amount of money. That $350 I talked about turned into $250. I'm making this up, but work with it. $250,000 for his career. Like, that's not a good trade-off. He's probably making something close to that annually.
You forgot he still has all of that coin.
Oh yeah, he's the sole owner of PooCoin or whatever the fuck. Actually, PooCoin would probably be a much more lucrative thing to own.
I mean, that's billions.
I don't know. Yeah, it could be billions.
So
you need to
It
invest.
could be fucking dog shit. Oh, what a mess.
Yeah.
Too bad I wish he didn't go like that. I wish he didn't do it. I bet he wishes he didn't do it too.
I get like the same vibe I get from like that stuff. Like, it's not even close to equivalent. What he did was fucked up. Like, but seeing like celebrities trying to sell NFTs is like, I don't believe you. I think you're a scam artist. I think you're a huckster. Like, if there were a ton of money in NFTs, you'd be buying them, not selling them. Like, that's the way it would work. This is going to be this picture of this ape. Woody, this is going to be worth $1 million in 2 years. This can be yours for $9,000. It's like, oh, wow, I'm either the dumbest man alive or I'm like trying to fool you into buying something that is useless or worthless. And I'll get someone saying in like my comments or reaching out to me, messaging me, you just don't understand NFTs. Yep, true. But like, you can look at the pattern surrounding this and how quickly some areas of it have already collapsed and be like, okay, well, this isn't this people will be like, when crypto came out, people acted like this too. No, they didn't. I remember that. People were like, it was not at all the same vibe, NFTs and crypto. Like,
I agree. I think it like in my little universe, right? My observable universe, NFTs have already peaked and they're back down. Right.
Yep.
That people have recognized it's the scam. Anyone who's buying NFTs now is the bag holder. They're going to be left holding the bag and then lose all their money. Remember, we had that guest on our show. Was it Doug Polk? Maybe something like that. So, and he was like, you guys hear about NFTs and crypto? And we were like, I'm going to go with my guaranteed method of breaking even by just staying away from this shit. Mm-hmm. I wonder where it was when he said it and where like it went to like what was the ride? Because I think NFTs bullshit. Crypto might still be way up. I haven't heard about Bitcoin in a while.
I think it is. I mean, it's on a great trend. Like it's Bitcoin's been outperforming every major market for 12 years or however long it's been a thing. What, 2011?
It depends on the time period, right? Because if you go from say November of last year, it dropped in a half-ish.
That's true.
So, but if you've held it since the beginning, then you're making a ton of money.
Yeah. That would be like suicide fuel to be that guy who spent 11,000 Bitcoin on pizza. Like, can you imagine being that guy today?
I feel like that guy. Like I when I was at Cisco, I had stock options, and I don't know. I think I couldn't sell them, but it was just a good amount of money. It wasn't a ton, but it was. I was a multi-100,000-aire with stock options from Cisco, and before I vested to sell them, the .com boom. .com crash happened. That's what I'm looking for. And you know, it was like shit. I didn't cash out. I couldn't cash out, and I lost a lot of money. So, well, potential money. So, yeah. Anyway, I've been there. I think it helped me though. I think that somewhere on my YouTube journey, I was like, all right, you know, like be smart about this. Don't think it never ends. Don't think this ride only goes up. It was a good education.
So what are we looking at here? This is what these things have sold for. $1 million for moonbirds. Is this wealthy people laundering money somehow?
Ooh.
Anytime I see weird shit being bought for a lot of money, I'm like, I don't know.
Sales in the past week. Oh, so there people are still buying expensive shit. Moonbirds. I'm with Taylor. I don't understand why anyone would pay a lot for these things.
I don't get it either. But I've been wrong about so much shit so many times. Like I could be a million billion % wrong about this too. Especially
this area. I've been consistently wrong about crypto from the start. I hang my hat on that.
Oh yeah. I've made precisely 0 correct calls in the last 10 years, but everybody listen to my take. Oh, Kyle, I have those exact same ones, man.
Rings, huh?
Yeah, just got them in the mail. It's on my front doorstep.
Do you have the black straps to loop it around like the top of the rack?
Yeah, that's the important part about the rings. Like, how adjustable are they? How do you get them even?
Here's what I want, though. I want like a monkey bar situation with pegs that I hook these onto and I traverse.
That's insane. Why would you? So you're going to build a monkey bar setup? Like, is that a yard thing? Oh.
I just said I want it.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Remove the rings and traverse the monkey bars.
Well, that's just monkey bars.
Yeah, I know. What do the rings do?
You've lost me.
The rings seem like an extra level of complication that don't help at all.
You know what would be like a funny video, like a bit? Like, you know how some people work out, like those really jack guys, like on the bars and equipment and like playground stuff?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like, Kyle, you have the body to do it. If you like wore the skimpiest little tank top and like
are we going to
high-rise shorts, you go to like a public children's park.
Oh no!
And like you're working out so hard, like pushing kids out of the way
like
so you dominate. They're like getting behind you to use the slide, and you're like, I got 2 more sets. And you have 2 sets of the slide. You're just like, yeah, it's a 3x12 hypertrophy slide routine.
It'd be fun if like Pete Kyle went and hung out with all like the Venice Beach great people, but sucked.
Oh,
you know? I actually can't do muscle ups. That's not a thing I train. Just completely disappoint.
Just tear your bicep.
I think the rings will be fun. I've wanted those for a while. I also got the rep bench. I ordered that a couple days ago.
Nice.
Did you get the red one?
No. All right, I got a red one. I didn't get the $600 one though. I decided that it was just way overbuilt for what I'm never going to need to hold 1,500 pounds. I think I got like the rep 3100 or something like that in red.
Google it, Zach. Show us.
Rep 3100. Well, I mean, rep makes great shit. So I'm sort of
it's still a really good bench and everything. It's just not the crazy, most expensive top of the line.
Does it do decline?
I'm almost positive it does.
I don't ever use decline bench, like ever.
I've been incorporating that just to try to hit like lower chest. So it feels unsafe a little bit on my current system. So I'm looking forward to getting into my new place and getting the the cage or whatever the whole rack in.
That's the one, Kyle?
No, that's close.
It's the AB 3100.
Yeah, I see that.
That
It
one
looks
does
nice.
Decline. No, wait. Is it one of those ones that does decline by sitting backwards on it?
No, wait, that doesn't have decline. No, because of that post.
But sometimes they have decline. They're just like turn your head around and go
Where'd
the
Kyle
other way.
go?
I don't know. He probably closed his tab looking for tabs. I bet he changed to the Rep Fitness tab on this one.
Yeah.
How close have you been to doing that? Where you're like, I'll Google it. Shit, I left the show. His device is disconnected and he left. Okay.
Do you not go full screen on this when we're doing the show?
No. I have other notes around. Like oftentimes I'll think of a topic, but rather than interrupt and change to it, I write it down. And if we get to it, we get to it. If we don't, we don't.
Yeah.
But I use actually it's just Notepad on the side.
I set up a third monitor. So now I've got a 3 monitor setup. I got like a 27-inch 4K Asus, a bunch of numbers at the end. And I hooked up my Xbox is in my living room right now because I was playing last night Skyrim, but I like played a couple games in 4K on here. And I've always made the joke like, oh, my eyes can't even see 4K. It is truly better. Like it's really noticeable where I'm like, oh my God, like even games that aren't even taking advantage of the full graphics, like NHL 22, like why does this look good? Everyone knows these like EA games look like hot shit, like graphically, but even it looks more impressive. Skyrim looks better.
You know what you should consider as a 3 monitor guy myself, put the 2 side ones in portrait mode. Because for me, if you make them all wide, by the end of it, you can't even see over there. Like that is that's not usable space. But if you make the side ones portrait, it pulls them in a little bit, and I can use the whole thing.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna switch that because you're right. It's absurd. Like how much total space there is.
Yeah.
Where it's like if I want to read something over here,
you put WhatsApp and it's in like the adjacent room over there. Like that is like if the middle part was like, I don't know, the peak neighborhood where your most valuable, closest apps go. On the side is the ghetto. Like that is the low value real estate on your screen over there.
I mean, really, I got it because I'm going to be kicking up streaming again soon. I want to do that more. And I like the 2 monitor thing. I was always like, it's fine. Like, sure, I have to I have one just devoted to the stream and I have to close and open stuff because, the notification showed up on Streamlabs, but not in Twitch or whatever. But 3, if I can just have like the game or whatever I'm doing, just fucking the Twitch chat and everything to read, and then just like the donations that don't get picked up on Streamlabs. Like it's going to make it so much more seamless to go between stuff. And I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. I'm trying to figure out what game I want to stream. No one gives a fuck about NHL. So that's on the top of the list. Magic the Gathering Arena. That would be funny. Just like come back. Because I have so many people like stream again, stream. It's like, guys, I'm back, but I'm a Magic the Gathering streamer only now.
Dude, I'm going to come back and just live stream lawn care. Just mow and live stream.
That would be great. And like, don't even do a good job.
Just like, I can't hear you over the tractor.
Just like out there, like kind of half-assing it. Missing, you're like, you know what? It's a big yard. I'll get the rest of it tomorrow.
I'm missing stripes all over the place.
There's no, you're like, you don't go in straight lines. Slapdash all around. That would be good content. I would like that. Or if you did something like with your skill set, I would like to see would be something with woodwork, because woodworking is so cool. Like people who can like do stuff with their hands on that level and create like an end table. It's so interesting. Like I'm not gifted in like I'm not good at that kind of stuff, and so I enjoy watching it. So that would be
an interesting hobby. Like I've thought about that recently, and it's like I'm not sure I even liked doing it. I was proud of the skill set. I was proud of the stuff I made, and like there's some like dopamine release in accomplishing a project, like completing a thing. I liked that. But as far as actually standing in the garage measuring shit, I'm like, is this fun? I don't know that this is fun. I think I just like the accomplishment on the other side. It's You know, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes acro paragliding feels like that. Like, is this fun? Because I'm literally like car sick right now. I'm laying on my back at the clouds for this awful feeling to pass. I'm exhausted. I'm really proud of the shit I did. I'm proud of the level of pilot that I've attained. But sometimes the actual doing of it is like training, you know, like fuck, was swimming fun? No. Being successful at swimming was fun.
Yeah, that's an excellent way to put it, because I think back about hockey with that in the same way, where like I look back and I'm like, did you have fun playing goalie? And the immediate and honest answer is not at all. Like, it's a horrible position to put yourself in. Like, everything hinges on you. Like, it's so you let a goal and you can't even go back to the bench and blend in with everybody else. You're just that guy, and everybody hates you now. And like, you can fuck shit up, and it's just. But if you look for the fun stuff, it's like, damn, like there were times where I absolutely robbed games single-handedly, and all the blame that comes when you fuck up and let in a softie is inversed, and like, you're the hero. Oh, Taylor, thank you so much. You saved our asses. And the whole team is like, thank God you're here. And you're like, yeah, I feel good. Thank God I was here indeed to stop the puck. But like, yeah, overall, if I could go back, I wouldn't do it again. Or if I did do it again, I would be a forward. Being a forward is the ultimate way to play. You half-ass, you don't back check very hard. So what? You're a forward. You're not going to get reamed that hard. You miss a shot, everybody's going to forget who you were the second you skate off the ice. Like, you make a goal.
You're supposed to miss shots.
Great. Yeah, that's like, fair too.
Shit, you know, like you literally go wide on net. Like, yeah, that happens at every level all the time. I guess if it's a wide open net, you're supposed to hit the net, but typically you're aiming for the corners, so the shit miss happens all the time.
Oh, Kyle's not here. The hockey playoffs starting up. The season is ending. Carolina Hurricanes, your team of the year, because the Flyers are 116 points, second in the Eastern Conference. Only if the Florida Panthers have more. And so they're going to play, who is it? The second wild card team. They'll play the Capital? No, Boston. They'll play Boston. So that'll be a tough one to see. But I've still got Carolina in that. I would love to see a team that hasn't won a cup in a long time go on a run. Tampa's probably my second favorite team after the Blues, because I've been to the arena, watched them there. My dad lives there. But they've won 2 in a row. Enough. So, yeah, what's this? Is it Boston? Or no, Nashville. Does
that say 2021? Is this last year's Stanley Cup playoffs?
Yeah, this is last year. I
was suspicious when I could tell who won.
Yeah. No, thank you for that pertinent info, Zach.
I was like, this has all the answers.
You guys like hockey? Do you remember hockey last year? No, that's hilarious, man. But I was like, Nashville, that doesn't make any fucking sense. They're in the West. But like, that weird COVID season. But yeah, and the Blues, meanwhile, are playing Smitty's Minnesota Wild in the first round. It's still up for grabs who's going to get first or who's going to get home ice advantage, because like the second and third place teams play each other. Minnesota's in second right now. St. Louis is in third, but they've been neck and neck for a while. And so I feel like I'm going to fucking someone's going to clip this and send it to me in a couple weeks when we lose. But,
I hope so.
But I feel
make it clip worthy. Start fresh.
Yeah. So my 100% guarantee is that the St. Louis Blues beat the Minnesota Wild in the first round. And that's because I think over the past, like, you know how teams just have other teams that they're snake bitten against and they just can't, like in every sport, that's a thing. For some reason, the Wild struggle harder against the Blues than any team in the league. You like go to the Wild subreddit during games, because I like to get like, I'll go to the different hockey subreddits during Blues games sometimes to get what they're focusing on, because you get a better perspective. Like, oh, the Blues are winning, but Kaprizov has been great with XYZ. And I'm like, oh, I'll pay more attention to that. But all of them are like, anyone but St. Louis, please, anyone but because the Blues, I think, are 12-0-1 against them over the past 4 years.
So they can't lose.
So they can't lose.
Guaranteed to beat the Wild.
Guarantee the Taylor lock of the night. The Blues are going to beat the Wild, but honestly, I'm kind of nervous about it because anytime
Of
like
course,
something
Blues
like
fans
this
always think
lines
they're
up,
gonna lose.
yeah, they do. And even after 2019, when we won the Cup, I'm still like, yeah, but a little too good to be true, eh? Like it was like
this
3
is
days
how
after.
hockey playoffs work. They like the Hurricanes beat the Bruins. They're guaranteed to get either the Rangers or the Penguins.
Mhm.
It's not one of those deals where like the first round you inherit the schedule of the person.
Yeah,
you beat. I guess you do inherit the schedule of the team you beat. Yeah, I don't know.
you're on the same schedule. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which sport does it the other way. Like the best team available goes against the worst team available. So you don't know what the second round's going to be because you don't know who will be the worst team available.
I think
Did
does
hockey-
baseball do that?
I'm not sure. But anyway, this is set. So the Hurricanes should have a pretty easy ride throughout. We'll see how it goes.
A pretty easy ride throughout. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see Boston win. Boston as a city has gotten too many championships in the last 20 years. It's time for someone else to get a turn. So, like, I don't think the Blues are going to win the Stanley Cup, obviously. But, man, if Colorado won, I'd be cool with that. They haven't won since, like, the fucking Joe Sakic era. If Carolina wins, I'm down with that. If Florida, the Florida Panthers, that would be great. They've never won, so that would be cool. I want to see Toronto win because it would be so cool to see like how excited everyone in Toronto is because they're such a big market and like they've been waiting so long. So that would be cool. But the other side of me is like it would be also hilarious if they got swept again or they lost in the first round again. Because every year, like if you follow hockey like I do, like Toronto media, they're the grand poobah of media. Everything revolves around Toronto in the hockey world. And every year they are like Charlie Brown running at that football, posting all their stats, posting how they're the greatest Leafs team of all time. And every year they get trounced in the first round. Not trounced, like they'll lose in game 7 over and over and over to Boston. But yeah, so either way with the Leafs. What I don't want to see from the Leafs is a round 2 exit. I want them to get swept in the first round or win the cup. One of those two things. Because that would be max entertainment. But yeah, I'm excited.
My Philadelphia 76ers just advanced out of the first round. It's
basketball's already going?
Basketball. Yeah. They're always a week or so ahead of hockey. They won the first 3 games of a 7-game series, and then they lost. There were 2 blowouts, and then there was a close loss. And you're like, all right, so it's not a sweep, close loss. It'll be fine. Then they got blown out, and the 3-0 turned to 3-2. And I'm like, I don't know about this. But tonight, they won. Get this score, 132-97. They scored a ton, and they held them back. They won by like 40 points. I'll take it.
Yeah, that seems terrible.
Not 40, but whatever, 35.
That's a pretty low-scoring game, NBA, if they don't crack 3 digits, right?
Yeah, I would say losing teams don't crack 3 digits a lot. But anyway, they're off to the next round. I'm not sure who they play next, but I'm looking forward to it. The little Sixers action. It's their year. And
Good. I hope they win for your sake. That'd be nice.
Dude,
because I have no
this blockbuster star for star trade with the Brooklyn Nets. And at first, I felt like we traded away. He's a bit of a head case, but he's a promising young player. Mm-hmm. And we got this aging player who doesn't play D anymore, but scores and whatever. So I'm like, I feel like we kind of lost this. Plus, we gave a lot of other picks and players who were like lesser. Cool. So now the season plays on. We get Harden. He's kind of gelling with the team. He's working. He's part of the reason we're winning. The head case we traded, fucking faking an injury. Fakes an injury. Playoff start. Oh, my back, man. I don't think I could play. He's going to come back. He's like, game 4, I'm coming back, right? Everything's on the line. They lose game 3, and he's like, actually, I can't help you on this elimination game.
What the hell is wrong with this guy?
Fake back injury. And like, yeah. So
why? What does he have to gain from faking it?
He gets to not play. Like he doesn't.
Wouldn't you want to play? Like you got more contracts coming up in your future, I assume. You want to make money.
He has like a 2 or 3 years left on his contract, and he didn't play at all this year. All year long. He's first he faked a back injury, and then he said he had a mental health issue and he couldn't play because he was down in the dumps. And then he got traded to the Nets and the back injury came back. And
he sucks. What is
he is the most hated player in the NBA now. And it's for the Brooklyn Nets. Ben Simmons. Everybody hates him. The Sixers hate him. I think Brooklyn hates him now too. All the other basketball players hate him. He's like ruining the money. So like basketball players
like a bitch.
Basketball players get a lot of money, and like Shaq told it really well. He's like, Dr. J set this up for, I'll make it up, Jordan, or for Magic Johnson. And Magic Johnson set it up for Jordan. And Jordan set it up for me, Shaquille O'Neal. And then Shaq set it up for this, LeBron James or whatever. All these guys are making more and more and more because they turn out to be good business investments for the team owners. And then Ben Simmons is fucking with the money. They get these guaranteed contracts where they're, in football, you get a $70 million contract. You're never going to see that money. It's a joke. In basketball, you will get all that money. They can't fire you. Even if you're hurt, you still get paid. Ben Simmons is going to change he's 23 hours deep into a Call of Duty game. Ben Simmons is going to change the next collective bargaining agreement because he just flat out said he won't play. And they had to trade him. And even after he got traded, he continued not to play. And it's all like, if he had real injuries that you could see on an MRI or something, it would be different. But instead, it's literally like, I need more time in therapy.
This guy's a fucking douchebag. Like doing that and fucking up everybody else's ability to collectively bargain, like with the owners and everything, is so selfish. Yeah, he's not really fucking himself up. It looks like he makes like $29 million a year, but you're fucking up all those guys, like the average NBA player who's in the show for 2-3 years and then they're bounced because they're not good enough. Like that guy isn't going to make enough. Or
he won't have guaranteed money anymore. They're going to change the way that this whole thing is structured because Ben Simmons fucked the owners so hard they can't agree to deals like this anymore. If they do, Ben Simmons has laid the yellow brick road on how to fuck over owners, and it now anyone can do it. He's getting paid. So
fuck this guy. Just found out about him. Don't like him.
And the Sixers, meanwhile, are advancing into the next round, and the team he plays for, in air quotes, got bounced in the first round.
If I ever meet Ben Simmons, I'm gonna be nothing but polite.
He's like
because he's 7 feet tall.
Professional basketball player.
If I'm approached by Ben Simmons and I'm unarmed,
I will salute and walk on.
I'll be like, "You're a hero, sir," and then leave. But on the internet, man, I'm tough.
Here, I want to show you a picture of what he looks like.
I'm looking on Google Images. I'm showing the audience wants to see as well.
Here,
like athletic
scroll down in
guy.
particular because I want you to see his like outfit. Like this is what he's wearing on the bench now.
Where is it?
It's the Reggie Miller quote, the tweet. He's dressed in purple and shit. Dude, it was hilarious to see him on the bench. Yeah, Zach found it.
Yeah, that's how I like dress my creative characters.
They were laughing. I want to see if I can find it quickly. I can't find. Oh, I found it. This is fucking hilarious. Ben Simmons on the bench. Zach, please show this as quick as you can. He looked like your character in Skyrim during a cutscene. You know, like everyone's normal and you're like a bird or something. Like you don't believe it. You don't fit in at all. Look at what he looks like on the bench. Like which one of these things get? One of them is riding the pine and the rest are all players. Like how he shows up to not play.
That guy looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like literally. Like when you get arrested and it pans to you in GTA. That level of outfit. Kyle, what happened, my friend?
Two things: the internet, and I had to restart my PC 4 times after that to get like the mic and everything to connect.
We
properly.
filled it with basketball and a hockey talk.
I
the creme de la creme.
While you weren't here, the cat's away, the mice played.
Well, now that Kyle's back, you guys want to wrap?
Yeah. No, I feel bad that I ducked out there. I was frustrated.
No, Kyle, we are consummate professionals.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
I could talk all day.
I let him talk about hockey. It was easy.
Yeah.
He guaranteed a Blues victory. All right. PKA 593. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And check out our sponsors.
Yeah. And check out Hutch's thing.
And check out Hutch's thing.